Oh man. Alright. We're gonna make sure the stream's up. We're going back to Turkey. We'll probably do some more Battlefield tomorrow or whatnot. Oh my god, yeah, look at this. Alright, we are live on all the other streams. But the last stream on YouTube, what was it? 4 fucking hours. Yeah, I mean, I guess I didn't sleep that long. I slept for a couple hours, then got back up at like 10:30, I think, or maybe 11. I don't even know. Bro, I put the fucking link to one of my Tarkov clips in there. I don't even know. I was like looking at that. I was like, what the fuck is this? Oh, we're good on those three. We're gonna go back. We're gonna watch our Demonic Activity Explained in Obsessive Detail, Volume 1, as we're doing stuff. Oh shoot! What up, gamer? How you doing, dude? Bro, we're just getting the stream back up too. I was doing some Battlefield 6 earlier, dude. Pretty fun, pretty fun. I still need to play a little bit more. I'm not super familiar with the controls. The sensitivity's off compared to what I normally play with Tarkov 2. But what we're going to go do right now on Tarky is we're going to burn through this RPD on Factory and maybe catch a few cool kills. Then we're gonna take our Uzis in there and go get my 50 kills. Uzi Pro 240mm barrel. Oh, SBR stock. Nice. All right. I didn't see that part. With a boss site, I get 50 kills, so we'll do that afterwards. I'm gonna see if I can try to find my fucking teapot, bro. I don't know how I haven't found this yet. So yeah, we'll see. Maybe an evasion off a scav bag, or you know, actually, after we die with this, we're probably gonna take this and then just go fuck around, kind of warm up a little bit. I didn't want to pull up arena. I just want to stick on normal Tarky, to be honest. But we'll go do that. Oh god, yeah, I got coffee too. Fucking 12:47 a.m., dude. Drinking coffee. It feels fucking weird. But absolutely fucking necessary. Alright, let's go watch our demon video thingy.
Knocking at the door because it's already inside your head. You've entered the realm of demonic obsession. In Catholic demonology, obsession is a persistent, prolonged mental and emotional siege that feels fundamentally different from ordinary psychological distress. The victim is bombarded by relentless intrusive thoughts that are blasphemous, irrational, or otherwise extreme, overwhelming rage, anxiety, dread, or despair, often paired with humiliation, terrifyingly vivid mental images that feel forced upon the victim, and even voices akin to a never-ending demonic commentary. Thoughts, feelings, mental images, and inner dialogue caused by demonic obsession can't be shaken off through normal means, because they're not normal. They're from a genuinely supernatural source. Father Gabriele Amorth noted that these obsessive attacks can be so intense that the person loses control over their stream of thought, experiencing a kind of mental domination that stops.
Oh my god, there's a video out there, and yeah, it shows what it. Fuck, what is it? I'm thinking psychedelic, but it's not psychedelic. It's not psychotic. Where they're crazy in the fucking mind. I can't think of the word right now. It's like on the tip of my tongue too. But there's a YouTube video. It just shows them hearing voices, and dude, it's so fucking creepy. Maybe we'll look it up here later too. I couldn't imagine that. Well, I mean, I guess my own thoughts, but like other people's voices inside your head. You know what I mean? It'd be fucking insane. I talked to this girl. She said when she was on like birth control, she like
short of possession.
Argue with herself all the time.
The victim still has the ability to control their actions, though it's hard to say just how much free will a person can exercise, as obsession leaves little room for your own thoughts. Moreover, the mental onslaught can be so severe that it compromises normal functioning, such as sleeping, eating, socializing, and concentrating on anything. And when obsession dominates your mental space for days on end, the alien thoughts can start to feel like they might be your own. This is the way in which obsession has the power to warp your beliefs and behaviors. Demonologists point towards several instances of
Work time, baby. Main objective with the RPDN is we're just running straight to saves. So we can pull that fucking teapot. Maybe get a few kills. I haven't warmed up though. If I get smoked... What the fuck was that? We're reloading this, dude. I burned through a fuckload of ammo. A quick way to reload too is you can drop the gun down and do it that way, and it's like automatic. Well, this was fucking whack. I might have killed this dude over here. Bro, I think I fucking killed him, dude! Yo. It's a fucking... Oh, fuck! No, dude!
Sit down, daddy, sit down.
That would have been fucking legit, dude, if I got... We didn't find a teapot, so fuck it. No, I feel a gamer. I feel it, dude. I was looking at him as I was falling down. Oh, he's another tracksuiter. His pants are kind of white, and it just kind of confused me. As I was like falling down, I thought he had like white fatigues, basically. What the fuck is this? Going light? Also, he called me daddy, so that was a good match. I'm just a little surprised I killed that first guy, though. I knew I was going to tag him through that metal and whatnot, but I didn't think I was going to kill him. What up, Robinson? Achievement. Uh-oh. Am I not spelling achievement correctly? Oh. Oh, I moved around the E and the I. This has to be a new achievement, dude. I've never seen it before. It's with like the beer bottle. Final prep before the release. Oh, you gotta kill a bunch of scabs, I think. I remember this. Not much. Just wait on the release to shit on some Timmys. You, bro. Come on. I don't know. Just trying to go push after Kappa and maybe some Battlefield 6, dude. Here later on though. I gotta be up till fucking 9, 10 in the morning, bro. So I'm gonna be on for a minute. All right. Well, the dude got us. He's literally doing the quest that I'm gonna be doing after I lose this G36. I gotta go with the Uzi. Let's go back to our demon video, boys. I'll go throw on another kit.
obsession in the Bible, including a glimpse in John 13:2, which states that, quote, the devil had already put into the heart of Judas Iscariot to betray Jesus, end quote. This single sentence suggests a psychological process, not possession forcing Judas's hand, but an alien feeling and conviction convincing enough for Christ's disciple to choose to turn Jesus over to the authorities for money. It was a persistent seed that bloomed into history's most infamous act of treachery. In the Old Testament, however, King Saul's descent into murderous paranoia is undoubtedly one of the most intense and long-term cases of obsession, scripture or otherwise. After King Saul disobeyed God on 2 separate occasions, 1 Samuel 16 tells us that, quote, "The Spirit of the Lord had departed from Saul, and an evil spirit from the Lord tormented him," end quote. As I mentioned earlier, God gives demons divine permission to do what they do, and this is an instance of that being more or less confirmed in the Bible. As for King Saul, the evil spirit bombarded him with strong episodes of rage, gloom, depression, and paranoia. Unlike possession, which overrides the victim's will, Saul's obsession left him functional, but fundamentally altered. During these violent mood swings, Saul was truly not himself. In this time period, Hebrews believed that the gentle music of the lyre, an instrument similar to a harp, could serve spiritual functions such as inviting the presence of God and driving away evil spirits. Thus, once Saul's servants realized that their king was dealing with a demonic attack, they recruited a young man named David, who was known for his lyre-playing skill. At first, David's lyre strumming worked so well that Saul allowed the young man to live at his palace. However, the music only soothed the king temporarily and never fully cured his deeper spiritual problem. The evil spirit would leave, only to come back and obsess Saul again, and each time left him more suspicious and more volatile, eventually culminating in mad attempts to murder.
Yo, QC, dude. GG's, dude. Whenever you killed me, bro, I killed a dude inside that like sky bridge, the middle sky bridge. I didn't even know I fucking killed him until I got over there. But I went to grab him. I think you lit me up a little bit from down below, and no, I was trying to do some rotations on you, but like I was there just to hit the safe. So I already smacked him looking for my last teapot, and yeah, just jumped down. As I was jumping down though, dude, I could have swore you had like white fatigues on though. It like confused the fuck out of me, so I had to check out your profile. I didn't even see the tracksuit until I checked out your profile, to be honest, man. Yeah, that quest you're on right now, man. After I die with this G36, I'm literally gonna start that one next. So I'm already prepped up and ready to go, baby. So we'll see. Are you close to knocking it out or what? That was my first match too, man. I had to take a fucking nap earlier. My sleep schedule's all super fucked right now. It's kind of shit. Good luck, man. Hopefully you're getting close on it too, dude. That's fair. That's fair.
Murder the musician. On 2 separate occasions, while David played soothing music to calm the king, Saul tried to kill him with a spear. The first time, he picked up a spear and hurled it at him, saying, quote, "I'll pin David to the wall," end quote. The musician dodged it, and Saul tried throwing another spear, only for...
Bro, I appreciate the GGs, man. Some folks will pop in here and tell me to go TK myself, dude. I'm like, fuck you, dude. Get out of here, you piece of shit. But no, man. Take it easy, dude.
For David to nimbly sidestep it once more. On the second occasion, Saul again tried and failed to pin David to the wall, and this time the musician decided to move out of the palace and go permanently into hiding. However, in between these events, Saul also tried to kill David in a more calculated way. Pretending to atone for the first spear-throwing incident, Saul offered his daughter Michal to David in marriage. But the bride price he demanded was grotesque: 100 Philistine foreskins, a task which required David face overwhelming odds on the battlefield. When David returned triumphant with double the requested trophies, Saul was mortified. The demonic voices now echoed Saul's worst fear.
How the fuck did he get 100 foreskins? He had to go... Either he killed 100 men, or he strapped them down and cut off their wieners, or part of them.
That David was divinely protected. At the same time, the king couldn't rid himself of his insatiable obsession. Paranoid, Saul instructed his son Jonathan and all the attendants to kill David. Unfortunately for this plot, Jonathan really liked David and decided to warn him, and even returned to his father and demanded the king to stop trying to murder the musician. Quote, Jonathan spoke well of David to Saul his father and said to him, "Let not the king do wrong to his servant David. He has not wronged you, and what he has done has benefited you greatly. David won a great victory for all Israel, and you saw it and were glad. Why then would you do wrong to an innocent man like David by killing him for no reason?" Saul listened to Jonathan and took this oath: "As surely as the Lord lives, David will not be put to death." End quote. Jonathan's solid logical reasoning allowed Saul a rare moment of clarity. Unfortunately, though, the evil spirit would eventually afflict him again, leading to the second spear-throwing incident and David going into hiding. For years, obsession drove Saul to hunt David across the wilderness and wasteland. At one point, Saul ordered the massacre of 85 priests who had unknowingly aided the fleeing musician. In another episode, Saul hurled a spear at his own son Jonathan, accusing his own blood of conspiring with the enemy. Notably, though, David spared Saul's life twice. once cutting a corner from the king's robe in a cave, and then later taking his spear and water jug while he slept. These acts of mercy temporarily pierced the fog. Quote, Saul asked, "Is that your voice, David, my son?" And he wept aloud. "You are more righteous than I," he said. "You have treated me well, but I have treated you badly." End quote. In this moment of lucidity, it's clear how completely different Saul's true feelings and thoughts were from his obsession. Sadly, the dark cloud would descend again and the pursuit resumed. The crescendo of this chronicle came when Saul, abandoned by God and desperate for guidance, violated his own religious edicts by seeking out the Witch of Endor. In the medium's tent, the spirit of Samuel delivered prophecies of doom. Here, we see just how severely his obsession had isolated him. Cut off from divine counsel and alienated from his loyal advisors, King Saul was reduced to seeking truth from magical practices he himself had outlawed. The very next day, surrounded by Philistine forces on Mount Gilboa, Saul watched his 3 sons fall in battle. And rather than face capture, the king chose to fall on his own sword, a final act of despair. In just over a decade's time, Saul's obsession systematically dismantled.
Work time, baby. Work time. It'd have been nice if I could put a fucking lay on this gun, but I don't think that's going to be the case. What the fuck was that? Oh fuck. It's tequila. I gotta get outside and fix myself. Fuck you, dude! No, dude! I think I killed like 4 bastards. I hate going in with guns that don't have a light on them. Or a laser. Those 2 matches were warm up enough. I killed fucking 5 guys, dude? What? Oh, yeah. Well, that was nice. Oh, they were all Timmy's too. My sweet babies. My sweet, sweet babies. Hopefully they weren't tasking or whatnot. I was going to try to get a knife kill on that first one. But he had a... What up, Revive? I appreciate it, man. Where'd you come from, dude? You don't gotta follow in order to like shoot a comet or anything too, man. I've seen that stuff and not a big fan. Not a big fan. Oh, bro. Fuck, dude. I was literally just going in there, man. I have to get this task done. Dude, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. But I guess in the meantime, I still have to find myself a fucking teapot. But I go over there, dude, and there's just hella fucking bad guys. And I don't know. I don't know if you saw it earlier too, man. I jumped out the fucking window because Tagilla was there. But no, what I normally try to do, man, is if I kill someone and they're kind of newer and maybe like a little bit low on money or low on kits or whatnot, I can usually just toss their shit as long as it's insured so it doesn't go to waste. And they normally get it back the next day. Bro, you guys were a 2-stack, weren't you? Because I was going to try to, like, knife kill you, dude. Because there's an achievement after I get Kappa. You have to get 30 melee kills, bro. It's pretty fucking rough. I've already gotten 3, but we'll see. Were you questing or were you just there to play? He needs attack rig. Bro, I get heartburn so fucking easily, man. I had a pizza earlier because it's Friday. Or it was Friday. Dude, I always have to tell them, like, put, like, light sauce on it, man. It's horrible. Pizza's addictive. Addicting. Bro, that's fair enough, man. That's fair enough. I want to say, out of all the maps, when I first started, I don't think Ground Zero wasn't a thing, Streets wasn't a thing. I think the wipe I started was when they brought in Reserve, but Factory was literally the last map I learned. I learned Labs right before it, but I was like terrified of Factory when I first started playing it. Oh, money. I didn't get to catch what level you were, man, but once you hit level 10, I think it's level 10. I think they just swapped it. You can sell things on the flea market. Do you have access to the flea market? I could buy something off you for like $1 mil, $2 mil. Give you some extra money, dude, if you need some. I don't really need all this money, man. I just need to keep it above 20 mil. But honestly, I can make money pretty quickly, so I'm not like super like concerned about it. You know what I mean? We just gotta loot, basically. These little barter items, bro. These little guys. You collect enough of them, and then you just sell them all in the flea market at the same time. It's good fucking money, dude. But if you have the flea market, man, I could pick something off you, get your money up a little bit, so you can keep on playing. Bro, I might be one of the few people in the entire game that has this, supposedly. This figurine, I guess you can't get it anymore? Or something? And you're supposed to get it on Labyrinth, which is a map that's in Shoreline. You gotta go to the resort downstairs. Oh, it's not too bad. Revive, if you need to, man, I could buy something off you. And, you know, try to give you a little extra money, man, so you can keep on playing. Because I'm good on money right now. Oh, wait, what is that? Oh. Oh, we can sell our thick item cases. Trade, I appreciate you, man. Were you his buddy or what? Were you Revive's buddy or what? Revive, man, if you have access to the flea, though, before I go in, if you'd like to, I could send some money your way, dude, so you can keep on playing, though. I know I just smoked you, but I don't really need all this money, and I have, like, a shitload of kits, too, anyways, man, so it doesn't really matter much to me. It be that way sometimes, man. 5 fucking minutes? How is it resetting so quickly? I have no idea. I ran 4 steps, insta died. Dude, so, hold on. We can watch this. We're watching a demon video, in between raids, basically. Yeah, so when you guys spawned over at, I think it's Gate 3, which used to be the main one, or the main, extract. But I literally heard you guys running, though. Oh shit, here it is. Our spawns were like right next to each other. But I don't think that's going to be the case. See, I heard the middle right there, so I knew you guys were coming over there. What the fuck was that? Bro. Yo, you can see these other kills too, though. Drain and revive. I got that fucking potato aim, dude. This is where I hear Tagilla. It's Tagilla. I gotta get outside and fix myself. I think I kill a PMC right outside too, I'm pretty certain. I thought he was over here. That was another PMC right there. That was the fourth PMC. Fuck you, dude! That was the fifth guy right there. Unfortunately, this bastard over here gets me, though. Big sad. No, dude! I think I killed like 4 bastards. I'm sorry for calling you bastards. 4 bad guys is what I should have said. It would have been more politically correct. Potato aim, I have potato aim, autistic moldy cheese. We'll get some ammo in here and go back in. We'll see if we can actually start progressing on my quest. I gotta get 50 fucking kills in here, boys. But it doesn't specify, you know, PMCs, scabs, any of that nonsense. It's literally just targets, so scabs or PMCs or possibly Tagilla too. That would be kind of cool. But, once again, no frickin' flashlight, so this is going to kind of suck, but it's whatever. We're watching some spooky videos right now about demons, so this might be a little too much for you, I don't know. Oh, we're going to do this next. You get an achievement out of it, too. But I think it's literally just killing 100 scab. Yeah, 100 fucking targets, dude. So, like, I'm already passively doing this right now, I think. Oh, yeah, dude, yeah. Well, so, like, I don't really have a big enough viewer base for people to really give a shit. I have had it happen on a couple occasions. But what's happened to me... Oh, God, dude. What's happened to me a little bit more often than not, though, especially when I used to stream a little bit more, was cheaters inside the lobby... They would see my name and they'd type me in on Twitch back when I would only stream on Twitch, and they would hop inside the chat and tell me that they were coming after me and stuff like that. And the cheaters would come kill me, or they'd come over to me and they would start screaming the N-word and shit, dude, getting all spicy and stuff. And on one occasion, I did convince the cheater. I was like, dude, please do not fucking kill me. I have a quest item I've spent the last week trying to find. He goes, all right, man, you're good. I'll keep an eye over you or whatever. I was like, thank fucking God, bro. Yes, sir. I'm in the Air Force, man. The Chair Force, as some of these motherfuckers like to say. I'm about to hit my 10-year mark, dude. Come March 7th, dude. That'll be my 10-year mark. Bro, we're on a 3-day weekend right now, dude. So that's not too bad, to be honest. It's just, my leadership has me on a night schedule, dude. So my sleep is all super fucked, man. Like, I did a stream earlier that I took like a 3-hour fucking nap, and now I'm back up and I need to stay up till like 9 in the morning, dude. So I'm just like... I just feel like a fucking crackhead, dude. That's what I feel like right now, is what I feel like. So I'm drinking some coffee to keep my ass up and whatnot. Oh, fuck, dude, we're going in. Oh, did you, man? What branch did you retire from? Were you enlisted or officer? Bro, are you in the same one? You got a VoIP, dude. I will absolutely take a... It can be a legitimate knife fight, though, dude. That's my shot. Oh, we gotta repack. I only brought in a few mags. I gotta kill scavs. That's Tagilla, dude. I hear someone. Is that you guys? Friendly? Oh, is that you guys? It's Wealthy. Gentlemen. Bro, was this you guys again? No, these were other new guys, bro. Holy fuck, somebody's walking on water, dude. Alright, we're gonna repack, because right now I didn't have time to save up mags, though, unfortunately. I'll go see if I find you guys. I could have possibly had knifed these guys, but I don't know. I didn't want to die, though. I kind of thought that was you guys, though, to be honest. They were looking pretty timid out, to be honest. Alright, I'm bringing in more ammo next raid. This is a little scary not having enough ammo. Coal, duck, gate 3. Let me go take... Oh, I didn't close this fucking door behind me, bro. Or, no, maybe I did. Maybe I did. I'll go to gate 3. We'll see. We'll see. Fuck, dude! I gotta swap over my chat, man. I just fucking hate... Oh, bro, he had the, I think that's a PKM. I'd be that way sometimes, man. Oh, oh, fuck, alright. Yeah, dude's got a decent amount of hours, too, man. He's going pretty freaking ham. I don't think the dude is cheating, so that's good. Bro, these guys, this might have been these guys' first raid, dude. Like, genuinely. They weren't prestige either unless they changed their dog tag back to, whatever the original one was. Oh, I'm gonna swap that chat thing, too. It's driving me fucking crazy. Some tequila in the face, dude. Bro, I have some Coronas chilling in my fridge right now, dude. I had like one beer yesterday, and I played a little bit of games. And I'm like, dude, I'm just too fucking tired, man. So I went to sleep. Got some fucking rest. Now I'm still kind of tired, but I have to be up though. Oh, some tequila. Even scarier, to be honest, man. Now he's got good armor and all that good stuff too, though. So, oh, motherfucker. That dude that killed me, man, that was a big fucking gun he just used to mow me down, dude. That was kind of unfortunate. It is what it is, though. Did you guys want a 3-stack up trade or what? If you guys are looking for a partner in crime, you can head out. Oh, dude. Bro, that would be appreciated, yeah. If I can pull a knife kill off you, that'd be fucking dope. I killed this dude earlier on the last stream from earlier today, and I killed 4 or 5 fucking people that raid, man. This dude, he seemed a little bit smaller, so like I tossed his kit in the river. I was letting Jabroni know, it's like, dude, if your shit's insured, you're getting it back tomorrow, or you should. All right, let's go put some ammo. We're gonna come in with more ammo this time. I didn't realize how much ammo I was gonna burn through, to be honest. Bro, that should be fine there. Let's go in. We'll see if we can catch the same fucking lobby, dude. Factory, 15. I get some more coffee in me. Revive, let me know when to hit that ready button, bro, and we'll see if we catch the same raid, dude. And then if you guys want to, we could 3-stack factory afterwards too, man. See if we can kill the boss a few times or whatnot. For sure. I don't have a clip of it, but it was last wipe, bro. The last like week or so. I was able to get 10 or 11 melee kills in one day. Yeah, that's fair, man. If you're gonna, dude, I'm gonna be up all fucking night, man. I gotta stay up for another, fuck, another 9 or 10 hours roughly, bro. So I'm gonna be up for a hot minute. Oh my god, my stream's all like fucked up, dude. Hold on. Oh, there we go. I want to see what it's like to get a live. Oh my god, Drade, you know what you could do? It'd be clutch as fuck. Yeah, I'm East Coast, man. Over at Langley, Virginia. Oh, bro, the subscribe thing still works, dude. I need to add music to that, to be honest. I always thought that was pretty fun, pretty fucking funny. I made that, dude. I made that like 3 fucking years ago, dude. No fucking way, man. I was literally at Richmond last week. First time I was there. So the DOD, or Department of War now, well, I guess both technically. We have a thing called DLA. I think it's Department Logistics Agency. I'm not super familiar with the area. I got here like a year and a half ago, roughly. Or fuck, bro, I'm pushing up on 2 years now, actually. It's pretty, man. East Coast ain't too bad. We caught some snow last year. That was because I've been down in Florida at like Tyndall Air Force Base and Eglin Air Force Base. I'm gonna open this fucking door, bro. It is. I have a 3-bedroom house, and like I have my PC room in my smallest room, and I closed the door because I don't want any rapists coming in through the back and raping me. And that's why I keep a strap on me, bro. Fucking rapists come at me, bro. That's fair. That's fair. Let me go put in some work, dude. We'll see if we can catch a kill or not. Oh god. Num 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 num. Fuck you, Scav. You fucked up, Chief! We're gonna get the fuck out of this guy. Yo, Revive, I'm sorry, dude. But I appreciate you, baby. These fucking goobers are gonna let me heal up. I don't know where the fuck this dude is, bro. I want to say he was shooting me from offices. We're gonna fix my arm. Revive, man, I appreciate that subscribe though, bro. That was cool as fuck. Bro, with the so I just started restreaming a few days ago, or maybe like a week ago. So I'm trying to do it consistently. I had that 750 goal for me from like earlier in the year. We'll see if I can hit that shit, bro. I'm hoping so, but if not, I'm kind of expecting that too, to be honest. I'll make my way over to gate 3. Give me a moment. Let me make sure I'm on pain. So I don't actually have to push PMC kills, because those people are kind of dangerous. But if they get in the way, I can murder them. Alright, let me get over to gate 3. We'll see if we can find you. I think I've driven through York. Uh-oh. I hear that frickin' shuffling, bro. What the fuck happened to the dude that was up in the office, dude? No, I'll revive. We're in different lobbies, bro. I'm gonna go see if I can oh damn it, get a few more scav kills. Cause I want to say, what are we at right now? We're at 6 of 50, so small progress. Bro, that scared the fuck out of me. If we find a teapot, I'm getting the fuck out of here, though. Fuck you, dude! Oh, motherfucker. I didn't know if I killed him or not, to be honest. That was the dude that lit me up earlier, though. 100%. Fuck, bro, that's not a whole lot of kills per raid. I gotta... Well, some raids seem like more scav spawn than others. So that might be the case. I've been hearing Tagilla pretty consistently, too, so... Oh, con stick, man. GG's, dude. What achievement are you trying to get, though, dude? Are you wait. I think, bro, don't even answer. Don't even answer just yet. Is it this one? I was just looking at this one, too, like 15 minutes ago, bro. Look at the reward, too. Oh, bro. It should be, I think it's just 100 kills, dude. If you just play normally, like, you're going to be pulling scabs, PMCs, bosses, like, the whole nine, dude. What is it called? I think it's called Staying Light. I don't even, oh, right here. Bro, I'm at 81. Now, what's kind of sad, though, is Mr. Stick, is that achievement for Kappa, for a hardcore, I can't fucking get it anymore, bro. Because they made the hardcore softcore now, as of like a couple days ago, dude. And I'm like pretty fucking close to Kappa. I had to take roughly like 2 months off from this wipe, so that kind of put me 2 months behind the curve. And now I'm just boned out of a fucking achievement that I wanted to get, though, which kind of blows. I'll be able to hit Prestige 3, but I don't have time for Prestige 4. Absolutely not. Yeah, true, but I have, like, no guns, so I didn't play, like, at all this way. I know it sucks. Con, did you need some money sent over your way, dude? Do you have flea market? I was just talking to, I think it was, yeah, it was Drade about it, too, man. I think he's, a poor son of a bitch too. But if you have something of value, man, put it up for like 2 mil and just tell me what it is. And I could send some money your way too. Because I'm good on money. I gotta try to stay around 20 million, but I'm not too concerned about that, to be honest. Because right before I prestige, I'm just gonna sell everything in my stash, and like everything in stash is worth easily over 20 mil, so. Bro, fucking sick, dude. We might actually hit that 750 goal by the end of the year. That'd be nice. That'd be nice. We're gonna catch some follows, man. We'll see if I can actually hit it. But no, Con, find something in your stash though that's worth, like, to where like the tax man's not gonna like kind of tax the shit out of you. So like this water filter. Let's see. Or we'll go with this. Like these metal scissors, man. If I put these up for 2 million, the tax man would charge me $1 million. But if I put up, like, this cat figurine, he'd charge me only, like, 500K, which is still kind of a lot, though. Why are they the same? What the fuck? Oh, yeah. As you click through, it tells you what the tax man. Dude, that's kind of fucking cool. Well, bro, I'm offering, man. I have literally no issue with it, to be honest, man. I'm good on money, and, like, my tasks, I just have, like, PMC tasks, bro. That's it. And I've been playing Arena, too, dude, so I've been sliding over money and whatnot. It's pretty easy to make money on that, too. It just sucks you can only send over, like, 750K per 24 hours or whatnot. Alright, we're going to get some mags, and we're going to go put in some work. These mod 1s used to be like my favorite armor too. I want to say probably the Baggerly now though, just because of how big it is, and the fact that you can buy a class 5 armor that repairs well off the frickin' trader for, I think it's 143 or 145 is insane. I'll repair my helmets. And, oh, I gotta re-up. I would have played this way, but just felt really tedious to do stuff, and even though I wanted the achievement, I didn't feel like it was worth suffering, would have went through. Oh, bro, 100%, man. So I played the first week of wipe, and then I had to take like 2 months off roughly, and yeah, it was it was pretty fucking stupid, to be honest, man. If I bought that armor, I'd only have like 12k left. Bro, Revive, you are the definition of poverty, man. If you have the flea market unlocked, man, I could send some money your way. Or if you want to play here later on too, we can do that. Because we still have like a little bit, like a month left of wipe too, boys. Bro, it feels weird drinking coffee at 1:30 in the fucking morning. Mr. Stick, what have you been playing outside of Tarkov, man? Did you pick up Battlefield 6? I was playing that a little bit earlier today, too. I'm probably going to play that with some of my buddies in the morning and whatnot, too. Shouldn't be too bad. It actually feels like the older Battlefield games, too, which is pretty fucking clutch. We're not insuring these Uzis. Oh, motherfucker. I was just playing some single-player games and whatnot. Not much time because of work and school. Bro, I feel you, man. A lot of work and family stuff this last semester, this last wipe. I'm going to take some online classes next semester, either 1 or 2. And, fuck, I got to go home. I got to see family, too, for, like, New Year's and Christmas. That'll be a good time, too. Yeah, life just gets busy, man. Not enough time to be able to kind of game out. What single-player game are you playing, though, man? Like, one you should give a go, which I think is available on Steam now, or maybe it's been for a while and I wasn't aware, was The Last of Us. Yeah, The Last of Us. Bro, that campaign is dope as fuck. The first one. I don't know about the second one. One where the lady looks like a guy, dude. My buddy was playing it, and I was like, looking at him like, dude, that's a fucking guy right there. She's fucking jacked. Oh, dude, I'm telling you, the first one is on fucking point, like, genuinely. The game came out, I want to say in, like, 2013, because I think I played it on, now on my PS4. Because I didn't have a PS3. Because I had a 360, but when the PS4 came out, I bought that instead of the other Xbox or whatever. And then I bought The Last of Us Remastered, and I played through it, and just, like, my mind was blown. I was like, holy fuck, dude, this story was badass, dude. It wasn't too bad. And surprisingly, the multiplayer was actually fun as fuck, dude. It was very, like, kind of like stealth focused. But I think they got rid of the multiplayer on it, though, dude. Oh, Revive, man. I smoked Marlboro Reds for 10 fucking years, dude. And then after my deployment, I went to dipping. I think I was like Copenhagen Straight, or I can't even remember what the fuck it's called, in like Copenhagen Mint for like 2 years, and now I just do Zins. Kind of a waste of money, but these don't like tear up my fucking gums. And then obviously smoking. I don't smoke. I do like a cigar once a month, but that doesn't fuck with my my like cardio. Cause dude, I could easily tell that when I was like smoking cigarettes, dude, I could tell that my running was. It was definitely affected, bro. It sucked. Oh, bro. Like on a deployment, that's all you fucking can do. Bro, these are PMCs. Yo, I killed him, boys! I think I got the boyfriend, too. Unless I just painted the fucking wall with,
Yo. I just got a grenade kill, my boy. I'm not even...
Later, Con. I appreciate bullshitting with you, man. Have a good night, dude. He doesn't know I'm here. I'm being a sneaky boy right now. Oh no, no, no! You fucking turd! Give me a sec, bud. I'll be after you here in just a moment, young lady boy. Why the fuck am I fighting PMCs? It's like the frickin' scavs are not spawning though. We'll toss homeboy's kit. I saw a fucking head over here. Alright, we toss his fucking kit. We'll go up here and grab these. I don't know if I'm gonna toss these two dudes' kits. Just, they looked thick as fuck. What up? What up?
You have to come fight me, it's the rules.
Alright. Oh, dude. His armor tanked the fuck out of that, dude. That kind of sucks for me, but it's whatever. I kind of wanted to leave with those other guns, dude. Well, we tossed the little guy. The bigger boys, though, are kind of out there in the open. I needed his dog tag to stay found in raid. Alright, we're gonna go back to the demon video while I load up.
Mantled everything he held dear: his kingdom, family, honor, and by the end of it all, his own life. One could argue that he had free will and could have altered this path, but after every scarce moment of lucid reflection, the evil spirit came back and drove him deeper, to a point from which there was no effective way for him to turn back. If, in temptation, we risk getting possessed by our own emotions and impulses, then, in obsession, the real danger is losing grip in a slippery downward spiral. While the Bible contains archetypal cases such as these, history has its own disturbing, nearly psychedelic accounts of what demonic obsession looks like. It's important to note that the experience is always unique to the individual. As we'll see here, Christoph Heisman's obsession was nothing like King Saul's. According to his two packs, Heisman was to enjoy 9 years of support from the demon as his surrogate father. Not much is known of their odd companionship during this time, other than records suggesting that the fiend took on the likeness of his deceased father, and the fact that the artist was again able to make a living from painting. However, the years passed quickly, and as payment for the packs came due in 1677, things quickly went to hell, starting with his mind. Though Christoph Heisman suffered from depression previously, it was mostly manageable compared to the overwhelming invasion of terror, remorse, and despair that drowned him in the final weeks. These obsessions also intensified whenever the young man contemplated breaking his end of the deal. It was as if the fiend was monitoring his thoughts and intentions and responding in kind. On August 29, 1677, Heisman arrived at the doors of the monastery and almost immediately suffered a complete nervous breakdown, collapsing on the floor in front of the monks. The monastery's priest, Leopold Brown, recorded his pitiful first impression of him, quote, "a miserable man, destitute of all help," end quote. But, believe it or not, this was all child's play compared to the hellish onslaught that followed the artist's initial exorcism. Performed at the Basilica of Mariazell from September 6th to the 8th, 1677, the operation took 3 arduous days. Christoph Heisman showed signs of partial possession, violent contortions, flailing, and more, enough for assisting clergy to restrain him physically as multiple experienced exorcists guided him through the solemn rites. Church records state that at the very end, a genuine miracle occurred, where an apparition of the Virgin Mary suddenly appeared to Heisman. As he wrestled free from the grip of the exorcist, he witnessed Mary pull the flaming demon out of hell and force it to return the blood-signed contract. The exorcists were astonished as the physical pact appeared in Heisman's hands, and after making a copy for the records, they ritually destroyed it. Everyone was certain that this first exorcism was a success. However, the clergymen were unaware of his first pact, the one signed in black ink. This original ink contract remained in hell. For a few weeks after, the young man experienced great relief. He was convinced the nightmare was over and was ready to start a new life and move to Vienna. Unfortunately, on October 11th, just 1 month after his first exorcism, the diabolic torment returned tenfold. Multiple times, Christoph Heisman's body was seized with violent convulsions that left him temporarily paralyzed. While convulsions are typically a symptom of a different category of demonic activity, such as oppression or possession, during these episodes he experienced obsession in the form of long-lasting, terrifying hallucinations. First, a cavalier appeared in Black Knight's armor atop a tremendous dark horse and pushed his sword against Heisman's neck. The apparition then demanded him to renounce and abandon the Brotherhood of the Holy Rosary, a Catholic spiritual fraternity that Heisman joined after the exorcism, where members pledged to pray the entire rosary each week to secure the Virgin Mary's patronage. The artist's renewed faith was so strong that he bravely refused, and the cavalier disappeared. The next day, another paralyzing hallucination struck him. This time he found himself in a grand decorated hall where beautiful ladies danced with fine gentlemen. The same cavalier in dark armor approached and made a proposal. If Heisman would solely devote himself to painting the cavalier in his court, the cavalier would become his patron and supply him with endless wealth. Heisman prayed and escaped this vision. Unfortunately, a few days later, the obsessive hallucination repeated once more with a more severe temptation. In the same magnificent hall, the young man found himself seated at a table. The cavalier sent over one of the most beautiful ladies to persuade him, and he began to crack with carnal desire. With the temptress wrapped around his arm, Heisman was then led to a massive throne built from gold pieces, with various cavaliers kneeling on all sides. The black-armored cavalier beckoned him to ascend the throne, whispering into his ear that, quote, they wanted to have him for their king and to honor him forever, end quote. Thoroughly disturbed by the dark aura and strength of these temptations, the artist prayed until it all went away. Heisman's obsession wasn't limited to demonic visions. As he documented, after this he began to be tormented by distressing visitations from Jesus Christ and the Virgin Mary. 8 days after his final confrontation with the cavalier, Jesus and Mary appeared to him, not as comforting divine presences, but giant apparitions looming over and threatening the young man with ultimatums. They paralyzed his legs, then commanded him to, quote, go into the wilderness for 6 days and serve God, otherwise you will suffer in damnation, end quote. This religious slant of Heisman's obsession only deepened, as his diary soon described full-on phantasms of being transported to hell itself, where he saw sinners being punished and tortured. One day, the young artist was walking down a street in Vienna when he passed a well-dressed gentleman and momentarily envied this man's success in life. Immediately, his mind erupted with an intense vision of being strung up and whipped amid burning flames and a terrible sulfuric stench, while the devil's voice thundered into his ears, quote, until you enroll yourself in the hermit order, you will suffer the pain of being flogged, end quote. At the time, Christoph Heisman felt divine wrath in these visions and believed he was being chastised by heaven for ever making a pact with a demon. However, their relentless and traumatizing nature posed a religious conundrum. Were these genuine heavenly visions calling Heisman to sainthood, or diabolic illusions meant to torment and confuse him further? For several months, the young man lived in a state of fearful piety, not knowing if it was God or the diabolic fiend afflicting him. Theologically, the church recognizes that demons can produce false visions and masquerade as angels of light. In Heisman's case, these visions of Christ, Mary, and hell delivered what were essentially good messages to become a monk and devote himself to God. Yet they did so in a painful, compulsive manner that left him in extreme distress. For example, he recorded an instance where, quote, a radiant figure of Christ appeared.
Work time, baby. Let's go kill us some bad guys. I need to kill scavs, though, dude. Ah! You're running. Oh, bro, you can swap between the irons. What the fuck? Look at that. We'll probably we'll give it like a minute, maybe 2 minutes. Allow the PMCs to fight each other, and then hopefully the scavs start spawning and whatnot. Because I only have like 3 more Uzis, maybe 4. And it's not like money's that big of an issue, but I've lost 3 or 4 Uzis and have only gotten 10 kills because I want to say most of these were fucking PMC kills, unfortunately. Or fortunately, I don't even know. Probably fortunately, because we gotta meet these 2. That had to have been PMC folk. We'll toss this kit for him. Honestly, we could probably just throw it in the water. Yeah. No one's gonna find anything right there. Oh, he had his flechettes. If he tells me to TK myself, though, I will be coming back for his gear. If he pops in. It's almost like they lowered the spawn rate on scavs or something. I feel like I'm looking. This motherfucker's taking my scav kills, bro. Bah. What the fuck was that guy doing? Fuck, dude. I had time to heal too. I don't know why I pushed out. Yeah.
Only to afflict me with unbearable pain in my legs as punishment. End quote. Ultimately, these disturbing religious contradictions seem to suggest that the demon had adopted a new strategy to twist his renewed faith into an instrument of fear and despair. Christoph Heisman eventually realized this and determined that the remaining original ink-signed pact had to be retrieved. A second exorcism was necessary. The obsession had to stop.
Bro, I don't believe this for a goddamn sec. This motherfucker with 295 hours has Snowball. Yeah, I don't fucking believe it. His stats seem normal, but just the fact that he has Snowball at 295 hours? Fuck this dude. There's no fucking way that's legit at all, dude. He killed me legitimately. I don't think he was cheating. But he's cheated in the past, though, is the thing. There's no... I don't even have that fucking achievement. And the only, like, time you could kind of legitimately get that achievement was a year ago. A year and a half ago. So, like, 6 fucking wipes ago. I think. I don't believe it for a second, dude. Not with 295 hours. Absolutely fucking not. I don't care if he comes in here and starts spouting off that he was legit as fuck. He did kill me legitimately. But that achievement, he's cheated in the past. 100%, dude.
As we've investigated these cases...
I know you can get it legitimately during that event from like a year and a half ago. That's not legit, though. Not at 300 fucking hours. Ain't no fucking way.
It's right to be concerned about the overt parallels between demonic obsession and mental illness. You can practically hear the pages of the DSM-5 rustling. What makes obsession arguably the most insidious category of the 6 is its uncanny resemblance to real disorders, such as OCD, schizophrenia, clinical depression, and bipolar. The victim or their caregivers might believe they're dealing with a mental health crisis without recognizing the spiritual dimension. This confusion and disguise is believed to be part of the demonic strategy. If you don't recognize the enemy, you can't effectively fight back, so proper diagnosis is vital. Mental illness can't be treated with sacraments and exorcisms, and demonic activity can't be treated with medicine. Misdiagnoses and mistreatments have resulted in terrible tragedies in the past, such as with Anneliese Michel, whose wrongful death in 1976 prompted the Vatican to mandate an important new protocol enforced by canon law. In modern day, the Catholic Church requires medical and psychiatric professionals to rule out all mental illnesses and other health-related causes before proceeding to investigate and diagnose a case as demonic, and then treat it through religious rites such as exorcism. This official medical first mandate protects vulnerable people from dangerous and sometimes deadly mistakes born of superstition, while at the same time guaranteeing that any case which survives this gauntlet stands as an anomaly beyond natural or scientific reach. This is when church exorcists move forward and investigate. True obsession cases have emergent patterns. For example, calibrated and complex targeting of the person's vulnerabilities, exploiting their deepest fears or insecurities in a manipulative way. This particular aspect is similar to temptation. Also, because obsession is external to the victim's own psychology, demonologists and exorcists will specifically look for signs of an alien agenda and alien intelligence. This can include uncanny knowledge that the person couldn't naturally possess, or a timeline of symptoms that reflects a long-term strategy with phases. While these are some of the more nuanced criteria of obsession, the Church also focuses heavily on identifying supernatural elements as evidence that this is a genuine spiritual matter. For example, symptoms appearing or intensifying precisely during religious activities, forming a suspiciously convenient barrier to spiritual practice. On the other hand, we saw that Christoph Heisman was able to expel his visions of the Cavalier using prayer. So likewise, demonic obsession is believed to always yield, at least temporarily, to prayer, sacramentals, or the invocation of sacred names. Church exorcists claim that this is reliable and repeatable, a reaction that makes no sense in purely psychiatric terms. It's like the Catholic form of prescription medicine. Finally, most obsession cases aren't isolated, but also involve other categories of demonic activity where the supernatural is more evident, like oppression, possession, or infestation. From there, it's not hard to put 2 and 2 together. Thankfully, once a case of obsession is confirmed, the Church has a strong artillery to combat it. Dealing with obsession may be more straightforward than you'd expect. Only very severe cases, and usually those combined with possession, require the solemn rite of...
I have to see what Test Drive Part 6 is. I don't remember. I might have to start. No, these are probably be on the flea. Fuck, what is it? Is it targets? It is targets. Dope. On customs? Alright, this is going to be kind of a fun one. It's not like this one's hard or anything. It's just, I'm not the biggest fan of the Uzi. It's not the worst gun, but it's definitely like a mid type of gun. I just keep running into fucking PMCs though, unfortunately. I can still get the kills on the PMCs with it, but it's not the most effective weapon though, because like a few deaths ago, the dude killed me through the chest with like an M4, 55A1. It's like, how the fuck am I supposed to kill him? I guess be more accurate, but I don't know. Alright, let's go back to her. I might be done with this quest, staying in the light. Let's see. No, I'm not. I still need 12 more kills. You know what? I wonder what my stamina is at. I'm close to elite stamina too. That's not too bad.
Exorcism. Otherwise, some of the best countermeasures against obsession are things you can do yourself from the comfort of your home. The traditional arsenal, refined by the church over centuries of spiritual combat, begins with deliverance prayers. Deliverance prayers are specific invocations of divine protection, and they can be considered a form of minor exorcism, as they're specifically focused on liberating the mind from demonic influence. These can be found in the Bible, such as David's prayer from Psalm 3, or written and prescribed by the church itself. To ward off obsession, what's especially recommended is frequent use of the Saint Michael prayer, which invokes the Archangel Michael for protection against evil, and asks that he cast Satan and all the demons of the world straight into hell. Amen. But not all methods against obsession are as ecclesiastical as this. Martin Luther, the German theologian who sparked the Protestant Reformation, used a rather explosive strategy that boils down to two loaded words.
Yo, what the fuck, bro? I was on single fire, dude. What in the absolute fuck did I just do, dude? If I didn't have PvP or 7 and 31 in there, I would be dead. I would be fucking dead, dude. That was insane. That dude's gonna be fucking pissed when he gets in here. And after I tell him what just happened, I think he's gonna be even more pissed. I'm like pissed for him, actually. Bro, he damn near blacked out my class 5 plate. Fucking lucky little shit. Oh, I'm coming after you, Scabby Poo. Holy fuck! Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Well, we're going to Jabroni's weapon. No. I have to repack, guy. Give me just 1 sec. Bro, what the absolute fuck was that, dude? We're gonna have to kind of lean on Homeboy's gun, man. Or just... He made a nice little HK. That was a PMC. Shut your bitch ass up, Skaya. I'm getting a pimple on my fucking cheek, dude. What the fuck is this? Am I fucking 13? Huh? How did he get so many found and raid impact grenades? You know what? No, we're gonna wear his shit. Well, I'm fucking cooked. Oh, damn it. I was supposed to grab my face. We're literally just gonna stay in single fire until my clips or my magazines dry up.
Сука, ёбнули нас!
I have to go grab my face, though. I was like, what the fuck is that noise?
Why, bro? Why?
I don't know, dude. You hurt me too, bro.
I didn't even do nothing. Why would you do that? I can't even walk, bro.
Oh, fuck. I got to Alt F4. I forgot, bro. I was like waiting for me to get out. Oh, I thought I Alt F4'd out of OBS, dude. That would have been kind of shit.
Contemptuous defiance. Luther, who believed in demons in the literal sense, battled obsession during his famous exile at Wartburg Castle in 1521. One night in his tower, the theologian was translating biblical scripture when he was suddenly inundated by blasphemous visions, horrific despair, and dark doubts of unworthiness. It took several minutes to realize this obsession was not his own, after which Luther looked up from his desk and saw Satan himself at the far wall, piercing him with menace. Martin Luther was utterly livid, and without hesitation, he grabbed his inkpot and flung it at the devil, smashing it to shards against the wall and banishing the entity. For centuries after, guides at Wartburg Castle would show visitors the black ink stain left from this supernatural confrontation. It became such a popular relic that tourists chipped away fragments as souvenirs until castle staff were forced to repaint the room. After the event, Martin Luther wrote in a letter, quote, "I drove the devil away with ink," end quote. This statement ended up being both literal and symbolic. The theologian indeed chucked his inkpot at Satan, but the translation work he was doing that very night eventually became a spiritual weapon for his followers to wield against demonic forces. Similar to St. Benedict's pleasure into pain technique against temptation, Martin Luther's contemptuous defiance was a bold, instinctive, and potent solution against obsession. By raging and attacking rather than cowering in fear, he aggressively mocked the source of all evil as weak and unintimidating. Luther demonstrated that pure contempt and a screw-you attitude can be surprisingly effective against entities that feed on terror. Let them know that they have no power over you and that they're not welcome here. Both temptation and obsession reveal a profound truth about spiritual warfare, that the human mind is contested territory. How we feel, what we dwell on, and what we believe shape our actions and destiny. This butterfly effect makes it no wonder why demons focus so intensely on mental manipulation. That said, sometimes these fiends establish broader zones of influence, environments where malevolent power concentrates and affects everyone in the vicinity. Once the walls start speaking, furniture starts stacking, pets refuse to enter certain rooms, and every instinct screams that the very air is evil, and not just because it smells of sulfur. Listen very closely, and you'll hear luggage being packed for a change of address. This phenomenon, where places rather than people become conduits for evil, brings us to our third category of extraordinary demonic activity: infestation. Once the siege of the mind reaches its limit, the enemy might decide it wants the whole house. whatever works to break the victim. The symptoms of infestation closely resemble the classic tropes we know from horror movies: objects moving on their own, foul odors without source, sudden temperature shifts, electrical anomalies, knocking, banging, and other unsettling noises. This type of demonic activity can actually get quite dangerous, as we'll see. Most importantly, infested spaces just feel wrong. There's a heavy sense of watchful malice. Infestations often have a catalyst, and many infested locations can be linked to some violation of sacred order. For example, black magic rituals performed in the basement, or curses placed deliberately on the property. In rare cases, grave sins repeatedly committed in a location is also thought to create enough spiritual defilement for demonic entities to take anchor. Now, let's talk about a big misconception, that demonic infestation is the same as a ghost haunting, but on steroids. That's not the case one bit. These two phenomena operate completely differently. Theologically speaking, the Catholic Church and most other Christian denominations don't actually believe in ghosts, specifically spirits of deceased humans haunting earthly locations. After death, Catholics believe souls go to heaven, hell, or purgatory. Thus, in the Church's perspective, most ghost stories are either psychological, environmental, or, if genuinely supernatural, it's probably demonic. That said, folk belief in ghosts is virtually universal across cultures and way older than any Abrahamic religion, so we'll discuss it momentarily. Ghost hauntings involve human or sometimes animal spirits trapped in a location, unable to move on. Thus, they're characterized by a sense of sadness, confusion, or unresolved trauma. Ghostly manifestations also tend to be repetitive, meaning the same apparition, sounds, movements, etc., almost like a recording on loop. These phenomena rarely show deliberate malice or calculated intelligence. On the other hand, demonic infestations are actively carried out by non-human entities that are strategic, adaptive, goal-oriented, and inherently hostile to human well-being. Infestation phenomena tend to be highly varied and tailored personally toward the victim, and it escalates over time. Diabolic manifestations are deliberate, aggressive, and terrifying, and frequently put the victim in not just spiritual, but also physical danger. Finally, like all other types of demonic activity, infestations reliably respond to prayer, sacred symbols, and holy images. The concept of demonic infestation appears in biblical scripture, particularly in Jesus' teachings about spiritual warfare. In both Luke 11 and Matthew 12, Christ provides a disturbing parable about what happens when a demon leaves a possessed person without anything stopping it from returning. Quote, "When the unclean spirit has gone out of a person, it passes through waterless places seeking rest, but finds none. Then it says, 'I will return to my house from which I came.' And when it comes, it finds the house empty, swept, and put in order. Then it goes and brings with it 7 other spirits more evil than itself, and they enter and dwell there, and the last state of that person is worse than the first." End quote. There are a few interesting insights we can draw from this. According to scripture, demons actively seek houses to dwell in, whether human souls or physical spaces, and they target those left empty and vulnerable from spiritual neglect. So, demons might be thought of as spiritual squatters, constantly seeking and claiming territory until they're driven out. And once they have entry, these entities can operate collectively to establish stronger footholds. While Jesus' parable was concerning a possessed person and not an actual house or physical space, the broader implication has historically led Christian theologians to believe that demons can infest physical locations as well. The story of the Gerasene demoniac in Mark 5 supports this interpretation, where the group of demons known as Legion explicitly begged Jesus not to send them into the abyss, but rather into a nearby herd of pigs. This suspiciously specific request seems to reveal a demonic preference for physical habitation. They desperately seek tangible hosts or homes rather than remaining disembodied. At least 3 other biblical passages reinforce this territorial understanding of infestation. Deuteronomy 32:17 and Psalm 106:37 associate evil spirits with specific locations and sacrificial sites. And Revelation 18:2 describes fallen Babylon as, quote, "a dwelling place for demons, a prison for every foul spirit," end quote. Early Christians took these teachings literally, and when they converted pagan temples into churches, they believed these pagan worship sites were infested with actual demons that required exorcism, and they performed elaborate rituals to cleanse these supposedly infested spaces. There's much to be said about Christoph Heisman with every other category of demonic activity, except for infestation. Only a few mentions survived, such as the monastic records explicitly saying that demonic infestations continued after his first exorcism, separate from his experience with obsession. Both contributed to the need for him to be exorcised a second time. While it appears that Heisman suffered some amount of infestation, unfortunately there's no surviving information on it, as far as I can tell from my own research. However, if any of you watching manages to dig up these lost details, especially if you can read early New High German and Latin, please share your findings in the comments. In the meantime though, we'll investigate one of the most thoroughly documented cases of a legitimate demonic infestation recognized by the Catholic Church. This occurred in 19th century France in the tiny rural village known as Ars, where a humble parish priest endured an astonishing 35 years of supernatural harassment. Father John Vianney, who many called the Curé of Ars, was an unassuming man, physically frail, intellectually simple, but spiritually formidable. By all accounts, he had an extraordinary gift for reading souls in the confessional, which drew tens of thousands to his remote parish every year, and he spent an incredible 11 to 16 hours every day hearing confessions. No weekends off, and Vianney refused to retire. In that time, he only took 4 vacations, which were all technically him running away from Ars to attempt to become a hermit, inspired by the Desert Fathers of centuries past. But all 4 times he came back. It turned out that the Curie of Ars didn't need to live in the wilderness to battle demons face to face. It was the opposite. A demon decided to move to Ars and live with him. It seemed that Father John Vianney's success in reclaiming souls made him a prime target for diabolic harassment. Shortly after opening an orphanage for young girls in 1824, the priest's modest rectory where he lived became ground zero for a demonic infestation by a fiend he nicknamed Le Grappin, meaning the grappler or the hook, because once it took hold, it didn't ever let go. According to Father Vianney, quote, "About 9 o'clock at night, I was just going to bed when the demon came to torment me for the first time. 3 heavy blows were leveled at the door of my courtyard like someone was trying to break it open by force.
We'll be going back to it in a second.
Who was there? But I saw nothing, and commending myself to God.
I have a daily, and it was like condensed milk, an MRE, and I need 5 Fountain Raid crackers, but I don't think I can craft them. I'm looking through. We're about to go through and see how many more kills I need, basically. We'll be back in raid here shortly, though.
God, I quietly returned to rest. I had not, however, gone to sleep before I was again startled by 3 still louder knocks on the staircase which led to my chamber. I cried out a second time, "Who is there?" No one replied. Of these noises at night, I imagined that they were caused by robbers. End quote. As the months passed, the infestation intensified, disturbing Vianney's sleep and wrecking him with anxiety so much so that his health suffered dramatically. Worried at his visible decline, friends offered to keep watch around his house and outside the church while he slept, armed with clubs and shotguns. One night, a friend named Andre Vacher stood guard in front of Vianney's bedroom door. As soon as the clock struck midnight, the priest heard a massive crash and a scream for help. He ran out, only to find Andre Vacher writhing in agony and all the hallway's furniture in splintered pieces around him. Vacher told him that something unseen lifted up the furniture and smashed it against him, and then beat him with invisible fists. The Curie of Ars had already suspected it for some time, but once he knew for a fact that they were dealing with a demon, he dismissed all his guards. Vianney later confessed that he'd been scared for his life that a deranged person or animal was trying to kill him in his sleep. But a demon, he could deal with. It all made sense now. See, before the physical manifestations began, Father John Vianney had actually suffered from some amount of demonic obsession without recognizing it. For several months, he'd been haunted by sudden visions of a lake of fire beneath his feet, and voices telling him that his place in hell was reserved. He also experienced random spells of pure dread concerning eternal damnation. None of this made sense, as Father Vianney had an impeccably clean record. Chaste and celibate, extremely devout, owned little, and used all the money and free time he had to build a children's orphanage, a girls' home, and a community school. So these irrational fears really bothered him. But when he wasn't afflicted, Vianney preferred not to think about it and instead focus on the needs of others. Eventually, neglecting the problem escalated it to an infestation. And it festered quickly, with new ways of tormenting him every night at bedtime. Sometimes Father Vianney heard what sounded like a carpenter hammering nails, sawing, and planing planks. Other nights brought different sounds, like that of a man hooping a barrel with bands of iron, or a nightingale singing in his chimney, or a huge flock of sheep grazing on grass right above his head, or a horse jumping up to the ceiling and then falling back down to the floor and landing on all 4 feet. One night, he reported that several troops of demons held their entire parliament and court hearings in his hallway. All of these are actual descriptions given by Vianney, by the way. Sometimes the entity called him out directly, quote, "Vianney, Vianney, eater of truffles, we shall have you, we shall have you, we hold you," end quote. If you're wondering why the Curé of Ars didn't already perform the solemn rite of exorcism by this point, or otherwise try to permanently banish the demon, Le Grappin, from his home, the answer is rather interesting. Remarkably, Vianney discovered a pattern. The worse the night's disturbances, the more fruitful his confessional would be the next day. For those who aren't familiar with Catholic tradition, a confessional is when individuals confess their sins to a priest, seeking forgiveness and reconciliation with God. Confessionals were Father John Vianney's gift and claim to fame, with thousands making a pilgrimage to see him every year. As attested in 1842 by an officer of the French army, quote, "I began my confession. I could hardly put 2 words together, but the good Curé of Ars assisted me. He penetrated the very depths of my soul, and he revealed to me many things of which he could not have been informed, and which astonished me beyond expression. I did not know that it was possible to read men's hearts in this manner." End quote. What's most impressive is that Father Vianney devoted nearly every waking hour of his day to confessions. It's not surprising then that he made the connection so quickly that the intensity of his nighttime torment functioned as a spiritual forecast for his ministry success the next day. On top of this, Vianney embraced an ascetic spirituality that viewed suffering as redemptive. In Catholic tradition, voluntary suffering can be offered as a sacrifice for the salvation of souls, so this was his unique way of participating in the spiritual economy. As the curé of Ars would say, quote, "My God, I willingly make to thee the sacrifice of some hours of sleep for the conversion of sinners," end quote. However, Le Grippon grew bolder over time, advancing to more physical assaults, which begins to blur the line between infestation and the fourth category of demonic activity, oppression. According to notes made by Catherine Lasagna, the appointed director of Vianney's Orphanage for Girls, quote, "September 15th. Monsieur, the curé of Ars, has ordered us to enlarge his mattress because the demons throw him out of bed. I have not seen him," said he, "but he has many times seized me and precipitated me out of my bed," end quote. And according to Vianney, quote, "I was losing my bed. Once he amused himself by carrying me round the room in a bed on rollers. I armed myself with the sign of the cross, and the Grippon left me," end quote. In a later incident, Le Grippon transformed itself into a soft pillow beneath Vianney's head, and when the exhausted priest laid down, the pillow emitted a woeful moan. He later confessed that this particular trick genuinely terrified him. These would not be the last of the bed hauntings, but we'll get to that in a bit. For years, John Vianney's fellow priests dismissed his claims as hallucinations. Quote, "If the curé of Ars lived like other men, if he took a proper quantity of sleep and nourishment, his imagination would be calmed, his brain would no longer be peopled with specters, and all this infernal phantasmagoria would vanish," end quote. However, their skepticism was shattered after a long evening of mocking Vianney's stories to his face. That night, his clerical companions decided to sleep over in his home. At midnight, the entire building began to violently shake. The priests leapt up from their beds in terror as doors banged, windows clattered, and ominous cracking sounds suggested the whole house was about to collapse. They rushed to Vianney's room, shouting at him to get up before they were all crushed to death. But Vianney remained in his bed and replied with a smile, quote, "Oh, I know what it is. Return to your rest. There is nothing to fear," end quote. The house shaking ceased immediately, and an hour later, the gentle ringing of a bell announced the arrival of a pilgrim who traveled through the night to make a confession. After this event, one of the priests, Father Chavalon, admitted, quote, "I have made a vow to God never again to joke over these histories of apparitions and nocturnal noises. And for the curé of Ars, I believe him to be a saint," end quote. As typical of demonic infestation, Le Grippon also targeted objects of sacred significance to Father Vianney, such as his cherished painting of the Annunciation. This depicted the Archangel Gabriel telling Mary that she would conceive through a virgin birth and become the mother of Jesus Christ. Every day for a week, the painting was found defaced with mud so thick that the Virgin Mary's face was hardly visible, despite repeated cleaning. Unfortunately, Vianney had to permanently remove his beloved painting from the wall. Similarly, one night the demon obtained a vessel of holy water and levitated it on top of the priest's head as he lay down in bed, then shattered it into wet shards all over him. But easily, the most dramatic incident occurred during the village's 40 hours devotion when Le Grippon set fire to Vianney's bed. The priest Father Monod recorded his account of this incident. Quote, "I was going out very early and perceived at the threshold of my door a strong and overpowering smell of burning. The Mass, the Catechism, and some confessions detained me at the church till 9 o'clock. On my return, I found all the village congregated. 'What is the matter?' said I. 'What? Do you not know?' cried they. 'That the devil set fire last night to Monsieur Vianney's bed.' I entered the house and went straight to the curé of Ars' sleeping apartment. The bed, the curtains, and all that surrounded them, including some old paintings on glass which Vianney greatly valued, that he refused to sell as he wished to leave them to the missionaries, all had been consumed. The fire had stopped before the shrine of Saint Philomena. It had destroyed all that was on the one side and spared all that was on the other side of the holy relic. In the midst of the confusion, the curé arrived. Fixing upon me his grave and gentle gaze, he said, 'I have long besought this grace of God, and now at last he has granted my request. Now I am the poorest in the parish. They have all a bed, and I, thanks to God, none have.' I told him that everyone was agreed in thinking it a wicked trick of the demon. 'Oh, my friend,' replied he, 'that is very evident. Not being able to burn the man, he has burnt his bed. He is very angry. It is a good sign.' End quote. Despite 35 years of nightly torment, the curé of Ars, Father John Vianney, never requested an exorcism of his quarters. Toward the end of his life, the demonic activity became less violent and frequent, and in his last 6 months, it stopped completely. Vianney's ministry had flourished during those decades of infestation. He passed away at the age of 73. For his confessional work, community projects, and battles against Le Grippon, St. John Vianney was canonized in 1925 by Pope Pius X and declared the patron saint of parish priests. We can't all be as stoic and saintly as St. John Vianney, of course. As for how to deal with an infestation, the Catholic Church has historically performed house exorcisms and blessings to cleanse locations of demonic presence. During these house visits, an exorcist sprinkles holy water in each room and invokes the name of Christ to bind and expel lurking entities. They might additionally perform the ritual of the Salt Covenant, where the exorcist places blessed salt at the four corners of the property, symbolically marking it as territory reclaimed for God, echoing the biblical story of Elisha's purification of Jericho's waters with salt, as found in 2 Kings 2:21. Finally, they'll also try to identify the cause of the infestation, as it's possible for the demonic activity to continue until spiritual reparations are made. Exorcists often recommend a thorough spiritual cleansing of the property, removing occult objects, ceremonially burning any items connected to witchcraft, black magic, or the demonic, and placing blessed religious objects such as crucifixes, holy water, and blessed salt at entry points in the corners of the property. Ultimately, demonic infestation indicates that spiritual warfare extends beyond human hearts to claim the very spaces we inhabit. Our homes become battlegrounds where angels and demons contend, and the remedy is always the same: reconsecration to divine authority. As we've seen through our investigation of temptation, obsession, and infestation, the demonic realm operates first through subtle influence before revealing its full terrible power. These three categories represent the infiltration phase of spiritual warfare, establishing footholds within one's mind and environment. For Christoph Heisman, the destruction of his blood pact brought only temporary relief. His realization that the original ink-signed contract remained in the possession of hell sent him spiraling toward a new threshold, one where the battle would move from his mind to his flesh. In our second volume, we'll confront the darkest extremes of extraordinary demonic activity: oppression, where the body is broken; possession, where the will itself is seized; and ultimately subjection, where the human soul makes the fateful choice to surrender to infernal powers. We'll enter territories that'll challenge our very understanding of spiritual warfare. The threshold nears. But until then, let me know your thoughts, theories, and experiences in the comments.
We kind of went after these videos out of order. Kind of like the demon one. Well, we'll do like an... We should probably do them in Inner Earth. Oh my god, there's fucking 9 of these?
Hey, fellow seekers, I'm Mr. Mythos, and we're back with another episode of
Load again? Nah.
Inner Earth Conspiracy Theories. In the remote high desert of northern New Mexico, nestled within the Jicarilla Apache Reservation in the American Southwest, lies the quiet town of Dulce. With less than 3,000 residents and not a single traffic light, Dulce might seem rather unremarkable. However, there are droves of conspiracy theorists who believe there is something big hiding deep.
Alright, I'm at 13. I want to verify that if I kill a PMC, I need to know that...
Наших, да, бля!
It's the wrong fucking barrel, boys. I gotta extract. Or not barrel, Oh god, dude, that scared the fuck out of me. I thought I was taking crazy pills, dude. My character, the buffer tube, not the buffer tube, the stock is incorrect. That's why these fucking kills aren't counting, dude. I was like, dude, I swear I'm above 13. This motherfucker, cheeky cheese, you little turd. We're gonna go back and watch that, dude. Oh god, dude. Here's another motherfucker with 235 hours with Killer 7, dude. I just find it so hard to believe. You know what? I think I gotta do it. Just because he has less than 300 hours, and although it is possible to get Killer 7, extremely unlikely. Homeboy that had Snowball, fucking impossible. And Killer 7 at under 300 hours? I'm having an extremely hard time believing that one also. Damn it, dude. These fucking raids weren't even counting, man. Oh my god. I knew something was up. I wasn't paying attention to the stock. Or the numbers per match or whatever. That scared the fuck out of me though. So we'll go back and watch the VOD, but I knew something was up because that back door into gate 3, I want to say is static close. And when we go watch the VOD, I'm like 99% certain I was getting ready to, or I already did, shoot off a few rounds through the metal. I didn't know the motherfucker was right there though. That was a little scary. Damn. I was re-upping on my heals too. That's why we were watching that video for so long. I was just going through and getting myself situated. I don't want to overdo it on like magazines and ammo like I've been doing on like the rest of them. So yeah, we're taking it a little bit easier. Can I buy this on the plane? Oh yeah. Nice. I have to be getting close to 53, dude. Oh, there's the achievement. 100 kills. Alright, what am I doing? I need a backpack. I don't actually need one, but I would like one. This is going to be an easy achievement. So it's at like 0.1% right now, but it'll probably be like a 3%, a 5%. Like, it's going to slide down. I guarantee it. That's why this one doesn't really matter a whole lot. It's literally just 100 kills. Now let's see. Oh, you know what? It's already less than these ones. These are all 0.11%. I'm fucking pissed about not getting the hardcore Kappa though, dude. That fucking blows. Alright, we're gonna go back, watch that VOD. I'll show y'all what, I think I started shooting at the wall, because I thought he was gonna be there, but I guess not. Oh, you know what? Let's go get a Velociraptor.
In the remote high desert of
With Killer 7, dude. Dude, that scared the... That's when I realized I fucked up, dude. Alright, so we're going to be doing Velociraptor next. Although I probably have I don't even know how to... Velociraptor. How the fuck do we spell this? V-E-L... Oh. V-E-L-O-C. Oh, bro. Alright. Well, we can get them from there. I've saved a few, but that was about it, to be honest. Bro, are these gonna fucking sell? What the hell's taking so long? Day 2 in the morning. It's almost 3. Alright, we're gonna watch this. I want to put those condors up on the flea though. I'm tired of them being in my stash. I don't really fuck with condors after I unlock the death shadow. I had to recently for like specific tasks though, because I couldn't wear the death shadow. It's the wrong fucking barrel, boys. I gotta extract. Or not barrel, It's the wrong fucking barrel, boys. I gotta extract. Or not barrel, Fuck, dude. That was loud as fuck, dude. That scared the shit out of me, man. That was a little rough. Oh, we just got done with this one. I'll go back to
beneath the steep, flat-topped mountain overlooking the town, the Archuleta Mesa. This is the location of a secret 7-story subterranean complex known as Dulce Base, joint operated by the US military and a species of extraterrestrial. For such an extreme claim, there's a host of truly bizarre testimonies from credible witnesses and whistleblowers, including a New Mexico state trooper, a famous CIA pilot, a PhD physicist, and an ex-government explosives engineer. And the locals of Dulce are apt to believe it too. According to Dulce resident Geraldine Julian, who's recorded unexplained phenomena surrounding the desert mesa since the 1960s. Quote, the whole town of Dulce, whoever you want to talk to, they'll tell you what they've seen. It's not just a fairy tale. All the things are true, and I believe every last one of them too, because I've seen it myself. End quote. If you're a fan of highly strange mysteries with research so deep you're guaranteed to fall down the rabbit hole, you're in the right place. I humbly ask you give this video a like and ding the notifications bell so you'll be the first to catch every new episode of Inner Earth conspiracy theories to come. Today we're investigating Dulce Base, a supposed deep underground alien military facility in the remote New Mexico desert where humans and aliens work side by side on clandestine disturbing operations. And by the end, you'll be surprised how a seemingly ridiculous story begins to appear convincing, because while the details are highly strange, so is the evidence. But before we dive in, let's talk about historical accuracy. Whether discussing alleged underground alien bases or documented naval battles, details matter, and that's something I appreciate about our sponsor today, World of Warships. I'm a huge fan of games based on real history, and World of Warships is a free-to-play naval warfare game where you can command hundreds of different destroyers, cruisers, battleships, and aircraft carriers from the 20th century, each painstaking...
Bro, my buddy was playing that game like... That was 12 fucking years ago or something like that. Jason, you gotta try this, man.
From 1973 to 1980, ranchers in Kansas, Nebraska, Colorado, and New Mexico filed thousands of reports with the police, the USDA, the ATF, and the FBI regarding waves of bizarre deaths amongst their cattle. Across these 4 states in 7 years, countless cows and bulls were found lifeless with no signs of struggle, completely drained of their blood, with their ears, eyes, tongue, udders, anus, and sex organs removed with surgical precision. Many of these reports from ranchers also mentioned sightings of black, unmarked helicopters nearby the scene. On top of being utterly disturbing, these livestock mutilations ended up costing American farmers millions of dollars. At first, these reports were treated like mass hysteria, but eventually the problem became so expensive that its reality could no longer be denied. It wasn't long until the FBI, as well as state and local law enforcement, rolled out comprehensive investigations to find out what was going on and put a stop to it. Dulce, New Mexico was a key site of interest among other similar towns that suffered waves of cattle mutilations through the 70s. While the phenomenon was never actually solved, the investigation conducted in Dulce provided more answers than others and raised some seriously odd questions about the phenomenon as well as about Dulce itself. Something seriously strange has been going on in and around Dulce, New Mexico for over 6 decades. This dates back before the cattle mutilation wave of the 1970s and continues up to the present day. Longtime locals such as Geraldine Julian claim that since the 1960s, they've seen black unmarked helicopters patrolling the Archuleta Mesa that dominates the town skyline, their constant hum unsettling the otherwise quiet streets. They've seen patterns of light dart across the night sky with extreme speed and turn suddenly at unnatural sharp angles. Some, such as Geraldine Julian, claim to have had even closer encounters. One night she'll never forget, Julian purportedly witnessed a saucer-shaped object the size of a bus appear over a bridge on her property just outside of Dulce. As she described, quote, "The bottom part of the craft was flat, but on top there was a dome. There was movement inside," end quote. Julian's neighbors described several sightings of similar saucer-shaped UFOs flying toward the solid rock face of the Archuleta Mesa, only to vanish into it, as if swallowed by the mountain itself. Technically, the true hotspot of strange and paranormal activity in this area isn't actually Dulce, but the Archuleta Mesa, the towering flat-top mountain that overshadows the little town. In the 1990s, Tim Anderson, a Dulce police officer with over 14 years of service, reported witnessing a UFO disappear into the Archuleta Mesa right in front of him. Quote, "It lit up the whole valley and just disappeared into the rocks. I just rubbed my eyes. Did I really see that?" End quote. To make things stranger, Anderson later discovered physical evidence of something unknown lurking in that area. He found 2 separate sets of massive footprints next to the mesa, far too large to belong to any known animal in that region. And in 2016, he presented his casts of the prints to the public. Traditionally, especially in native populations, cattle mutilations were thought to be caused by cryptid predators such as the chupacabra, a legendary monster believed to prowl the region. Conversely, most people today associate the phenomenon with UFOs and extraterrestrial activity. However, what the investigation at Dulce found pointed towards something else entirely. On June 13th, 1976, the New Mexico State Police launched their investigation into Dulce's disturbing and widespread cattle mutilation problem, headed by Officer Gabriel Valdez, who was joined by Cattle Inspector Jim Dyad and Officer Howard Johnson.
Alright, my fucking kills will start counting this time, dude. Holy Jesus. We're going full auto. What the fuck? That door's supposed to be closed. fuck. It's him. Well, we are not trying to fuck with Tagilla, so we are gonna go. Someone's been down here. Unless it was Tagilla. This was a PMC. Alright. We're actually making freaking progress. Getting a big ass stutter. Just can't loot that body. We're gonna do a little bit of looting until more scavs spawn, basically. That's Tagilla. this shit is like a fucking horror game sometimes. I don't know if they've killed Tagilla yet. They're fighting for their lives up over there. Tagilla comes over here, I am so fucked. Oh my god, I think that's SP. I'm gonna just have to like shoot the fuck out of his out of his legs, basically. Fuck, I think that's Tagilla over there. I think there's scabs downstairs I can kind of go after. Yo, bitch ass motherfucker. It'd be dope if one of these boys had a 9mm. I think I researched this. Yeah, 4 minutes left. I think I hear walking downstairs. Alright, topped off. I don't know what else we can do. Got 49 seconds. One or two raids, we should be good after that. I would say so.
Johnston of the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish. Initially, the evidence discovered by Valdez and his team at the mutilation sites suggested the involvement of a highly organized human agency. Across several interviews, Valdez explained, quote, "The evidence that was left there, predators don't leave gas masks, glow sticks, radar chaff. They don't leave that stuff. They don't have vitamin B12. We know this stuff is made here and isn't from outer space. Whoever is doing it is highly sophisticated, and they have a lot of resources. They're well organized," end quote. These human-made items, in combination with the elaborate surgical killings, made Valdez believe that it was likely that the U.S. military was involved in some way, at least with the phenomenon in Dulce. To support this theory further, Valdez's team discovered traces of chlorpromazine, an antipsychotic drug used as a tranquilizer, in the remains of a mutilated bull. According to an official report declassified by the FBI in 2004, quote, "Officer Gabe Valdez is very adamant in his opinion that these mutilations are the work of the U.S. government, and that it is some clandestine operation, either by the CIA or the Department of Energy, and, in all probability, is connected with some type of research into biological warfare," end quote. Their investigation came to a head, however, in a way none of them could have ever expected. Valdez's theories dramatically evolved the day they came across something on the desert ground, completely inexplicable and definitely not human. The state trooper and his team were investigating recent cattle mutilations in the desert some 40 miles east of Dulce when they spotted a black, silent, sophisticated aircraft in the sky above, flying in the direction of the Archuleta Mesa. While they'd witnessed black helicopters around cattle mutilation sites before, this craft was completely different. It resembled a hot air balloon with a dark, obsidian-like surface. It was dead silent, and though it moved with an unnatural stillness, it was moving very quickly. Following the craft's trajectory, Valdez and his team rushed toward its origin and arrived at a scene of profound disturbance. Quote, "We could tell where the aircraft came through. They didn't do the whole process of typical cattle mutilation, and they left a fetus inside the animal. No, not a cow fetus. It looked like a human, a monkey, and a frog. It didn't have any bones in the head. It was all full of water," end quote. From the side of it, Gabriel Valdez believed that the cow was being used as, in his words, an incubation chamber for a cloned creature. While some of Valdez's documentation has been declassified, to this day, much of it remains unavailable to the public, including the crucial photographs he and his team took of the hybrid fetus in the desert. That said, Valdez's credibility remained high throughout his career, becoming known as New Mexico's, quote, "chief information source on livestock mutilations, having worked on 32 cases in about 3 years," end quote. Valdez was decorated with the Officer of the Year award for his investigation and continued to serve as a state trooper for 13 more years. On April 20th, 1979, the New Mexico senator and former NASA astronaut Harrison Schmitt called a meeting with law enforcement, veterinary experts, and other interested parties to discuss the continued issue of cattle mutilation across the state. At this meeting, Senator Schmitt called upon State Trooper Gabriel Valdez to present his findings to the 80 attendees, and he did. The implications of Valdez's investigation were far-reaching, particularly this later evidence he and his team discovered. In an interview with Open Minds Radio, the state trooper revealed that afterward he discovered several listening devices planted throughout his own home, suggesting that he was being surveilled by an unknown powerful entity. This meeting hosted by the senator appeared to be a sort of catalyst event, not only for Gabriel Valdez, but also for another attendee, a man named Paul Benowitz. After Valdez presented his findings to the audience, he was approached by Benowitz, who handed Valdez a Thunder Scientific Labs business card, urging him to stay in contact. Valdez and Benowitz held opposing views on the source of the cattle mutilations in Dulce. Valdez maintained his suspicion of government involvement, while Benowitz was convinced of extraterrestrial intervention. Despite this, Valdez developed a professional respect for Benowitz and even contacted him for assistance in a few police cases a year later. And 1 year after that, Paul Benowitz would become perhaps the first to publicly allege the existence of a deep underground military base beneath Dulce. As State Trooper Gabriel Valdez's son, Greg Valdez, would later state, quote, "Paul Benowitz is the key to the whole Dulce story," end quote. Paul Benowitz was not just your average armchair conspiracy theorist. He was a successful Albuquerque businessman with a PhD in physics, and when he wasn't running his company, Thunder Scientific Labs, he spent his off time hunting evidence of alien activity in hotspots across New Mexico. It seems clear that the tale of the deep underground military base beneath Dulce started with him. In the late 1970s, Benowitz began observing unidentified objects flying near his home in Albuquerque, New Mexico, which happened to be adjacent to the Monzano storage area, the largest underground nuclear storage facility in the US. For this reason, many theorize that he wasn't witnessing extraterrestrial UFOs, but instead classified test flights of experimental government UAVs, or unmanned aerial vehicles, remotely controlled from the ground. Regardless of the truth, the physicist eventually tracked the flights of these crafts to Albuquerque's Kirtland Air Force Base and began to shift his attention to anything unusual happening there. One night, he filmed unidentified glowing lights moving in erratic patterns over the base before disappearing. It was this recording that prompted the physicist to attend the public meeting on cattle mutilations hosted by Senator Schmidt. Upon meeting Gabriel Valdez there, though, Benowitz decided to redirect his attention toward Dulce, monitoring the small town for anything out of the ordinary. A large part of Benowitz's research involved monitoring sensitive radio equipment, making use of an expensive professional toolset of wideband radio receivers, directional antennas, oscilloscopes and spectrum analyzers, tape recorders, and custom-built equipment, all of which he had set up in his home in Albuquerque. In early 1980, Benowitz first intercepted unusual electronic signals coming out of Dulce, which made no sense for the setting, given that the town was so small and remote, with a sparse population and very limited infrastructure. As he attempted to hone in on the source, he realized that the signals were actually coming from the Archuleta Mesa that towered over the town, or more specifically, from beneath the mesa, deep underground. The physicist also noticed that the electronic signals seemed to be targeted toward a receiver high in the sky, one beyond the reach of any human aircraft. Benowitz began to wonder, was there a secret hub of extraterrestrial activity beneath the Archuleta Mesa? As he listened into these radio signals over the next year, meticulously documenting his every finding, he eventually found that the signals coincided with the continuing reports of cattle mutilations in the area, oddly enough. Benowitz communicated this with State Trooper Gabriel Valdez, who still believed that the high strangeness in Dulce was the work of the government, not aliens. According to Greg Valdez, the State Trooper Gabriel Valdez's son, quote, "Listening devices were found in my dad's house. The government heard all the conversations on the phone between my dad, Gabriel Valdez, and Paul Benowitz," end quote. Keep this detail in mind, as it'll be relevant soon. This is where the story gets murky. Paul Benowitz claimed that, at some point during his monitoring of the signals, he received a sudden message over his radio. Without identifying themselves, a deep, obscured, almost robotic voice stated that there was a secret base 150 miles north of Albuquerque in the mountains. The voice then provided Benowitz with the exact coordinates, which pinpointed the location of the Archuleta Mesa next to Dulce. Over the following weeks, the physicist received more messages over radio from this mysterious contact, who only relayed information and never answered his questions. He was given further details about the base and its operations, including the involvement of both extraterrestrial beings and humans, many of who lived at the facility permanently. He was told of the horrors of the experiments being conducted there. The contact never identified themselves beyond strongly implying that they were military personnel with first-hand knowledge of Dulce Base. By early 1981, Paul Benowitz had grown concerned enough to begin writing to officials at Kirtland Air Force Base, describing the signals from Dulce, the unexplained lights he'd recorded around the mesa, and the troubling information he'd received from his contact. The physicist expressed his genuine fear that an alien race was seizing control of the base, and that the situation was already dire, and that immediate action was needed. Interestingly, these letters led to Benowitz being invited to 2 flight command briefings at the Air Force Base. In Benowitz's correspondence with his fellow researchers, he described being escorted personally by base security head Colonel Ernest Edwards for these meetings. As Benowitz described, initially Colonel Edwards seemed interested in investigating the physicist's concerns. However, it soon became clear that Edwards wasn't interested in helping him. He was trying to determine precisely what Paul Benowitz had observed and where. When Benowitz realized this, he quickly severed all contact with Kirtland Air Force Base. On December 2nd, 1981, the physicist wrote a letter to a Captain Harris, Assistant Chief of Staff for Air Force Intelligence at the Pentagon. Quote, "I did at the outset give 2 flight command briefings here at Kirtland with all of the wing command present. I gave freely of information in the form of data and official military wing command briefings because of a deep concern for the safety of my nation. Yet Air Force Intelligence chose to place me under electronic and personal surveillance, in addition to phone taps on all lines. Let it stand that, in spite of this previous and continuing unjustifiable harassment, I am trying one last time because of my total concern. Captain, we have a serious problem here. Copies of this letter report, along with other data, have been distributed to key individuals in the event of my demise." End quote. On December 2nd, 1981, Benowitz wrote another letter to his state senators, Pete Dominici and Harrison Schmidt, this time forwarding a copy directly to the U.S. President Ronald Reagan. The following are the contents of his letter. Quote, "I am very concerned that the President has not been totally advised of the situation and have forwarded a copy to him. The facts I gave to Captain Harris, Assistant Chief of Staff for Air Force Intelligence at the Pentagon, are simple and straightforward as follows. 1. I knew the location of the alien bases in northern New Mexico, in the center of the Jicarilla Apache Reservation, 4.5 miles northwest of Dulce, New Mexico. 2. I know that someone in the military made a deal with the aliens several years ago, giving the Indian land, cattle, etc., an apparent assurance of safety to the alien in trade for technology in the form of an atomic-powered ship, at the same time establishing an extensive U.S. base alongside to test the ship. 3. That sometime late 1979 or first of 1980, an argument ensued over weapons and the military abandoned, the final circumstance of the men unknown. 4. that I had very high-resolution, official NASA U-2 color infrared photos, in addition to low-level and ground photos showing the base in total detail. Photos obtained legitimately through University of New Mexico. 5. The ship design traded for is over 30 years behind the alien technology. End quote. Paul Benowitz never received a response. At this point, he decided to send his findings directly to the media. By 1983, his claims had appeared throughout the popular press. Again and again, Benowitz referred to a violent conflict at Dulce Base in 1979 that led to the US military losing control of the base and its operations. He described the base as a 7-story subterranean compound. He also purported that Dulce Base was just one of a huge network of similar underground bases, all connected to a much larger inner-Earth extraterrestrial colony or civilization. Finally, he claimed to have obtained evidence of these inner-Earth beings controlling specific humans on the surface using electronic devices. From here, the story of Paul Benowitz takes a significantly darker turn. The following is not speculative. The fact is that on December 29th and 30th, 1981, a strangely cruel plot was launched by the US Air Force Office of Special Investigations to literally brainwash Paul Benowitz. They not only aimed to mislead and discredit him, but also psychologically destroy him. 2 government disinformation agents have independently and publicly confessed to feeding Paul Benowitz with disinformation. The first was Richard C. Doty, a special agent of the US Air Force Office of Special Investigations and the brains of the operation. The second was William L. Moore, a once prominent ufologist who wrote books in the 70s, such as the Roswell Incident and the Philadelphia Experiment. As Moore's career was in decline, he turned to the dark side when Doty recruited him as an ideal agent of UFO disinformation. If you search their names online, you can find their full confessions. There's even a book and movie about it called Mirage Men, and if you're interested, I've got these linked below in the video description. Now, the reason why they did it apparently had nothing to do with Dulce Base itself. It went back to the flying lights Paul Benowitz witnessed above Kirtland Air Force Base, and his 2 meetings with the officials there. Richard Doty explained that his superiors instructed him to make Benowitz...
Holy fucking balls, boys. Take a look at this. So, that achievement, going lights, you know what? I wonder if it shows up on my actual screen. I think I have to restart my Tarkov. I think it's bugging out right now. I gotta be getting close to 53. No, it doesn't show up. You know what? It's probably because it's a 0.1, but it's probably below this. Unless for some reason it's not like updating or something like that. But look at the fucking loot you get for just killing 100 things. That's a lot of fucking loot. Is the Veloster 300? It is. So we'll end up using some of these rounds too, some AP. That'll be nice. Oh, I don't even have AP. I have CMJ or CBJ. Bro, nice. This is gonna be fun to play with. That'll be a good one. I don't think I've ever used this thermal, to be honest. Hopefully it's expensive. The Zeus. I don't think we can sell it on the flea. I'm not a big fan of thermals. I just don't care for them much. They're OP as fuck though. I've definitely used them in the past. I don't really care for them much. All right, I'm gonna reset my game. We're gonna go back to our little alien Dulce video. We'll load back in. I think I need 18 more kills, 20. I don't know, something like that.
Believed that what he saw was extraterrestrial because Benowitz had actually recorded video of secret Air Force projects. According to Doty, the Air Force wanted to completely discredit the...
I had a buddy who was trying to go in OSI and whatnot. I don't think he made it though. There's a huge like application process for it. It's kind of difficult to get into. But you can slide over into like the FBI and CIA pretty easily from what I've heard afterwards. And they always come to brief us too. I think it was like ALS and there's a few other times they come and brief you guys. They don't even wear a uniform to not show their rank, but they just come over in civvies or like casual attire and whatnot.
Physicists, so that
there's a theory out there that they embed themselves in different flights or they go do like basic training again or tech school, and they try to look for corruption basically. So they go there as like a trainee, and if they see anything out of the ordinary that would be illegal, there's a whole bust that goes on. And I asked them that specifically, and so he couldn't tell me. I was like, we know you guys are hiding in some of our flights, acting like a normal troop, and then you guys go arresting people. It's probably for justified shit too, though. So like, I don't even think it's a bad thing, to be honest. I gotta take a piss, but we're gonna keep watching this. Load back in the factory.
No one would figure out the truth. First, Doty had Moore feed Benowitz with pure misinformation and hoaxed documents regarding Dulcie Base. They intended the physicist to repeat this nonsense publicly, which he did. It's unclear exactly what this information was, so it makes it difficult to trust anything Benowitz published after 1982. One example would be his paper from 1988, titled Project Beta, which provided a detailed layout of the base and explained exactly how it could be infiltrated in order to stop the cruel experiments being carried out there. Doty and Moore went even further than this. They wanted to keep drawing the physicist's attention away from Kirtland Air Force Base, so they focused him solely on Dulcie, going as far as to install fake air shafts on the Archuleta Mesa for Benowitz to discover and think that they were connected to an underground base below. According to Moore, as the years passed, it became clear to him and Doty that they needed to finish the job once and for all. To do this, they intended to push Benowitz over the edge, both physically and psychologically. One of the most effective ways to lose touch with reality is when one's concept of their immediate environment begins to shift. Doty admitted that the two broke into Benowitz's house and office on many occasions, despite this being entirely illegal. Moore described how he and Doty would enter Benowitz's home and move the furniture around slowly over the course of months to literally drive him insane. As the years wore on, Benowitz's mental state deteriorated severely. The relentless stress of his investigations into Dulcie Base, coupled with the government's manipulations, drove him to paranoia and isolation. Benowitz became a prisoner in his own home, convinced that he was being targeted by the very forces he was investigating. The researcher Leslie Gunter wrote a report on what happened to Benowitz. Quote, in 1988, after 8 years of constant stress and lack of sleep, Paul Benowitz had to be taken to a mental hospital. His paranoia had reached an all-time high, and he had pretty much barricaded himself in his home. He was hardly eating or sleeping, and was sure aliens were coming into his home late at night and injecting him with strange chemicals. End quote. Paul Benowitz would be committed on 3 separate occasions to a mental health facility and treated for severe delusional paranoia. Was he truly onto something, or was he a victim of his own imagination? Was Dulcie Base a real
20 fucking 2 more kills. That's what I need. And then what we're going to probably do is just finish off with Test Drive Part 5. It's with the Velociraptor. I bought a few. I think they're in my stash right now. Uh-oh, what am I doing? I got some ammo stacked up for them. We're not going to go super gung-ho, but I think I have like... Oh, we're swapping this. Well, you know what, to be honest, the armor is not that bad anymore. They fixed it a couple wipes ago. I don't even think we can put a fucking light on this guy. We might just rock this. I want to say the website said like 50 targets on customs, so we'll go do that after this. And then after that, I don't even know what we're going to do. Maybe stay on shoreline or customs. When I'm on customs with this, I'm probably going to go to dorms. I'm going to see if I can find my fucking teapot inside the safes, because that's driving me insane, dude. They're normally like everywhere, but now that I need them, I haven't found them in the last like week and a half. I found one like a week and a half ago on Lighthouse, I think. I gotta take this. I'll be back in a sec.
place or a figment of his own troubled mind. By the end, Benowitz was convinced that aliens had implanted mind control technology in him and were injecting him with chemicals during the night. He showed others the needle marks on his body from the alleged alien injections, but it could never be determined whether the marks were self-inflicted or were in fact made by someone else injecting him with something. Neither Doty nor Moore admitted to going this far. Sadly, even after Doty and Moore stopped their disinformation campaign, Benowitz would never fully recover, nor get closure for what happened to him. However, considering the fact that the disinformation campaign began after Benowitz came to his original discovery, the case for Dulcie Base still stands. As for Dulcie Base, an unlikely person would be next to pick up the torch. This would be the renowned CIA pilot turned whistleblower, John Lear, a figure whose background was just as extraordinary as the claims he was about to make. John Lear was born in 1942, the son of William P. Lear, the legendary inventor and founder of Learjet. Far from being overshadowed by his prominent father, John Lear would become a celebrated pilot in his own right, flying countless missions for the CIA, setting 18 speed records, and becoming the only pilot to ever hold every FAA airline certificate after flying over 100 types of planes. But in 1985, at a reunion of CIA pilots, John Lear's life would take a dramatic turn. He found himself conversing with a former colleague named Greg Wilson, a man whom Lear held in high regard and trust, both professionally and personally. At some point, their conversation drifted toward the cryptic reports of what had become known as the Lakeheath Bentwaters incident, a series of alleged visual contacts between the United States and British Air Forces and UFOs in 1956. Wilson asked Lear if he'd seen the reports. Lear said that he had, but had dismissed them as nothing more than conspiracy theories. However, Wilson then asserted that the reports were not a conspiracy, that the incident had indeed happened, and he knew because he had been there. Saying that Wilson was...
I have to buy a back scratcher, or just find like a good little stick or something out back. Yourself, Bo. Where the fuck did I get shot at? Fuck you, dude. I forget that you can go on top of that. Probably going after his grenadier kills or something like that. That's a pretty good area to, like, pull those kills from, to be honest. That's whatever. Alright, let's go back to our alien video. I'm gonna get rekitted. We're gonna go back in.
serious, and this was a man he trusted deeply. This revelation shook Lear's fundamental beliefs about the world. It opened a door to a reality he'd never considered, one where UFOs were tangible entities interacting with the world around him. After this occasion, John Lear began to research UFOs on his own. He leveraged his extensive network of high-level contacts, built over years of service and covert operations, gaining access to information kept confidential from the public. According to Lear, his investigations eventually led him to a document that would become a cornerstone of his claims, a hard copy of the alleged 1954 Greada Treaty. The Greada Treaty, according to Lear and other conspiracy theorists, was a pact made between President Dwight D. Eisenhower and an extraterrestrial race. This treaty is important for understanding the conspiracy of Dulce Base on a deeper level, as it helps explain the alleged collaboration between humans and aliens, and these supposed experiments that might have resulted in much of the high strangeness witnessed around Dulce. According to various accounts, President Dwight D. Eisenhower scheduled a meeting with extraterrestrial representatives at an Air Force base in New Mexico in February of 1954. There, Eisenhower allegedly disregarded the Constitution by signing a treaty with extraterrestrials, the Greada Treaty. To put it simply, the 1954 Greada Treaty is believed to be a deal in which the US government gave permission to these extraterrestrials to abduct some animals and a limited number of human beings, in exchange for providing the US military access to advanced technology. Historically, this would suggest that the technological advancements that propelled the United States to the forefront of global power during the Cold War were not entirely homegrown, but instead the result of extraterrestrial intervention. Within a few short years, following 1954, NASA was founded, spy satellites were launched into orbit, and groundbreaking inventions like lasers and carbon fibers were introduced to the world. At this time, the United States and the Soviet Union were engaged in the Cold War, where the two superpowers were locked in a fierce battle for technological and military supremacy. So it's not hard to see how something like the Greada Treaty would have provided the United States a shortcut to acquiring advanced technology and securing their dominance on the world stage. Of course, there was a big catch. The extraterrestrials would be allowed to abduct a limited number of humans and animals in the country, and experiment on them within the confines of deep underground military bases. Though, to ensure Eisenhower's cooperation, the aliens agreed to provide the government with lists of abducted humans and return them safely to their original locations after wiping their memories clean. As the story goes, however, as the years passed, it became clear that the aliens were not honoring these terms of the treaty. They were abducting more animals and many more people than agreed upon, and some of the abductees ended up dead. If this treaty was indeed real, it suggests that the government has been actively collaborating with extraterrestrials at the expense of its own citizens. This would indicate a vast history and reality hidden from nearly all of the world, with potentially dire consequences.
Where are their wieners? They have no wieners. This is fake fucking news.
For humanity. John Lear's claims about the Greada Treaty were shocking to say the least, especially given his credibility. However, Lear was not done. In the following years, he discovered something that would send tremors through the conspiracy community and add even more sinister layers to the mystery of Dulce Base. In 1990, John Lear revealed that he'd received 4 independent confirmations about a secret underground base run jointly by the CIA and extraterrestrials. The location, Dulce, New Mexico. Lear gave a thorough description of the internal layout and operations of the base. Interestingly, many of Lear's claims lend credence to the findings of both Paul Benowitz and Gabriel Valdez. The former pilot described a sprawling 7-story complex extending over 2 miles deep beneath the surface of the Archuleta Mesa. Various diagrams and speculative illustrations exist, depicting a labyrinth network of these supposed 7 levels and their tunnel offshoots, each dedicated to increasingly exotic and sinister experiments, such as advanced mind control, psychotronic warfare weapons development, and genetic engineering. According to John Lear and other whistleblowers, as one descends deeper into Dulce Base, the military presence is said to become increased.
I don't know how many more. Fuck. I can't even check. I needed 22. I caught 3 kills, so I think I need 19 more. And we should be good after that. Get the fuck out of factory. If I hadn't fucked up that Uzi design from like a few raids ago, I probably would only need like 5 more kills or something. I don't know.
Increasingly heavy, and the operations progressively more extreme and horrifying. Each level, he said, was dedicated to a specific purpose. The upper levels allegedly house administrative offices and secure entry points, while the lower levels dive into exotic research and experimentation, from mind-controlling humans.
Work time, baby. Break yourself, boo. Open that fucking door, guy. GG's, baby girl. That sounded to me like a boyfriend. We're not going to go in the office, though. We'll rotate through the map, see if we can find some more scabby boys, and then we'll go clear offices. That's another Uzi boy. You know what? Fuck that. We're going to go in the office. Illegal! That's illegal, sir!
I'm coming for you, dude.
No, you're not.
What'd you kill him for? He was innocent.
GG's, baby! That man was not innocent, bro. I was innocent. Fuck. We're gonna fix myself and then go back and kill more things. A lot of fucking M80, dude. I wonder if he topped the whole thing off or spawn mode BCP. 3:37 in the morning, dude. I don't know if I'm gonna make any more coffee. I don't know what my chambered round is either. We're getting that fucking dog tag, baby. Oh, you little fucking piece of shit. Better run, turd! No, dude! Fuck. Fuck, dude. I don't even know if he killed me in the head. It might have been the chest. Oh, motherfucker. He was doing the same task as me. Tiny micro pee-pee. I like it. Oh, he killed me in the arm. That's fine. Let's go back to our aliens.
Humans to genetic experiments resulting in human-alien hybrids. In Lear's own words, these experiments included, quote, insertion of a tiny probe about 3 millimeters in size into the brain for monitoring and programming purposes, as well as genetic crossbreeding between the aliens and
That's a robot sperm.
humans, end quote. Lear claimed that levels 5 and below are occupied entirely by extraterrestrial personnel and contain technologies completely alien to this planet. Some diagrams depict these levels containing housing for gray and reptilian aliens. Reports from alleged employees claim that the 6th floor, the so-called Nightmare Hall, is solely dedicated to human experimentation, so torturous that their screams never stop echoing across the halls. Floor 7, or whatever the deepest floor may be, supposedly connects to an extensive cave system that connects to other inner Earth locations. Intriguingly, Lear also learned that the extraterrestrials, quote, have a genetic disorder in that their digestive system is atrophied and not functional. In order to sustain themselves, they use an enzyme or hormonal secretion obtained from the tongues and throats of cows or humans, end quote. This provides an explanation for the cattle mutilations that had plagued the Dulce area, a gruesome picture of extraterrestrials preying on both animals and humans, harvesting their bodily fluids for sustenance. We'll consider this theory in more depth soon. With John Lear's revelations finally out in the public sphere, this opened the doors for a new voice, arguably the most infamous whistleblower to truly blow the lid on Dulce. The remainder of our investigation will be focused on him. This was Phil Schneider, an ex-government explosives engineer who claimed to have had first-hand contact with the extraterrestrials living in Dulce Base, an encounter which practically cost him his life. At the 1995 Preparedness Expo in Orange County, California, an audience of truth seekers and conspiracy theorists leaned forward as Phil Schneider began to speak into the microphone, his voice trembling but serious. Schneider introduced himself as a geologist and explosives engineer formerly employed by the US government for covert construction projects, requiring a high-level security clearance. He claimed to have helped construct, in his words, a secret underground base in Dulce in August of 1979. As fate would have it, this project would end in terrible disaster. Schneider said that he was one of only 3 survivors, raising his left hand to the crowd to reveal several missing fingers. Schneider's story takes us to August 1979. As a geologist and explosives expert, Schneider was part of a team of 69 people working for the United States government on the expansion of an underground military base near the small town of Dulce, New Mexico. They had gathered at the far side of the Archuleta Mesa, hidden from the view of the town, preparing their state-of-the-art drilling equipment and explosive charges. From the moment he arrived, Schneider was suspicious of the project, specifically what the higher-ups might have excluded from their briefing. Quote, "When I saw Green Beret and Black Beret people in camp, inside of our geologist camp, I knew something was up. The gig was up." End quote. In the US Army, the Green Beret are special forces, elite soldiers trained in unconventional warfare and assigned to the military's most sensitive and risky missions. Similarly, the Black Berets are elite rangers capable of completing challenging missions, magnitudes beyond what regular infantrymen can handle. Wherever you find the two of them together, you have a force strong enough to combat nearly any serious threat, which then begs a question. Exactly what did the government suspect of being underground? It's uncommon to station special forces where you don't anticipate potential action. Moreover, all workers, including Phil Schneider, were given a pistol. Not long after Schneider arrived, they began drilling. As was standard for this sort of construction, the work team started by drilling 4 large holes. But there was a problem that kept delaying the process. Their equipment kept breaking down around 2 miles deep. And according to Schneider, quote, "All the black sooty air came up when we drilled holes there." End quote. This was something none of them had ever seen before, and it made everyone feel uneasy. The project heads then tasked Schneider to descend into one of the large holes and evaluate the rock layers below the surface so they could determine what types of explosives were needed to break through. Schneider was accompanied by several Green Berets as he descended the lift basket into the freshly carved exploratory shaft, dressed in an environmental protective suit to avoid exposure to the black sooty air. He wondered what were they expecting down there, and he put his hand on his waist, feeling for his pistol. They watched the sunlight slinking away from above as the basket drew them nearly 2 miles down. At the bottom, the opening of a seemingly natural cavern appeared. Schneider and one of the Green Berets set off to explore it. Suddenly, though, as the geologist turned a corner, he came face to face with 3 alien entities several yards away, humanoid but with gray, clammy skin, oversized heads, and large black eyes staring straight at Schneider. 2 of the inner Earth entities were around 4 feet tall, while the third was, quote, a 7-foot...
Well, son of a bitch. I need 17 more kills, and then we're good. Then we go to Krusty Customs.
Tall alien gray. The stench was worse than the worst garbage can. The entity was absolutely horrible. End quote. The creatures lurched forward toward him, and Schneider panicked. Quote, "I didn't waste any time. I drew my sidearm and killed 2 of them. Yes, they're mortal, and they do die." End quote. He managed to kill the 2 smaller entities, but in response to his aggression, the 7-foot-tall gray turned to him and made a motion from his stomach to the middle of his chest, and then around in a circle, back and forth in a rubbing motion. Quote, "All I remembered is that he just kind of waved his hand in front of his chest. The next thing I know, this blue beam hit me and just literally opened me up like a fish. It was some form of electrical force because it was kind of like being hit by a lightning bolt, and it burned all the toenails off of me." End quote. As the inner Earth entity blasted the geologist's center mass with a beam of weaponized electricity, he was knocked flat on his back with his stomach cut open and 2.5 fingers missing from his left hand. As if to finish him off, the tall gray began to close in. Schneider writhed in the dirt, unable to move away or get himself up. But just when he thought death was upon him, he felt strong hands grip his protective suit, jerking him away from the entity. Quote, "The Green Beret that was right behind me, he risked his life. He shoved me back in the basket and hit the button, and it took me up. I wouldn't be alive talking to you today if it wasn't for him. I'm forever indebted." End quote. As Schneider was dragged back to the lift, he saw the rest of the Green Berets barreling around the corner, rushing past him with their weapons drawn as several more tall gray entities emerged from the deep cavern. A vicious battle ensued, eventually to become known as the Dulce Wars. Death was all around him. As the lift began to rise, the last thing Phil Schneider saw was the Green Beret who had saved him get hit by a blue beam of light. Schneider survived only because the Green Berets that went down with him were elite soldiers. So with this fact in mind, the staggering casualty report Schneider provided of the battle states that 66 people in total, more than half being Green and Black Beret service members, lost their lives during the resulting firefight, alongside an unknown number of aliens. Only 3 survivors made it out, Schneider being one of them. The identities of...
Fucking work time, baby! Well, hopefully I don't fight many PMCs, and I kill many scavs, plus Tagilla. God, dude, I fucking hate this mask. Find a teapot, I'm out. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. I don't know how to do this. We chill for a sec, I guess? Let the bastards kill each other and then, I really don't want to wait 7 fucking minutes, though. Alright, let's go back to our alien stuff.
Of the other 2 survivors are unknown, as Schneider didn't provide them. He was rather insistent that they would be far less inclined to share their stories.
We're gonna turn this down. just
At
so I
any
can
rate,
hear.
it was a brutal case of first contact, as Schneider said that this was the first time he'd ever encountered what he explicitly identified as an extraterrestrial. Perhaps our collective understanding of extraterrestrials should be opened up to include intraterrestrial beings too. Although Schneider survived, he'd suffered severe flesh wounds and burns to his entire body. He believed that the electrical blue beam was some sort of radiation weapon that the Tolkien
I really don't want to fucking die, dude. I haven't found a fucking teapot in a week and a half. I mean, if there's any cheaters inside this raid, and they go for the head, Tagill's mash I should be able to push through it and kill him, hopefully. Unless they're rocking some pretty heavy hitting ammo.
Gray had fired at him. Additionally, the beam burned off 2 fingers and half a thumb on Schneider's left hand. It also melted his shoes and burned his toenails off. When the audience at Preparedness Expo heard Phil Schneider's story for the first time, it likely seemed so wild that it was...
Here in about 20 seconds, I'm going to start making my way. Making my way downtown. Alright, let's see. It'll give me a minute and a half to get to gate 0. bit of looting for that little extra XP. This fucking door is supposed to be closed. I am good. Whew. Holy fucking shit, boys. I've been waiting to get that task done forever. A week and a half. I just haven't found any fucking teapots. I don't even know.
It was nearly unbelievable until that iconic moment when Schneider slowly raised his left hand to reveal his missing fingers. In future lectures, he'd even show the massive scars and radiation burns on his stomach and chest. One scar ran from below his belly button all the way to the top of his throat, and another ran completely across his lower ribs, one side to the other. It's also worth noting that Schneider required the use of crutches, leg braces, a body brace, and a bladder bag hooked up to a catheter. These visible, unmistakable battle scars gave Phil Schneider's story a raw, visceral quality and tangible authenticity that no other Dulce-based whistleblower could compete with. None of his statements have ever been outright proven, but he certainly has some physical evidence of the alleged reality of the Dulce Wars. Coupled with his extremely detailed and consistent accounts, perhaps there might be more to his story than meets the eye.
I think this
Ultimately,
dude
Schneider
dies.
survived his injuries and claimed that he went on to assist in the construction and expansion of several more deep underground military bases, including one located at the infamous Area 51, before he retired. Of the 3 survivors, the other 2, according to Schneider, were living in nursing homes in Canada, protected by the Canadian government. No American citizen, including Schneider, was allowed access to them, due to fears that they might be kidnapped. Of course, Phil Schneider's public revelations of Dulce's secrets were not without extreme risk to his own life, and he knew he wasn't safe. In his last recorded lecture, Schneider told his audience that there had been 13 attempts on his life by government agents intent on preventing him from further whistleblowing. Yet Schneider remained undeterred, declaring, quote, "I love my country more than I love my own life. If the truth cannot totally come out, what's the use in us having anything called freedom?" End quote. Throughout the mid-1990s, Schneider gave public lectures and made speeches across the country, as many as he could possibly manage. During this time, he revealed key details about the base's 7 levels, joint government alien projects, other deep underground military bases, and the war happening beneath our very feet. Phil Schneider's claims about Dulce Base extended far beyond his personal encounter with the alleged inner-Earth beings. He painted a picture of a vast, ongoing history of alliance and betrayal between humans and aliens, a history not restricted to just Dulce, but in underground bases across the world. Schneider spoke of
Frickin'
1,477 deep underground military bases existing globally, with 129 of them located in the United States, each costing an estimated $17 billion or more, funded by a black budget hidden from other government agencies and the public. From his final lecture, titled Deep Underground Military Bases and the Black Budget, quote, "The black budget currently consumes $1.25 trillion per year, used in black programs, like those concerned with deep underground military bases. Presently, there are 129 deep underground military bases in the United States. They've been building these 129 bases day and night, unceasingly since the early 1940s. Some of them were built even earlier than that. These bases are basically large cities underground, connected by high-speed magneto-leviton trains that have speeds up to Mach 2. Several books have been written about this activity. The average depth of these bases is over a mile, and they again are basically whole cities underground. They all are between 2.66 and 4.25 cubic miles in size. They have laser drilling machines that can drill a tunnel 7 miles long in one day." End quote. In an interview with the Epoch Times, Phil Schneider confirmed that not all operations in these places are going as intended. Quote, "There's a war under there, and it's been going on since that time." End quote. He explained that military forces from multiple countries have been engaged in underground warfare with inner-Earth aliens at least 10 years prior to the incident at Dulce. This war appears to be a power struggle for control of these deep underground bases, the result of a broken pact made between humans and aliens. Phil Schneider specifically linked it to the demise of the 1954 Greada Treaty, the alleged deal where extraterrestrials would give the US government access to futuristic technology in exchange for permission to abduct some animals and a limited number of human beings. During one lecture in 1995, Schneider stated that, quote, "Right now, military technology is about 1,200 years more advanced than public state technology." End quote. As we learned earlier, it's believed that the extraterrestrials violated the treaty by abducting more humans than they were allowed, and harming, sometimes killing, abductees in their
Yeah,
experiments.
I'll be back.
Such an unresolved violation would quickly end up in an expensive and violent conflict. Schneider provided some interesting potential evidence for an attack on extraterrestrials beneath Dulce.
Oh,
He
God.
pointed toward a confirmed and rather bizarre government project from 1967, codenamed Project Gas Buggy, which involved a massive underground nuclear explosion equivalent to 29 kilotons of TNT, detonated deep inside of a high plateau area just 25 miles south of Dulce. The officially stated purpose of Project Gas Buggy was to release natural gas from deep underground. The bomb was planted 4,227 feet below the surface. When it detonated, the force from the explosion was so extreme that it created a rubble chimney above the blast center that was 335 feet high and 80 feet wide. In 1978, a marker monument was installed at the surface ground point zero, providing a basic explanation of Project Gas Buggy and a warning that no drilling or digging is allowed in the area without permission from the federal government. One of the lesser-known facts about Project Gas Buggy is that the huge nuclear explosion created deep and huge underground caverns and extensive tunnels all over the area. Some theorize that these caverns and tunnels became the foundation for deep underground military bases like Dulce. However, Schneider's assertion was that Project Gas Buggy and many similar underground nuclear tests were instead acts of warfare. Quote, a lot of the early nuclear tests were actually attacks against underground and underwater alien bases. End quote. Returning to the history of the Greada Treaty, a crucial question is raised. Why are aliens so keen to abduct and experiment on animals and humans? And why did they feel pressured enough to break the terms of the pact, abducting more than they were allowed and conducting dangerous and even deadly experiments? The extraterrestrials must have had a reason or motivation for this. During his lectures, Schneider discussed the alien agenda at length. He believed that humans, abducted and returned without memory, was only scratching the surface. The geologist echoed John Lear's claims that the extraterrestrials, quote, view humans as a food source, utilizing secretions from the glands of humans and animals for the mixtures of vitamins in their food, end quote. However, Schneider went further than Lear. He explained that the extraterrestrials were not out for scientific advancement or understanding, but were carrying out their, quote, cruel and sadistic torture and alien human-animal gene splicing experiments as part of an alien agenda seeking the complete takeover of the planet by creating a hybrid race that has the physical endurance of humans.
Fucking bastards. Experimenting on us, dude? What? Who the fuck do they think they is, huh? $17 more kills, I think. Yep.
Along with the advanced mental psychic capabilities and social cohesion of the aliens, end quote. In simple terms, the extraterrestrials not only intended to consume humans for nourishment, but to replace the human race entirely. According to Schneider, Dulce Base was just one such deep underground base commandeered by aliens to conduct these types of experiments and pursue this agenda. Countless others suffered the same fate. And conveniently, these deep underground bases were all supposed to connect to one another by a vast high-speed subterranean transportation network. Schneider estimated that this transportation network had been used by aliens to abduct nearly 7 million humans since the Greada Treaty was first signed in 1954. Phil Schneider used to begin all his
7
lectures
million?
with the same ominous warning. Quote, if they ever say, you will know I was murdered, end quote. Schneider was never shy about letting his audience, friends, and family know that the US government was actively trying to silence him, and had already made several attempts on his life since he began speaking publicly about Dulce Base. He even borrowed a 9mm handgun from a friend, and began carrying it with him at all times for protection. He frequently and openly stated that he was a marked man. So, after just 2 years of lecturing about government cover-ups, black projects,
my man was packing heat, dude. Alright. Fucking Tagilla, bro. You gotta be fucking shitting me, dude. Alright, let's go back to the alien thing.
and deep underground military bases, Phil Schneider himself was found dead under suspicious circumstances. On January 17, 1996, Phil Schneider's body was found in his apartment in Wilsonville, Oregon, several days after he had passed away. His corpse was discovered in an unusual position. His feet were under his bed, his body laid on the floor, hands by his side, and his head was propped up in his wheelchair seat at an odd angle. Blood was found below his wheelchair on the floor, but inexplicably, there was no blood on the wheelchair itself. Even stranger, there were no wounds on his body that could explain the presence of blood. Phil Schneider's ex-wife, Cynthia Dreyer, was entirely convinced that Schneider had been a victim of a government cover-up, the very kind he warned would happen to him. Dreyer provided the following odd details in her testimony. Quote, on January 17, 1996, I received a call that Philip was dead in his apartment and apparently had died up to a week before his body was discovered. At the time of the removal of his body, his cause of death was by a stroke. When I went to the funeral home, I had feelings of discomfort about his death. I asked to view the body, but due to decomposition, the funeral director suggested otherwise. I wanted to be sure, in my own mind, that Philip had not died under unnatural causes. A day later, I received a call from the Clackamas County detectives that the funeral director had found something around Philip's neck. An autopsy was performed at the Multnomah County Medical Examiner's office in Portland, Oregon, by Dr. Gunson, and she determined that Philip always told his friends and relatives that if he ever, you would know that he had been murdered. There was no note. All of his lecture materials, alien metals, higher math books,
YouTube
photographs of UFOs
censored.
coming out of the Operation Crossroads A-bomb, notes for his book on the alien agenda were missing. Everything else in the apartment was still there, including gold coins, wallet with hundreds of dollars, jewelry, mineral specimens, etc. No coroner ever came out to his apartment after his body was found, against Oregon law, and a police investigation never took under consideration that items were missing from his apartment. The medical examiner took blood and urine samples at the autopsy, but refused to analyze them. Although I was assured that the samples would be kept for 12 months, when I asked for the samples to be sent to an independent lab 11 months later, they were missing and presumed destroyed, end quote. Evidence like this makes a strong case for what conspiracy theorists fear the most, that they're right. For many, the bizarre circumstances of Schneider's death alone give strong credibility to the otherwise unbelievable claims that he made during his life. The disappearance of his research materials and the physical evidence he'd collected is unfortunate to say the least. But we know that his battle scars were real, and that Schneider was far from alone in his claims regarding a deep underground military alien facility beneath the Archuleta Mesa, just outside of Dulce, New Mexico. The possibility that Dulce Base is real, that aliens walk among us, and that a silent war rages beneath our feet is a captivating and unsettling prospect. Several unresolved questions linger. What truly happened to Phil Schneider? Can we distinguish the reliable claims of Paul Benowitz from the misinformation fed to him? Is the Greada Treaty part of American history? And of course, is Dulce Base actually real? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this episode and haven't seen Inner Earth
Well, on the little aftermath screen, it looks like Tagilla shot me in the fucking face. No, actually, we're gonna go back and take a look at that. I barely saw where he was at. Yeah, he one-tapped me through his own fucking mask with 545 BS, dude. Yeah, it was a quick fucking raid. $10, $11, $12, $13, $14, $15. Alright, let's see. I don't even know what my bit rate is at on Twitch anymore. I haven't checked in so fucking long. So I think Jabroni was right in this corner right there. I think right there. 1 second shot. Fuck, dude. I don't know. I turned my head, but like I still think my face was protected though, dude. So I don't fucking know. But that piece of shit killed me in the head. All right, what are we watching next? More aliens, more demons, more angels. I guess we'll see. Shapeshifter, the priest who built a time machine. We'll go after that guy right there.
Hey, fellow seekers, I'm Mr. Mythos. In the early 1960s, there was a Catholic priest who had it all. Father Pellegrino Ernetti was one of Italy's most accomplished exorcists, a world-class scholar of archaic music, and an elected delegate of the Vatican. But then, one day, Father Ernetti confessed to his involvement in a secret international operation. He divulged the existence of a device so powerful that it had to be disassembled almost immediately after its invention. Originally commissioned by the Pope, this device was codenamed the Chronovisor. Allegedly, the Chronovisor was a time machine capable of displaying historical events as if they were live broadcasts, including the crucifixion of Jesus Christ, potentially confirming the Catholic faith's truths, as well as its many inaccuracies, exaggerations, and even lies. We're about to enter a dark maze of religion, blasphemy, quantum physics, occult beliefs, and deep conspiracy. This is the complete Chronovisor mystery, a tale that stretches from accidental necromancy to a mysterious deathbed confession, and several decades of bizarre controversial events in between. As written numerous times by Catholic theologians and even repeated by the Pope, the Church remembers the future, and perhaps they do, if they've already seen it. But before...
Well, we'll learn about this Chronovisor thing when we come back. This is probably the longest it's ever taken me to get these 50 fucking kills, man. This is not going good for me at all. I mean, it's nice I've gotten some PMC kills, but I don't really give a shit about those. The amount of frickin' times I've been blown up from that specific angle up there, dude, is insane. It's not a bad area if you want to go get your grenadier kills. I don't think I've ever... I heard that. I mean, that's definitely a pistoling. Oh, they're VoIPing to each other.
No, I mean, I'm not gonna kill you. Chill.
No peace among strangers!
This guy's good, Chad.
No, I'm not. You are.
We can work together. This guy's good, Chad, bro. Chill.
It's the nicest compliment I've received all day. Hold on, boys. I gotta reload.
Chill. Hey, can you let us loot our shit and leave, bro? We're noobs, alright?
Wait, are you guys questing or what?
Yeah, we're questing, man.
What quest are you boys on?
I'm trying to grab the syringe, dude. I'm nowhere to go. And my boy here is trying to grab it too. Ain't that right, bro?
You guys sound not believable.
Giga Chad? No, I'm being for real, Giga Chad.
Uh-huh. Well, that syringe is on 3rd floor. It's in the room where you got to kick open the door.
Is it the office?
It's right next to the office.
I don't know, bro. Can you come show me? I'm not gonna tell you. It's just legit. This is my first time this close.
What? Bro, I don't believe you. But no, just get on Google and look at the wiki.
My boy aren't like that, dog.
You know what? I might kill these fucking guys, bro. I just don't believe them for a sec.
Where even are you? I'm so scared, bro.
I'll leave them alone over there. They're good to play with each other. But they roll up in my hood, they're catching the smoke. I don't think... Is this static? Nope. Hell the fuck no, it ain't. Lurking in the shadows, dude. I hear metal. Oh, maybe they're outside. Hopefully we pull our evasion. See, this is fucking stupid, dude. Like, where the fuck are the scavs? Ah, I heard that. Don't worry, scav bitch. I will be over there here in just a second. I threw one of my mags on the ground, so I gotta play it a little bit more safely. Oh, this is the motherfucker that shot me with his Mosin, dude.
Куда он приебался-то? Ебаный ниндзя!
Bro thought he could escape justice, dude. Shit. I might try to go get my other magazine back, to be honest, dude. There's another scav or a PMC right out where I killed Jabroni.
Вот он!
Oh fuck! Dude, don't do it, please! GG's, bitches! I threw my little Maggie poo somewhere down here. Why am I not healing? Oh, I am. Well, it kind of looks like we're going to churn. We might turn this little Uzi into a DMR, maybe. They were trying to fucking Eiffel Tower me, man. I was not about that life. I did not consent. Alright, let's see. Alright, would make sense. Same fucking arm that I got last time. We repack, we go kill more Terrys. Get your fucking ass back over here, boy! Oh, there's a whole lot of dead things up here. Well, we don't need a teapot anymore, but wouldn't be against finding more money, though. Oh, I see you.
111, вон он, сука!
Evasion, please. We got movement on this side. I'm so sorry, dude. I love you. I only kind of love him. I don't remember if USBs are good money or not. Alright, we got 3 minutes left. A dead PMC up there. Honestly, I don't think there's gonna be any more scabs here. I think it's time to dip. What were you doing up here, young man? Alright, we need 5 more.
Before we dive in, just as the Chronovisor would reveal the unseen, our sponsor Raycon just launched their upgraded model of their best-selling everyday earbuds, engineered to let you hear the unheard. The new everyday earbuds have to get 20% off your Raycon purchase, plus free shipping. Thanks again to Raycon. It's time to tune into the utterly baffling mystery of the Chronovisor. One sunny, fateful afternoon in the early 1960s, 2 Catholic priests, one French and the other Italian, found themselves standing next to one another at the docks of Venice's Grand Canal. They'd been waiting patiently to catch the next Vaporetto, the Venetian public water bus. The two had never met before, but very soon they'd become close friends, and embroiled in the center of one of the most unusual and enduring mysteries in the history of the Catholic Church. In his book, The Vatican's New Mystery, published in 2002, the French priest Father Francois Brune recounted this moment in time. Quote, "It was 1964. I had the knowledge, by chance, of a very strange monk, Father Pellegrino Ernetti. He was waiting for the Vaporetto. I was waiting for it too. I don't know how the conversation began. The fact is that he ended up asking me, more courtesy than for a real interest, what I was doing and where I came from." End quote. Brune introduced a bit of his background to Ernetti, and as soon as they learned that they were both experts in ancient languages, the conversation swiftly kicked off. It wasn't long until Brune turned the subject to one of his most biting frustrations, the practical interpretation of the Holy Scripture. For those who've devoted themselves to what's often considered Earth's oldest and largest continually operating religious institution, the Catholic Church, small wars have been waged over accurate translation and interpretation of the original scriptures. Brune didn't hold back his feelings. Quote, "I immediately went on to discuss my irritation for the new exegetical tendency, which consists in considering the text, and even the Gospels, exclusively for their concrete content. The tales of miracles would be nothing but fictions, metaphors for pedagogical purposes. The same words of Christ, only late literary constructions developed by the first communities. My joy was great to see that Father Ernetti completely shared my indignation. Without a doubt, it was the sincerity he saw in me that incited him to make an allusion to a mysterious device. Since his boat came and his direction was not mine, he added quickly, 'If you have time, come and visit me tomorrow afternoon at the monastery. We will talk about all these things with more comfort and privacy.' End quote. As Brune boarded his Vaporetto alone and headed to his hotel,
he's gonna have
his
sex
mind
with
turned
him.
over Ernetti's unusual response to his frustrations. While Ernetti clearly agreed with him, the Italian priest not so subtly hinted at a complete solution, that there wouldn't be any reason to doubt or debate about the contents of the Bible if some sort of device possessed by the Vatican was capable of providing definitive answers. Interpretation would never be a problem again. Father Brune had no idea what to make of the device, as the monk didn't elaborate, but whether it was a secret papal tool for divination or just an intellectual thought experiment, he was certainly intrigued. So, the very next day, Brune took the Vaporetto to the San Giorgio Maggiore monastery to accept Ernetti's invitation. This decision would irrevocably alter the course of his life. Father Francois Brune passed away in January of 2019, and up until his last breath, he vouched for the truth of the Chronovisor and the sincerity of his friend Father Pellegrino Ernetti. Brune's 2002 book, The Vatican's New Mystery, is rather obscure and difficult to read, with no English translation ever published. I ended up acquiring 2 copies, the French original and a slightly rarer Italian edition, so that I'd be able to cross-compare when translating and make sure I'm reading everything correctly. Bruin's book is widely considered to be the most accurate and complete resource on the chronovisor mystery, and yes, I manually translated both copies page by page and read the entire book a few times. It's a very unique and unconventional book. All throughout, it's very obvious that the chronovisor mystery and the fate of his longtime friend Pellegrino Ernetti did genuinely haunt Father Bruin for decades. As he wrote in the introduction, quote, "Observing the little that remains of disappeared civilizations so grandiose, there is a clear impression that oblivion, insensibly, holds everything, and that everything returns as if nothing had been. But I am convinced that nothing of what we say, we do, or even think is lost. There is nothing that one day should not be revealed, says the gospel. Someone has truly realized an appliance that would allow you to know all this, to see, to listen to the men of the past. Not a reconstruction, but the event itself, when it really occurred. This man was a priest, like me. More precisely, a monk, a man of faith, prayer, and a man of science. Today he passed into the afterlife. He brought his secret with him, as they say in science fiction novels. He left traces, documents, but they are not accessible. They are carefully kept under key, preserved but hidden. I will explain why I keep the very strong impression that there has been, and that there is, something that the high authorities hide from us. Probably for the good of humanity." End quote. Bruin's book presents his recollections, personal opinions, research findings, interview transcripts, and extensive investigations that he carried out after Ernetti's death, regardless of the threat to his own reputation and career. He believed in the Vatican time television and was fully aware of how crazy that sounds. The clock ticks, the past awaits. So, rewinding to where we left off, it was the next morning. Father Bruin arrived at the small wooden doors of the San Giorgio Maggiore monastery and knocked upon them. The doors pulled open, and the French priest was met by Father Ernetti's humble smile, ushering him to come inside. The two made their way down the shaded, quiet hallway toward the monk's monastic cell. As Bruin recalled, quote, "Father Ernetti's office was a large, long room with a very high ceiling. It included an immense table, also very long and robust, of solid wood, covered with books in evident disorder. The table was certainly ancient, as well as the chairs with their high backs, a little in the Louis XIII style. It would have been an extraordinary setting for a theatrical work, for example, for a performance of Faust. Only a phone seemed rather out of place and spoiled the whole setting." End quote. After exchanging friendly pleasantries, they sat together in the high chairs and spent time getting to know each other, their family, backgrounds, studies, careers, and general interests. It was clear the two priests had a lot in common, and a lot to talk about. However, as the icebreaker conversation dragged on for well over an hour, Bruin could tell that Ernetti was avoiding the actual issue at hand, the mysterious device he'd hinted at the day before, and the reason why Bruin had been invited over in the first place. Finally, Father Bruin decided to ask directly, and the monk's face turned visibly serious. For a long moment, the room went silent. Quote, "Father Ernetti probably regretted having committed too soon to a fellow brother, about whom he still knew almost nothing. So before coming to the revelation of this mystery, he wanted to test me. He then began to tell me an extraordinary episode, which was not yet what I was waiting for, but which was already itself a prodigious discovery, perfectly incredible, astonishing, and yet authentic. That day he would not communicate anything else to me, but it was enough to make me return to the hotel in the evening, completely bewildered." End quote. The story Father Ernetti told to Bruin regarded the rather unusual origins of his work in paranormal research for the Vatican. On September 17th, 1952, in a university laboratory in the historic city of Milan, Father Pellegrino Ernetti was filtering out harmonics from Gregorian chants using a wire recorder in order to obtain the purest audio of the chants. Working alongside him in the lab was Father Agostino Gemelli, a respected physician and psychologist, and a notable skeptic of paranormal phenomena.
We have 5 more kills to go. Hopefully I can catch him this raid. We'll see. I go to the bathroom. We're going to leave this video playing and then we'll load in.
That detail is important because Gemelli would later verify that this incident happened exactly as Ernetti described. As the pair worked on the chants, their wire recorder began to malfunction. According to Bruin, quote, "Father Gemelli had an old habit, from the death of his father, like an automatic tick. Every time he was presented with some difficulties, he exclaimed, thinking of his father, 'Ah, Dad, help me.' That day, the wire recorder broke once again. 'Ah, Dad, help me,' he says immediately, as usual. After they set the wire recorder back in motion, instead of the voices chanting in Gregorian, a different male voice came through. 'Of course I will help you. I am always with you.' Terrified, Gemelli stopped the device immediately. Father Ernetti insisted, though, 'We have to continue. We have to hear what comes after.' He set the wire recorder in motion again, and the voice returned. 'Zucchina, it is clear. Don't you know it is I?' End quote. This supernatural occurrence is actually elaborated on further in official Vatican records, in a report made by Archbishop Bruno Heim, the aide of Pope Paul VI. Quote, "In 1952, 2 Catholic priests received a foreign voice that identified as Dr. Agostino Gemelli's father. They had the recording tested at the Laboratory of Physics of the University Cattolica del Sacro Cuore in Milan. The 2 priests could hear the voice very clearly. This was his father's voice addressing him by the nickname he used during Gemelli's childhood, Zucchina." End quote. As Catholic priests, both Ernetti and Gemelli were disturbed and quite fearful of the implications of communicating with the dead, even if it was by accident. As a form of necromancy, any communication with the dead is typically viewed as dangerous and forbidden by the Catholic Church. Thankfully, because Father Gemelli was president of the Pontifical Academy of Sciences, he and Ernetti were able to directly approach Pope Pius XII for guidance. According to a 1990 article in the Italian magazine Astra, the Pope responded, quote, "Dear Father Gemelli, you really do not need to worry about this. The existence of such voice is a strictly scientific fact and has nothing to do with spiritualism. The recorder is totally objective. It receives and records the sound waves from wherever they are coming. This event may perhaps become the cornerstone of a building for scientific studies, which will strengthen man's belief in an afterlife." End quote. The Pope's unexpected reassurance lifted guilt and concern from both men's shoulders, and in particular, Father Ernetti found himself inspired in a way he never expected. Ernetti explained to Father Brune that, as he continued the Gregorian chant experiments with Father Gemelli, he meditated on the Pope's words. The way Ernetti interpreted it, Pope Pius XII had suggested that sound waves from other realities and other times existed, and could conceivably be picked up by a machine in the present reality and time. This idea was intriguing enough, but what if it could go further than just sound? Ernetti speculated that, just as sound is made up of waves, perhaps everything in existence might be constituted of not solid particles, but waves as well. This idea that waves might form the basis of all matter has strong roots in biblical scripture. Specifically, in the story of Genesis, the creation of the universe, Earth, and all life within it is presented as a product of the Word of God, or an emission of sound waves from God, if the scripture is taken literally. In the very first chapter of the Hebrew Bible, the phrase "God said" is used 8 times, specifically for the methodical creation of everything in existence. So, could the truth be that everything is made up of waves, like the Bible seems to suggest? Well, modern quantum physicists say yes, and so did Father Ernetti. But the thing about waves is that they never actually go away. According to the principle of conservation of energy, a wave's energy and underlying quantum information never disappears, but is simply transformed into other forms. With all these ideas circling his head, at some point during the last of their Gregorian chant experiments, Father Ernetti was struck with a moment of eureka. What if somebody could engineer a machine capable of capturing and displaying the waves of bygone eras? A chronovisor, or literally a time seer. And this is how Ernetti's work with time machines began. Father Brune writes in his book, quote, "I don't remember very well how our first meeting ended, but what I'm sure of is that that day I went back to the hotel completely stunned. As long as I was with Father Ernetti, his strength of conviction was such that what he told me seemed almost natural to me. But then, left alone, reflection took over. All of this was completely crazy. Did I dream of Father Ernetti, as if he were a mad scientist as we read about in comics or science fiction novels?" End quote. In any investigation, you need to know who you're dealing with, and Father Pellegrino Ernetti was quite the person. Born in 1925, at a young age he dedicated his life to Christianity, and over the years, he became recognized by the Vatican as one of the most talented individuals to have chosen the path. Beyond his ordainment as a priest, Ernetti became one of Italy's most accomplished and prolific exorcists. Father Gabriel Amorth, popularly known as the Pope's exorcist for his service as the official exorcist of the Vatican, wrote about Ernetti many times in his books with the utmost respect. Quote, "Father Pellegrino Ernetti, the most famous exorcist in the Venice area, who is also famous as a biblical and music scholar, experienced some very serious exorcism cases. He was a celebrated exorcist who had practiced in Venice for 40 years." End quote. During the peak of Ernetti's exorcism career, he received hundreds of patients each week. Father Brune notes that Ernetti was always careful to discern whether an individual was suffering from a psychological or physical problem, which required treatment from a medical professional, or a genuine demonic possession, in which case an exorcism ritual was appropriate. Father Ernetti even wrote his own book on exorcism, titled "The Likes and Dislikes of the Devil." Ironically, for a man who apparently invented the time television, he actually lists the television as number 5 on what the devil likes. To be clear, I'm pretty sure he's referring to a standard television. That said, I found what he wrote about the television to be quite, curious. Speaking in the first-person perspective as the devil, Ernetti writes, quote, "The television, it is my device, I invented it, in order to destroy the single souls and the families. I separate them, I break them up with my subtle and penetrating programs. The television is the center of attraction with which I draw in so many priests, brothers and sisters, especially in the late hours, and then I do not let them pray. In an instant, I present myself in the whole world, and they listen to me, and they all see me." End quote. Make of that what you will. Now, speaking generally, there's no question that Father Ernetti was intellectually gifted. He exceeded in his education in a multitude of academic fields, holding doctoral degrees in ancient Oriental languages, philosophy, theology, and pre-polyphonics. In particular, Ernetti was a surprisingly influential, world-renowned expert in pre-polyphonics, also known as archaic music. Even more than exorcism, archaic music was his true gift and specialty. He spent the majority of his career researching and advancing this field, leading the pre-polyphonics departments of fine arts universities, and writing foundational works on the subject, such as Words, Music, and Rhythm, and his multi-volume magnum opus, General Treatise on Gregorian Chant. These works remain influential and referenced to this day. Father Ernetti had such a great ear that the Vatican even elected him as their delegate.
Bro, it drives me fucking insane, but look at this. Oh, it changes too, because it's 4K on my primary screen, like 2K on the other one. Bro, this is fucking kick. Every godforsaken day. It's just motherfuckers trying to get me to buy viewers or bots or some stupid shit, man. I don't even know. I don't even know if YouTube's chat works. I want to say it does, but I don't even know. Interesting. All right, let's go get my last 5 kills. Oh my lordy! I didn't even chamber a fucking round. Three. I'm sorry, dude. I love you. I'll hide his gun and shit, bro. It's a level 1. Bro, he had time to grab a... Well, that is 100% Tagilla. I don't know if I've ever been back here before. The man's fresh off the fucking boat, dude. Alright, well, hopefully those dickheads over there killed Tagilla. Do not want to fight him with an Uzi. Fuck you, Scav.
Пошел!
That's a PMC folk. He's got Tagilla's mask on though, dude. I don't know if I want to fuck with that. We're gonna avoid that side of the map, actually. Is there a fucking bug on me? I heard metal up here, maybe up over there. I'm Batman. What the fuck? You can't go in between that. Is that in the fucking bathroom, bro? Where the fuck is... No, it would be tiles. Am I taking crazy pills? Fuck you, dude! Oh, I killed him. Nice. He had some good loot. Oh, that's another scabby boy. If he doesn't tell me to TK myself, we'll probably toss his shit. Oh, we got movement over there. Looks like my side plate took some damage. Bro, that kind of scared me a little. That fucking stutter is a little much, to be honest. Get your fucking ass back over here, young man! Sending it. Get back! No, get back here! Where the fudge did he go? He might have gone downstairs. I think he went downstairs, man. That dude fucking skedaddled. We're just gonna dip. I'm coming!
Fuck you, bitch ass.
Nope. Man was talking mad shit, bro. Well, we're down with Testy 5, so on a Testy 6 right now. Let's go back to our coronavirus time machine thingy.
For the development of church music. It's an understatement to say that this man was extremely respected as an intellectual in the academic community, as well as a servant of God in the Catholic Church. In both worlds, his colleagues recognize his dedication and personal integrity. Despite becoming well known for his talents, he was never known to brag or exaggerate. In fact, most of his peers described him as a quiet intellectual. Looking at Pellegrino Ernetti's life, the chronovisor was arguably the only controversy he was ever involved in. If we can look past the fantastical nature of the chronovisor, all things considered, Ernetti actually seems to fit the bill for being involved in the development of such a device, especially one based on reading waves. But believe it or not, you might start to believe it, because this priest also earned a university degree in quantum and subatomic physics. And if all that wasn't enough, Ernetti's favorite hobby was tinkering with experimental electronics in his monastic cell, whenever he found time off from what we can assume was an enormously packed schedule. As Father Brun recounted in his book, quote, "The electronics experiments of Father Ernetti fascinated me. I returned to Venice several times. Several times I boarded the same small vaporetto, and again I knocked upon that small door, very discreet, of the monastery of San Giorgio Maggiore. We have again discussed for hours of the chronovisor," end quote. It was during these later visits that Brun received the revelation. Father Ernetti finally divulged to his friend his most precious secret, that several years prior, in the mid-1950s, he was involved in the development and testing of a device that teetered between revolutionary scientific achievement and mystical artifact. The chronovisor was his code name, and now we're really getting into the beating heart of the mystery. Ernetti explained to Brun that the chronovisor was a result of a secret project commissioned by the Vatican. Over the course of several years, a team of 12 hand-picked scientists developed and engineered it. The chronovisor team included Ernetti himself, as well as Enrico Fermi, the winner of the 1938 Nobel Prize in Physics, and Werner von Braun, the ex-Nazi engineer whose later work for the US space program landed Americans on the moon. Ultimately, this dream team was successful in creating a functional time machine. Father Brun could see that Ernetti was absolutely serious, despite the nature of his claims. According to Ernetti, quote, "The chronovisor functioned by processing residual electromagnetic radiation left over by numerous processes," end quote. Like how a television picks up broadcasted signals, the chronovisor was engineered to pick up on these radiation waves, switch between them as desired, and decode the information contained within to produce audio and visuals of the event. Aching to know more, Brun asked Ernetti to give him an idea of the structure of this machine. Ernetti responded, quote, "It consisted of 3 elements. The first block included a multitude of antennas, suitable for capturing all conceivable wavelengths. These antennas were made of alloys that included all metals, and they were interconnected. The second block was a selector that operated at the speed of light. It could be set in a sort of closed circuit on the location, date, and person of our choice. By virtue of this, the device then followed them everywhere. Finally, the third part was simply made up of a viewing device that allowed us to record the images and sounds obtained."
Oh my god. One of the dudes I killed literally had 0 hours. 1 survive and 2 deaths. This dude is fresh off the boat.
End quote. In terms of physical appearance, the chronovisor might be described as a large cabinet decorated with cathodes, dials, levers, and antennas. It also had a large cathode ray tube on its front hooked up to a screen. So, altogether, the chronovisor pretty much resembled a television. A very strange television. But unlike conventional TV sets, where viewers might tune into the History Channel, the chronovisor tuned into history itself. A set of directional dials allowed the user to specify what era and location they wish to see, and on the small screen, the viewer could witness events that unfolded years or even centuries ago, giving them unquestionable insight into the mysteries of the past. And just in case the scene wasn't firmly ingrained in the viewer's mind, the chronovisor was equipped with a built-in recording device to capture the footage for replay. In Father Brune's book, The Vatican's New Mystery, he presents a transcript of an early conversation he had with Ernetti, questioning the Italian priest about what it was like using the chronovisor, and what exactly he saw through it. Quote, "What were you capturing? Sound? Images?" Yes, it wasn't like a movie, but like a hologram, three-dimensional in relief. The characters were not very large, roughly the size of our TV screens. Was it in color? No, in black and white, but with motion and sound. Today, however, color would certainly be possible. Could you choose what you wanted to capture, or did the device work somewhat randomly? No, we could actually adjust our device to the desired place and era. More precisely, we chose someone we wanted to follow. It was on him that we set the device, and so it followed him automatically, a bit like ornithologists who tag wild geese or storks to better study the movements and possibly to protect them. So the images you obtained were what he had seen? The captured scenes were observed from his point of view? No, of course, it's him that we were seeing. Each man possesses a kind of wave, a sort of emanation that is unique to him, somewhat like a signature, or like fingerprints. So it's someone that we see and continue to see in all his movements. It's always him at the center of the scene. The problem consisted primarily in finding him, by trial and error. Then the device was adjusted to the wave that emanated from him, and the device followed him automatically. So what did you see in this way then? First, we wanted to verify that what we were seeing was authentic. So we started with a relatively recent scene, for which we had good visual and sound documented. We adjusted the device to Mussolini, delivering one of his speeches. Then we went back in time, capturing Napoleon. Afterward, we went to ancient Rome. A scene from the Trajan's fruit and vegetable market. A speech by Marcus Tullius Cicero. The gesture, the intonation, it was all there. What vigor, what flights of oratory. Lastly, we lingered on a minor work, a type of ancient tragedy that was practically lost. It was known only through a few quotations by various ancient authors. Thyestes, that is the name of this minor work, was staged in Rome in 169 BC, shortly before the author Quintus Onios' death. But tell me, Father, when you proposed that I come to visit, it wasn't just to talk to me about Quintus Onios. You also spoke to me about the life of Christ. Did you really manage to go back to the life of Christ? Yes, of course. And then? First of all, we tried to capture the Passion, Christ on the cross, but it was not so easy. At that time, there were several crucifixions. We thought that we could still find him easily, thanks to the crown of thorns. Unfortunately, we had a surprise. The crown of thorns was not as unique as we thought. We then tried to go back to the Last Supper. It worked. And from that moment, we never left him. These scenes were captured between January 12th and 14th, 1956. We saw everything. The agony in the Garden of Gethsemane, the betrayal of Judas, the trial. We saw the ascent to Calvary, the way of the cross. However, medieval piety has somewhat distorted it, adding episodes. Christ never fell. Moreover, he did not carry the whole cross. It would have certainly been too heavy. He carried only the horizontal beam tied to his shoulders. He was very disfigured. The scourging had torn strips of flesh from him. You could see down to the bone. But since Roman law required that the condemned must arrive alive at the place of his execution, the soldiers summoned Simon of Cyrene. We saw the scene as it is recorded in the Gospel. But even there, piety has sometimes interpreted it a bit. We used to read beautiful texts in which we were encouraged to envy the role of Simon of Cyrene, and to offer ourselves, like him, inwardly, to help Christ carry his cross. We clearly saw that Simon had no such desire. He had to be forced. Arriving at Calvary, Christ observes all those around him who insult him. Such majesty emanates from his whole being that everyone steps back, jostles, and falls to the ground. Jews, Greeks, Romans. Only Mary, the mother of Christ, John, and the other two Marys remain standing. I do not believe that Christ died of suffocation, as many doctors think. We saw him always standing upright until the last moment. And the resurrection, did you see that too? Yes, it's very difficult to describe. It was like a silhouette, a shape through a thin alabaster lamella lit up, or as through a crystal. Gradually, we then saw the rest of Christ's life, his appearances after his resurrection. Is there any trace left of all this? Yes, we filmed everything. This allowed us to show it later to Pope Pius XII, the President of the Republic, the Minister of Public Education, members of the Pontifical Academy were also present. And now, what has become of this device? Dismantled, but in a safe place. Moreover, I have deposited the designs with a notary in Switzerland, and others in Japan. Naturally, there is also a copy in Rome. But why? Why hide such a discovery, capable of shaking the world, of awakening faith that is being lost a little bit everywhere? This device can capture the entire past of anyone, completely, without exception. There are no more state secrets, no scientific, industrial, commercial, diplomatic secrets. There's no more private life. One day, we caught a group of bandits preparing a robbery. We alerted the police, who were able to intervene in time. But the robbery was about to happen. Our device had not lied. It's a disruption, as you say, but so total that it scares some people. And it opens the door to the most terrifying dictatorship the Earth has ever known. In the end, we all agreed to dismantle the chronovisor. End quote. Father Brune couldn't shake the sense of awe and unease enveloping him. The chronovisor, if real and as Ernetti described it, was staggeringly powerful. It was difficult to comprehend these sheer possibilities. Quote, but how did you discover something so extraordinary? Practically by chance, a very simple idea, a bit like Columbus's egg. You just had to think of it. But then, someday, someone else will discover it too. No, it's practically impossible. It would take an unheard of stroke of luck. End quote. Seeing the flabbergasted look on Father Brune's face, Father Ernetti realized that some explaining was in order. The moment was ripe to dial back the timeline once more, to the official commissioning of the Chronovisor project. How exactly a Benedictine monk ended up building a time machine in the company of some of the most brilliant scientists to ever live on a secret mission for the Vatican. At the alleged time of its construction, the Vatican did have a motive to develop such a device. Since World War II, the Roman Catholic Church had faced a sharp decline in global faith. Indeed, that situation would quickly change if biblical history could be witnessed and proven definitively. Pope Pius XII, who served from 1939 to 1958, hadn't forgotten about the recording machine incident with Father Ernetti and Gemelli that occurred in 1952. At some point later that same year, Ernetti's initial ideas for the Chronovisor reached the ears of the Pope. Allegedly, Pope Pius XII expressed overwhelmingly strong interest and offered Ernetti the funds to build it, on the condition that the priest was able to gather a team capable of such a feat. And this would obviously be a clandestine operation. It was up to Ernetti alone to identify, attract, vet, and recruit each candidate in secret. Thankfully, the Pope had the power to make this task a bit easier on the priest. Following the offer, Ernetti was appointed as the first chair of pre-polyphonic music at the Benedetto Marcello State Conservatory. More or less overnight, the priest gained access to some of the most brilliant scientists across a multitude of countries. This was how Ernetti managed to gather a secret league of 12 world-renowned experts in physics and engineering. Commissioned by the Vatican, and with direct support from the Pope, their singular purpose was to break through the terrestrial shackles of time and space, and invent a device capable of capturing the waves of history and displaying it on a screen. The details from here become quite murky. Out of the dozen that purportedly invented the Chronovisor, Father Ernetti revealed only 5 of his colleagues' identities. First, the Nobel Prize winner Enrico Fermi. Second, one of Fermi's disciples, unnamed. Third, a Portuguese physicist, Professor de Matheus. Fourth, a Japanese Nobel Prize winner, unnamed. And fifth, the infamous ex-Nazi engineer, Werner von Braun. In his life, the only 3 names Ernetti ever gave were Fermi, von Braun, and de Matheus. Enrico Fermi, a Nobel Prize laureate in physics, was celebrated for his groundbreaking work in nuclear reactions and the discovery of radioactive elements. He was one of the designers of the first atomic bomb. You may also recognize the last name from the Fermi paradox, named after the prolific physicist. The Fermi paradox asks the simple question, if we aren't alone in the universe, where is everyone else? Which has never been definitively answered. The second participant mentioned, Werner von Braun, was a former Nazi SS member turned esteemed NASA rocket scientist after World War II. Known widely as the father of space travel and the father of rocket science, Werner von Braun's reputation was just as formidable as Enrico Fermi's. Von Braun was instrumental in launching the United States' first space satellite, Explorer 1, and the Apollo spacecraft that reached the moon. It's also worth noting that conspiracy theorists have long suspected that during the final years of World War II, von Braun had been working on the Third Reich's Die Glocke, or Nazi Bell, which some sources claim was an early form of a saucer-type UFO, the first ever built on terrestrial soil. Others claim that it was an anti-gravity weapon. And of course, there are many occult researchers that insist that Die Glocke was a time machine, or even all 3 in one. So if anyone were to invent a chronovisor, Fermi and von Braun would be ideal candidates. However, neither of them could authenticate the invention or its inner workings, because their names only became publicly associated with the project in 1992, decades after their death. And
What up, Rebecca? How you doing? We're just getting down a little bit of Tarkov right now. About to head into Krusty Customs and go kill some scabs. Maybe a couple PMCs with the Velociraptor. Oh, that's fair. Do you play Tarkov at all or no? You know what? We might come in with a stack and a half. Oh, it's not going too bad, to be honest. I think it's been up, yeah, a little over 4 hours right now. My sleep schedule's a little kind of all over the place, so yeah, just whenever I'm up, I'm just throwing up the stream. It's not too bad. Not too bad at all. Alright, let's see. Alright, this is what I'm looking for. Ah, that's fair, that's fair. Do you do logos and all that good stuff or what? Alright, we're gonna transfer these keys. It'd be kind of nice if I had a Marked Room key. We'll see how much they're going for. If they're too expensive, I'll stay away from them. bad boys organized. Actually, I work with a lot of streamers, content creators, professional graphic designer. I usually make custom Twitch emotes, overlays, PFPs, profile pictures, I'm assuming is what that means. 2D, 3D models, YouTube banners. It's all commission based. Just wondering, would you like to see some of my recent work? Rebecca, I appreciate the offer, and I can respect the hustle, but no, I am good. I'm assuming you probably do pretty good work, but I made this little logo a couple years back, and I know it's pretty simple, but I like it. I like it. All right, I think we're good to go in. Well, shit. Once we get done with this task too, we should be level 53. That'll be good. I got one nade on me. Oh yeah, Rebecca, I respect the hustle. Hopefully you find some clients tonight, though. Alright, that's good. Ooh, you too, ma'am. Alright, we're gonna load in and watch more on this little time machine thingy.
If the chronovisor's development began in 1952, Fermi passed away just 2 years into the project. Moving on, Ernetti never gave the full name of the Portuguese physicist known as Professor de Matos. The only information we know about de Matos is found in an interview with Ernetti from May 2nd, 1972. Quote, "In 1957, I was called by the Cheney Foundation to organize a center of liturgical music with specialized courses and training in pre-polyphonic music. It was during these courses that I met Professor de Matos from Portugal, who had done careful studies on the texts of Aristoxenos regarding the disintegration of the sound." End quote. Lastly, Ernetti described one of the participants as a Japanese Nobel Prize winner. He may have not provided their name, but there's only one person it could possibly be, given that the chronovisor was said to have been developed in the 1950s. That would be the Japanese theoretical physicist and first Japanese Nobel laureate, Hideki Yukawa, who won the award in 1949, according to the official citation, for his prediction of the existence of mesons on the basis of theoretical work on nuclear physics. The next Japanese winner of the Nobel Prize wouldn't be until 1965, so it would have to be Yukawa. Yukawa's background in understanding fundamental interactions at the particle level would have been pretty useful in theorizing or modeling aspects of how the chronovisor might select and tune to specific electromagnetic signatures associated with historical events or individuals. Actually, this team is starting to sound surprisingly suitable for the job. Ernetti with his mastery of sound and acoustics, Fermi with his theoretical and nuclear expertise, von Braun with his engineering skills, and Yukawa with his knowledge in particle physics. And not to forget de Matos, an apparently impressive scholar of ancient Greek acoustic physics. De Matos could have contributed understanding of how sound waves travel and persist over time. But no matter how many geniuses you can fit in a laboratory, the project still needs to be possible. The problem with most time machines is that they're considered physically impossible, as traveling back in time creates temporal paradoxes and logical contradictions. But here's the kicker. One thing to keep in mind is that the chronovisor isn't a traditional time machine. It only views the past and doesn't travel physically to the past, which helps avoid many of the classic paradoxes associated with time travel, such as altering past events. It would still require at least several revolutionary advances in physics and engineering, and sensors far beyond our current capabilities. It would challenge the known laws of physics to an extreme degree. But technically, as far as I understand, it doesn't violate the known laws of physics. The only caveat is that there need to be a small delay when viewing events with the chronovisor, because a real-time transmission of information traveling faster than the speed of light would violate the principle of causality. Obviously, I'm having a bit of fun here, but with the Dream Team on point and the physical laws challenged but not broken, and a devout Catholic possibly opening a door for divine intervention, maybe the invention of time television isn't so crazy at all. If you know your physics, please leave your peer review in the comments, and for everyone else, that's enough physics for today. It's time to travel back to the story. Having heard all this, as Brun left Ernetti's quarters, he felt shook to the core and utterly bewildered. Though he didn't doubt the sincerity of his friend, this was a story wilder than he could wrap his head around. Thus, Brun would make many more visits over the coming months to fully grasp the story, the technology, and the implications. Everything had been dismantled, confiscated, or destroyed, so Ernetti couldn't provide Brun any evidence, and the implications.
Bro, that would be so cool to go out there. My parents were out there, I think it was last year. Yeah, they were telling me out there, wait, no, not last year, sorry. This was like 3 fucking weeks ago, or like a month ago. Yeah, my dad took pictures of them inside the little boats or whatever. They wanted me to go, and yeah, they paid like $2,000 for their fucking ticket, and then they did a cruise afterwards that was like $4,000 a ticket. It's like, I ain't got no $6,000 laying around just so I can go to Europe. Maybe when I'm older, who knows? But oh god, I'm itching that itch, dude. It's a good itch. It's a good itch to itch. All right, it's not too bad. It's the best itch to itch. All right. No, but it would be cool as fuck to go out here though. I watched like a little YouTube documentary on how they constructed the city and whatnot. That's from a while back too, a couple 100 years ago, or maybe even longer. I don't know. It's been a minute since I've seen it though. Fuck, dude. We're gonna finish test drive, and then I don't even know what I'm gonna work after that, to be honest. I could just go do my nighttime kills on interchange. Carry a sniper rifle around with me, kill scavs, get my sniper rifle skill up to level 3 or 4, whatever it is, and then kill PMCs with an actual gun. I still gotta do this motherfucker too. We're getting close. I don't have much tasks left till Kappa, to be honest. And then I gotta start pushing after my achievements. We're gonna do the knife kills, and then I gotta hunt down Partisan another 11 more times. Fuck, why is it taking so long to load? Well, you know what, granted, it's like 5 in the fucking morning though. There's not a lot of people playing right now.
Thus, Brune would make many more visits over the coming months to fully grasp the story, the technology, and the implications. Everything had been dismantled, confiscated, or destroyed, so Ernetti
We're on
couldn't
a boat
provide
in the
Brune
middle of
any
the
evidence.
ocean.
These were the initial years of the Chronovisor story. Life moved on, and Father Brune returned to France. However, his continued faith in the story seemed to give Father Ernetti more confidence to begin speaking about the machine to others, and eventually even go public. This, unfortunately, would open a floodgate that Ernetti would never be able to close. It would take some time before Brune would be pulled back into the loop, and realize that there was much more to Father Ernetti and his claims than what he was told, and things he'd never been shown, evidence that the monk would later present to prove the Chronovisor's existence. Many years after meeting Brune, Ernetti made a controversial decision, and one he would certainly regret. He began to speak about the Chronovisor at public and academic conferences. One of the best-known occasions of this was on February 17th, 1979, at a conference held in the San Tommaso University in Rome. There, Father Ernetti lectured in front of an audience of scientists on the physical principle that explains the phenomenon of the voices of the afterlife and the Chronovisor. On this occasion, the monk spoke freely and frankly about the scientific workings of the device, with the same claims he'd made to Father Brune 15 years earlier. He explained to his audience and journalists that the Chronovisor had been dismantled, hence why he wasn't able to show it. The problem was that the public was not as accepting of Ernetti's claims as Brune had been, and quickly, enormous amounts of pressure began to mount for the monk to provide some form of tangible evidence. And so eventually, he did. The most famous evidence Ernetti produced was supposedly a genuine photograph of Jesus Christ. According to Ernetti, on January 12, 1956, the Chronovisor team ventured to the year 36 AD, the event of Christ's Crusade.
I want to see this photo. Well, we're going to stick on this side of the map for the time being. If we run into some bad guys, we give them smoke. Allow time for the scavs to spawn in. Maybe I should come in with a bigger bag. I don't know. Vertical at 83, that's not super fucking bad. It's just It's not the greatest though. I think I just heard movement to my right. To my left, actually. Maybe I'm just hearing shit. Hell no, I ain't hearing shit. Bah. Oh, this is a nice little surprise. Oh, there's a scav or PMC right over here. Yeah, we're gonna come with a bigger bag next time. Oh, what if I found 2 fucking armor repair kits, man? That'd be insane. Oh, I thought those tires were a player. It's smelling like PMCs over here, bah. Well, I would prefer if I didn't freaking die with this, but you know what? I'm kind of good on money. Oh my god. Cheap viewers. Lidnote Nell, 34 God, bro. You know what? Give me a second, bro. Let me go get my credit card. I want to buy the cheapest of cheap viewers, bro. 100 cheap viewers, dude. I'm not a big fan of expensive viewers, dude. I'm all about those cheap viewers, dude. No, 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 no. You know what? Do we extract the armor repair kit? That's an easy no right there. I don't really need money, but I also don't want to lose money if it's not necessary, though. You know what? What if I can drop it? I have 30K. I might just be able to send it to my stash, actually. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Bro, it's too much fucking money, dude. Man. Alright, well, I'm gonna have to restart. Let's go back to our coronavirus movie.
Crucifixion, and returned with a
Visor.
complete recording of it, captured by the chronovisor. Later, in 1972, a certain journalist named Vincenzo Maddaloni had heard the rumors of the chronovisor that had slowly begun circulating around Venice and Vatican City. Maddaloni was perhaps the first to seriously begin pestering Father Ernetti for some form of evidence. After some time, the priest finally gave in and handed the journalist a photograph supposedly taken from the chronovisor's recording of Jesus' crucifixion. On May 2nd, 1972, an article titled "A Machine That Photographs the Past Has Finally Been Invented" was published by the newspaper La Domenica del Corriere. In a single day, almost all of Italy was buzzing over Father Ernetti's fantastical and very shocking claims. The press had talked about the chronovisor before, but this was the moment that the public at large first learned of it. The alleged photograph of Jesus Christ made the story a global sensation. Moreover, according to the article's author, Vincenzo Maddaloni, Father Ernetti also claimed to possess a photo of the Last Supper, which he kept private. The Last Supper photo would never be released, but the Jesus photo would become by far the most infamous image associated with the chronovisor mystery. For example, I have a 40 Times magazine that features it on the cover, with Pope John Paul II setting it on fire. To put it simply, this photo was problematic, but it wasn't until several years later that a serious allegation of fraud arose regarding its authenticity. In 1980, a journalist from the magazine Giornali de Mystery published the following, quote, "I do not personally know Father Ernetti, and therefore I cannot afford to judge his person. On the facts, however, I can express an opinion. To this day, regarding his machine that photographs the past, we only have a large amount of 'it is said,' without any concrete evidence. The only fact officially disclosed in the press and endorsed by him as concrete proof turned out to be a colossal falsehood. I am referring to the image of the face of Christ that Father Ernetti delivered to some journalists, claiming that he had obtained it through his machine. Upon examination, this photo proved to be nothing more than the inverted reproduction of a devotional image that is sold for 100 lire at the sanctuary of the Amore Misericordioso di Colle Valenza, itself a reproduction of a wooden sculpture by Culotte Valera, found in this sanctuary." End quote. The magazine presented a thorough documentation that proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that Ernetti's photo of Jesus was nothing more than a reversed image of a wood carving by the sculptor Lorenzo Culotte Valera, found on a local postcard. Unfortunately, Father Ernetti was unwilling or unable to provide an explanation for this. When side-by-side images of both began to turn up in magazines, this cast serious doubt upon Ernetti's claims of the chronovisor. Of course, when Father Brun learned of this, it shook him to the core. Quote, "That day, I discovered that Father Ernetti, who had told me that he did not even have a photograph to show me, had given a journalist a photo of Christ on the cross obtained through the chronovisor. But the most serious fact is that there was an absolutely identical photo on a postcard. The same image, simply reversed from right to left, same angle with the same lighting. Of all this, Father Ernetti had not mentioned any to me. However, after my initial shock had passed, I said to myself, no, It's not possible. This man was not lying. No, there was only one solution: to visit Father Ernetti. Our relationship was not of the same kind as that which journalists or even his fellow scientists could have. He would have certainly told me what he could not tell others, at least a small part, what was necessary to not compromise our friendship. Honestly, I don't remember very well how I approached the matter, whether I was very direct, at the risk of seeming aggressive, or if I managed not to give him the impression that I was starting to doubt him. In my notes, I find only his answers. End quote. The two priests sat upon the high chairs in Father Ernetti's monastic cell. Ernetti looked at Brune and indeed gave him an explanation that he'd never disclosed to the journalists. And it was complicated. According to the monk, he was well aware of the image from the Cola Valenza postcard. The crucifix pictured was the work of a Spanish sculptor who had chiseled every last minuscule detail according to the directions of a nun known as Mother Hope. Mother Hope was not your everyday nun, but one blessed with divine vision and a history of incredibly intense mystical experiences. Mother Hope was what's known in Catholicism as a stigmatist. This is a person who bears bodily wounds, scars, or pain mirroring the crucifixion wounds of Jesus Christ, those in the wrists and feet from the large iron nails that pinned Christ to the cross, in the side from being pierced by the lance of Longinus, on the forehead from the crown of thorns, and on the back from the scourging Jesus suffered at the pillar. However, not only did Mother Hope relive the events of the Passion of Christ in her flesh, but she also experienced traumatizing visions of them on a regular basis. It was from one of these divine scenes, seared into her memory, that Mother Hope directed the sculptor to carve the crucifix. So, simply put, Ernetti was claiming that the sculpture was an absolutely historically accurate depiction, and that the photo of it, featured on a local postcard, was more or less a true image of Christ. But this elaborate clarification still didn't explain the fact that the photograph Ernetti provided to the journalist was not from a recording made by the chronovisor. Father Ernetti had an answer for this, though. Going back to 1972, the journalist Vincenzo Maddaloni had been pestering the monk for evidence so frequently that it became a real annoyance. Same as Ernetti had told Brune decades prior, he didn't have any photos or recordings from the machine left in his possession. But the journalist would not accept this answer. Eventually, Ernetti decided to give Maddaloni a bone to gnaw on so that he could finally be left in solitude. He handed him a reversed photo of the postcard of Mother Hope's sculpture, without explicitly saying whether it was from the chronovisor. The only thing the monk told the journalist was, quote, "Here, the Christ we saw with the chronovisor was like this," end quote. After this exchange, Ernetti speculated that the journalist Maddaloni intentionally made it sound like the image was directly taken from the chronovisor recording. And to the monk's credit, Ernetti never claimed to anyone else that the image was from the chronovisor. However, he also never responded to the accusations of fraud. The media completely destroyed his image and legacy over this. If Ernetti had answers, why wouldn't he at least try to protect all that he'd earned over so many decades of honest work and devotion? Brune questioned the monk on this apparent logical contradiction. Quote, "Then why this silence? Why haven't you at least responded to all those who are asking for an explanation from you? I was not free. I had already spoken too much. I had an absolute prohibition from my superiors to give new explanations, to respond to accusations, to reassert the existence of the chronovisor and the reality of the results obtained. In a way, the accusations against me were convenient for them. Since I could not respond, the discredit gradually discouraged any kind of curiosity. This is precisely what they wanted, from the time it was decided to dismantle the device and keep it a secret." End quote. Interestingly, Ernetti seemed to be implying that he was formally silenced shortly before the fraud accusation started. And this is consistent with other events in the timeline. Remember that the first expose that confirmed the Jesus photo as fake was in 1980. Just 1 year earlier, in February 1979, during the physics conference in Rome, Father Ernetti was still speaking freely and openly about the chronovisor. He devoted his entire presentation at the conference to the chronovisor's scientific function and the physics behind time tuning and time viewing. Unsurprisingly, it was tremendously popular and drew crowds of attendees. Many reporters and columnists in the audience went on to publish reactions to it. This was a defining moment in Ernetti's career, and likely the very event that prompted the Vatican to formally silence him, because after this, he suddenly stopped talking about it to anyone. Brune suspected that Ernetti was immediately forbidden from discussing the device, either due to the storm of reactions it stirred up, or possibly something Ernetti let slip that he wasn't supposed to reveal. Either way, Brune discovered in his research that, quote, "After the Rome conference in 1979, there were long years of silence. Later, in October of 1979, when Ernetti was invited to a parapsychology congress, everyone expected some information on the chronovisor. Instead, he had prepared a 3-hour conference on the eschatology in the Bible, philosophy, and theology. 3 hours, without a doubt, so that there was no time to ask him questions about the chronovisor. Then, during a congress organized by the astrology magazine Astra on October 18th and 19th, 1986, in Riva del Garda, the title of Father Ernetti's lecture was Theology, Science, and Magic. On that occasion, he spoke again about the chronovisor, but it was only one of the topics evoked. Journalists who attended highlighted the extreme caution with which Father Ernetti had mentioned the chronovisor without ever exposing himself, without ever suggesting that he could have played an important role in its research. Had he obtained permission from his superiors to talk about it, and within precise limits? That's what he had reported to my friend, Professor Ernst Sinkowski, on February 14th, 1987. What he, Father Ernetti, had said on the shores of Lake Garda at that Congress had been directly authorized by the Vatican. End quote. The photograph of Jesus Christ was not the only evidence that Ernetti revealed to the world before his apparent silencing. This other piece of evidence actually came first, but more importantly, is the only evidence for the chronovisor that remains academically contested to this day. I'm referring to the same text that the monk had mentioned to Father Brun during their initial meetings, his handwritten transcription of the long-lost tragedy Thyestes, composed by the Roman poet Quintus Annius in 169 BC. The play is believed to tell the story about how Thyestes attended a banquet and was tricked by his brother Atreus into eating his own children. Despite Quintus Annius' fame and success as a playwright and poet, only fragments of his work have survived. The only reason why we know Thyestes existed is through the writings of ancient authors, whose various records preserved a total of 24 lines. Dude. So far as we know, the rest of the tragedy has been lost. According to the monk, his handwritten transcript of Thyestes was a product of their earlier tests with the chronovisor. Near the tail end of 1955, Ernetti and his team had only recently completed the device and were testing it by traveling progressively further back in time. First, they visited a speech given by the Italian dictator Benito Mussolini so they could compare it to an actual recording and confirm whether the chronovisor was working. Next, they traveled 100 years back to a speech given by Napoleon Bonaparte. Finally, they tuned their time television all the way back to ancient Rome, 169 BC. There, the chronovisor team witnessed an ancient tragedy being performed on stage. As an expert in Latin, Father Ernetti quickly recognized it as Thyestes, the long-lost play, and began transcribing the dialogue by hand. In 1966, a decade after these alleged events, and 2 years after Father Brun met Ernetti, a Latin scholar by the name of Professor Giuseppe Marosca took an interest in Father Ernetti after reading about him in a magazine. Marosca got in contact, and the two swiftly bonded over their mutual love for the ancient language and Roman arts and culture. Just like Brun, Professor Marosca made enough subsequent trips to Ernetti's monastery that eventually he too would become privy to the chronovisor. Ernetti only spoke to Father Brun about his Thyestes transcript, never showing it to him. However, Professor Marosca was very insistent, as this ancient play was directly related to his field of study. The chronovisor was fascinating, sure, but getting a copy of that Thyestes transcript became an unhealthy obsession. Tired of the professor's continuous requests, Father Ernetti finally gave in. During one of their hangouts in the monk's monastic cell, Ernetti handed Marosca a box containing a bundle of papers tied together with a string, giving Marosca no context as to what it was. According to later newspaper reports, after Marosca went home, he untied the bundle, shuffled through a couple pages, and saw that there were Latin words. Immediately, he put the bundle back into the box, then secured his new treasure in a massive metal strongbox in his bedroom, locking it shut. For several years after, Professor Marosca kept the Thyestes transcript absolutely secret, but eventually he decided that this important work needed to be shared with the world. With Ernetti's permission, the professor gave a copy to a local Italian magazine, who then published it to far less fanfare than the Jesus photo that would come later. The article read, quote, "For 5 years, Marosca jealously retained the sheets in a box, without deciding to make something about it. Finally, he made a decision, and after having made the translation into Italian and obtaining the consent of Father Ernetti, allowed our magazine to publish only some of the passages." End quote. One of the standout issues presented by the Thyestes transcription is that it's largely incomplete, just as the magazine mentioned, as Marosca and Ernetti only allowed a select few passages to be published, a total of 121 lines. Realistically, the full play would have been about 10 times longer. This is a point that many chronovisor critics overlook, the fact that the transcript was initially presented as a fragment, nowhere near the complete work, so we can't be too judgmental on the lackluster length. That said, the actual contents need to be peeled through with a fine-tooth comb. While the Thyestes transcript was initially overlooked, after the crushing wave of accusations spurred from the Jesus photo expose, the world became determined to debunk any further evidence of the chronovisor and prove that it was all the concoctions of the mad priest, the nickname Ernetti became known by. So, in the year 2000, a Princeton University graduate named Dr. Catherine Owen Eldred, who holds a PhD in classical literature, translated Ernetti's Thyestes text into English and gave her thorough analysis on the matter. If you'd like to read the Thyestes transcript yourself, Dr. Eldred's work was published in the American edition of Peter Cross's book, Father Ernetti's Chronovisor, The Creation and Disappearance of the World's First Time Machine. The contents are in the form of hymns, or prayers to the god Apollo, sung by Thyestes. As mentioned before, Thyestes accidentally ate his own children at a banquet, after his brother Atreus killed and cooked them for dinner. Now, trying to appeal for Apollo for help, Thyestes spends most of the transcript singing praise about Apollo's attributes and retelling the story of the god's birth. After a long while, Thyestes comes to realize that Apollo isn't listening. The group of friends around Thyestes then beg Apollo to listen, but Apollo refuses. Out of options, Thyestes curses Atreus angrily. Quote, "May Atreus perish in a shipwreck. May he, fixed on the highest, sharpest rocks, disemboweled. May Atreus perish in a shipwreck. May he, fixed on the..." After a long while, Thyestes comes to realize that Apollo isn't listening. The group of friends around Thyestes then beg Apollo to listen, but Apollo refuses. Out of options, Thyestes curses Atreus.
Bro, he looks so fucking annoyed in that picture, dude. Like, yeah, goddamn, I'm having to hear this fucking shit again.
Atreus angrily. Quote, "May Atreus perish in a shipwreck. May he, fixed on the highest, sharpest rocks, disemboweled, suspended over a vast expanse, sprinkling the rocks with gory disease and black blood. May he have no grave, no haven for his body, where his body may rest from evils, when his human life had been lost. And in..."
Alright, going in. We're going in. Bah. Bah. Alright. It always catches on the end of that. Oh. Oh, bro. Elite Endurance? When the fuck did that happen? Fuck, dude. What the fuck was that? Nine KD. 10 KD. Dude's probably legit, but do we report him? We're going to be on the safe side and do it. Yeah, he only hit me in the noggin. I think he's legit, but I don't know. I don't know. If it's above 10, I just kind of do it. He did only hit me in the head. His grenades are pretty accurate too, but I don't know. I was making a lot of noise though. Alright, we'll get re-kitted.
Indeed, may Apollo not be beside him and a cause for destruction be nearby. End quote. There are several reasons why Dr. Eldred suspected that Ernetti's transcript was not the real Theestus. She pointed out that the text contained words that didn't appear in the Latin language until centuries after the play was first performed. Also, the repetition of words suggests that whoever wrote it had a limited understanding of Latin. Obviously, Latin was the playwright Quintus Annius' native language, and he was known as a masterful writer, so repetitive vocabulary is rather suspicious. Finally, Dr. Eldred actually complimented the Theestus transcript, despite her confidence in its fraudulence. She stated that, overall, quote, "Some of it is quite good, some of it is okay, and none of it is bad. It definitely has literary distinction," end quote. All this said, there are some surprisingly scathing critiques of Dr. Eldred's critique itself. Father Brune, who we know is also a scholar of ancient languages, including Latin, denounced the Princeton graduate's translation as not good, citing numerous errors. Quote, "Two huge errors right from the first two lines, and, moreover, in very short verses. It's not insignificant. I will add that it is always wise to be very cautious in the use of such analysis based on vocabulary. To resort to such an argument, one must not choose the wrong word. Each error leads to another. Frankly, one has to wonder if this graduate of Princeton University has any knowledge of Latin grammar. The most amusing part is then seeing her comments. She believes she's analyzing the text, but is merely glossing over her own misinterpretations, marveling, for example, that the author speaks of madness, and even praising this madness. I see the madness in her translation, not in the text. Professor Maraska does not seem to have been troubled by the style or vocabulary of the text. However, he knew Latin." End quote. So apparently Ernetti's transcript of Theestus is still up for debate. It's dubious and suspicious, especially in light of the fake Jesus photo, but this text remains the only potential evidence of the chronovisor still left on the table. Obviously, that's a big issue. Beyond the Theestus transcript, the only remaining support for the existence of the chronovisor are the testimonies of Ernetti's colleagues, all of whom are esteemed and respectable individuals by most measures, but none of whom ever actually saw the time television itself, besides Father Ernetti. On April 8th, 1994, at the age of 68, Father Pellegrino Ernetti passed away. But after his death, the chronovisor mystery would be stirred back to life in an utterly strange twist. In the year 2000, the editors of Peter Cross's book, Father Ernetti's Chronovisor, were contacted by an individual claiming to be a distant relative and a spiritual son of Ernetti, someone who was very close to the monk. This relative lived in Italy and had heard about the research for the book, and wanted to offer the editors a document pertaining to Ernetti, which he considered important, but only with the formal guarantee of absolute anonymity. Quote, he stipulated that we were not to reveal his name, nor anything about him, apart from what was in the document. We agreed. The document arrived in our Florida offices a month later. In what follows, we are reprinting that document in its entirety. We've made efforts to determine the authenticity of this document and of its contents. We're not at liberty to say what paths we pursued in doing so, but we have reason to believe that the document is authentic. End quote. Written originally in Italian, yet only published by the editors in its English translation, this provocative document claimed to be the record of a confession made by the late Father Ernetti on his deathbed. According to this mysterious source, his father was a distant relative of Father Ernetti and had great respect and admiration for the monk. Since early childhood, his father brought him on regular visits to Ernetti's monastery, and as a child, he referred to the monk as Uncle Pellegrino. They enjoyed a very close and friendly relationship over several decades, even after the relative married and moved some distance away. The document read as follows, quote, one night, a number of weeks before Father Ernetti died, I don't want to say when, I received a telephone call from him. His voice was low and quavering. That was when he told me he was dying. He asked if I could come and see him the next day. He told me it might be the last chance he would ever have to see me. I immediately went to Venice, very distressed. When I entered Uncle Pellegrino's cell, something seemed to be very changed about the atmosphere. Uncle lay very still in his bed. It seemed like him, but in a way not quite like him. He called my name. I sat down beside his bed. He told me that, the night before, he had thought he was going to die. He had become very ill and had lost consciousness. End quote. The letter goes on to detail that Ernetti had a near-death experience, where he saw a white light and began walking toward it. In the distance, he was being beckoned onward by a figure he vaguely recognized. The following morning, when he'd regained consciousness, Ernetti realized that he had been in heaven. He felt incredibly weak. He didn't understand why he was still alive. Quote, he said that he had not told the nuns or the doctors about this. Instead, he had telephoned me. He realized that he had been told during his near-death experience, and he remembered this when he woke up. Some things about himself which he had forgotten for a very long time. They mostly had to do with this life, but during this experience, he had also been told about a number of his other lifetimes, and that had opened his eyes to many things. Uncle Ernetti told me, my son, I am very, very fond of you. Sometimes I have presumed to think of you as my own son. I will not live much longer. I may even die tonight. Over the years, I have told you many lies. I wish now to rectify that. I wish to tell you the truth. End quote. Father Ernetti pointed weakly toward the big wooden desk in his monastic cell, and requested the relative to take a pencil and paper from one of the drawers and begin recording his words. He told his spiritual son that he could choose to do whatever he wanted with the information he was about to receive. First, the dying priest admitted that he'd forged a transcript of the ancient long-lost tragedy, Thyestes. However, things weren't so simple. The near-death experience Ernetti had the night before forced him to a strange realization that it was he alone, and not Quintus Anios, who composed the transcript, using fragments preserved in the works of ancient authors. Father Ernetti could only vaguely remember doing this. He admitted that Thyestes was a lifelong obsession of his, and that he finally understood why exactly that was. Ernetti then told his spiritual son something even more bizarre. That while he may have not witnessed Thyestes through the chronovisor, he did in fact witness the entire stage play in a previous lifetime. Quote, I was a boy who saw that play. There was one scene that was burned into my memory. I wanted to remember and relive the rest. I remember the scene at the table, the cannibalism. My father in that lifetime was very cruel. All during my present lifetime, I've told people that I want to hear the music that accompanied Anios' Thyestes. But that was not true. I want you to know the truth. I said it to provide an explanation for an otherwise inexplicable obsession. End quote. From the deathbed confession, it's not clear whether his fraudulent copy of Thyestes was forged out of obsession, or if he actually transcribed the scenes from his vivid past life memories. Either way, Ernetti confessed that the only reason he claimed that he used a chronovisor to obtain the text was because any other explanation would have been totally unbelievable. Interesting logic, but we'll roll with it. Finally, the dying priest decided that it was time to talk about the truth of the infamous device. As if to make sure his relative didn't get the wrong idea, he stated firmly, quote, I did manage to build a chronovisor, and once it almost worked. End quote. This is where things get truly interesting. According to the deathbed confession, the chronovisor was absolutely real. Moreover, it wasn't anything like how Ernetti had described it to anyone else prior. Writhing on his deathbed, Ernetti recounted a pivotal event to his spiritual son. Quote, it was a dark and gloomy day. I sat within it and turned it on. The chronovisor was not like a television at all, but rather was a sphere, much like a diving device, or one-man submarine, open at eye level in all directions. It was suspended by a cable, with a device that gave it free range of motion. It was made of a lightweight metal, and aluminum alloy. After locking myself into it, the world spun around me. It was powered solely by thought energy. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw, also spinning, a circular room lined with something resembling files. The machine slowed, but would not stop. I believe now that the functioning of the chronovisor is dependent upon a very specific belief structure. That very specific belief structure involves a certain separateness from time, a distancing from regulated, structured religions. But that was difficult for me because I was a priest. I count the failure of the machine as my own failure." End quote. The relative then asked the dying Ernetti how he was able to invent this time machine, and who exactly collaborated with him on this endeavor. The answer was, of course, unexpected. Out of all the scientific geniuses Ernetti previously claimed had worked with him, he only mentioned one. Quote, "I did know Enrico Fermi. He humored me, a very tolerant friend. I was alone in my belief. He did not work on the chronovisor with me. However, one person helped me, a student. Not known to history. He is a priest now, and he will remain very silent." End quote. As improbable as it might seem for Father Ernetti and a student assistant to have invented something as profound as a chronovisor, all on their own, according to the deathbed confession, this wasn't the full picture, because the history of the chronovisor and its development may very well stretch back hundreds of years. Clutching to his relative, Ernetti then made an incredible claim. Quote, "This was not the first lifetime I devoted to my endeavor of building a chronovisor. It was a lifetime when I was a contemporary of Nostradamus. I knew him in the 16th century. He was an alchemist and a physicist. He too experimented with a chronovisor. It was he who taught me that it might be possible. Nostradamus believed that it could be done by changing the vaporous body, that the body could be transformed in such a way that it could slip easily between times. We felt that we could achieve the vaporous body through alchemy, in such a way that we felt we could change the experience and control it with the body. Chief among our concepts was that of a round room, a round chamber which are placed the Akashic records. Off of this chamber are a multitude of paths, like a sun and rays. Each ray represents a different lifetime and a different time. In effect, it is a clearinghouse." End quote. There is quite a bit to break down here. According to the confession, in a past life some 500 years earlier, Ernetti worked with none other than the French astrologer and seer, Nostradamus, on the initial mechanisms of the chronovisor. Many of you watching are probably familiar with Nostradamus for his prophecies and predictions that are argued to have come true, spanning hundreds of years after his death. Some of the events Nostradamus is thought to have accurately predicted include the Great Fire of London, the coming of Adolf Hitler, the dropping of the atomic bombs over Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and even the assassination of the US President, John F. Kennedy. So it's no surprise that Nostradamus is often called the prophet of doom. But on that point, if Nostradamus was so consistently correct, as many have claimed for centuries, what if he wasn't actually a soothsayer or seer in the mystical sense? Could Nostradamus have been the inventor of the earliest prototype of the chronovisor, the literal time seer? Moving on, Ernetti seems to strongly imply that the chronovisor relies on the use of alchemy. This little detail is interesting, because much like the mystery of the chronovisor itself, the historical practice of alchemy can be seen as a crossroad teetering between the mystical and the scientific. Moreover, alchemy and the chronovisor might both be seen as metaphors or literal tools of transformation and transcendence beyond ordinary limits. For example, the traditional goals of alchemy included transmuting lead into gold, or bestowing the alchemist with the ability to live forever. The chronovisor apparently used alchemy for an even more ambitious goal, though, to literally ascend the human body into some sort of multidimensional form, capable of freely traveling through time and rematerializing as needed. Also, for what it's worth, Nostradamus had at least a little understanding of how alchemy worked, having spent 8 years as an apothecary. Finally, what seems to be the most confusing part of Ernetti and Nostradamus' chronovisor is the mention of placing the Akashic records inside the chronovisor's inner chamber, as if the Akashic records were some sort of tangible object. If you're unfamiliar with this occult concept, the Akashic records are said to be the central storehouse of universal consciousness for everything that's happened or will happen. Every event, sensation, emotion, thought, action, and word of every living creature in the universe, past, present, and future. Some mystics argue that the Akashic records are an etheric dimension of consciousness, the mental plane. Others describe it as a universal energy field, vibrationally encoded. Either way, the Akashic records are supposed to be completely metaphysical, so it's not clear how Ernetti and Nostradamus plan to capture them in a physical form and fit it into the chronovisor. Of course, that's probably where more alchemy was involved. I'm quite curious about how all this would work, so if you have any theories or thoughts, please take a moment and let me know in the comments. Ultimately, the most important twist in the story here is the idea that Father Ernetti, who was a Catholic priest, had apparently spent several previous lifetimes attempting to build the chronovisor. Over multiple past lives, he tried to complete his great work, every time having failed but gotten further, and every knock upon death's door, vowing to be reincarnated once more to continue his endeavor. Quote, "My words were but the wistful desire of one who has failed. I shall return to try again. But there is one last thing that I must tell you, about the picture of Christ. You know it now, I lied. Today, last night, I've asked myself many times, why? The answer is because I was hopeful that my chronovisor would work. I was always so optimistic. I have no more to tell you, my son. All that I have told you is now yours." End quote. After Father Ernetti whispered these final words, the relative wept at his bedside profusely. Looking up from the tears, he saw the old man close his weary eyes and fall deeply asleep. It was a serene moment, seeing the monk at peace. But it didn't last long, according to the document, as Ernetti's eyes suddenly shot open and he sat right up, staring happily at his favorite relative. According to Ernetti's spiritual son, quote, "It was as if he were seeing me for the first time. My son," he cried out. "My son, it's you. I'm so glad you have come." It was as if he now remembered nothing of what had come before, as if he had come back entirely to his old self and forgotten everything of his near-death experience and everything he had learned from it. I swiftly put away my notes. I told him nothing. That is my story. End quote. It's incredibly challenging to argue that this so-called deathbed letter is legitimate. is confusing in the way that it explains Father Ernetti's fraudulent behavior and lies, while at the same time arguing for the genuine existence of a partially functioning chronovisor. Moreover, it makes some bold new claims, such as the involvement of Nostradamus, alchemy, multiple past lives, and particularly Ernetti's conviction that his soul would be reincarnated yet again to finish his work. We know that the real Father Ernetti was Catholic, so Catholic that he was a priest and a monk. Generally, Catholics don't believe in the idea of reincarnation, which is the idea that after death, the soul exits the physical body and migrates or transfers to a newly born being to begin life again in an interconnected infinite cycle of existence. At its core, reincarnation is thought to be incompatible with the Christian faith, and this is stated in the Bible, in Hebrews chapter 9, verse 7. Quote, people are destined to die once, and after that, to face judgment. End quote. So for a Catholic priest like Ernetti, claiming reincarnation would be blasphemy. For this reason, among many others, Father Francois Brune was deeply suspicious of this anonymous document. Quote, the document's author had read a little bit too much science fiction. End quote. Brune pointed out other errors and inconsistencies, such as how the document's description of the chronovisor didn't match the one Ernetti gave to him or other colleagues in the slightest. All this doesn't necessarily debunk this deathbed confession, but the sheer amount of unlikely claims and strange suggestions make it worth wondering why someone would make all this up, and then go through the trouble of convincing the editors of an overall very well-researched book that this confession is authentic. And they successfully did so. It feels like something isn't adding up here. Father Brune didn't think that this was a mere prank document. He strongly felt that this document might actually be evidence of a group in a high position of power working to discredit Ernetti after death, where he could no longer defend himself or the chronovisor. Brune didn't spare any specifics. He argued that the so-called deathbed confession was one of two possibilities, either a complete forgery or a false confession coerced by the Vatican. In one of the final interviews Father Ernetti gave before his death, a 1993 interview with Javier Sierra, a Spanish journalist and a New York Times bestselling author, Ernetti pointed directly toward the Vatican. Quote, Pope Pius XII forbade us to disclose any details about this device because the machine was very dangerous, because this thing is so important that it can affect the secrets of the state. It can be considered a secret of the state. This machine can cause a universal tragedy. It'd take away freedom of speech, action, and thought. It will be possible to know by means of the machine what the neighbor and adversary plan, and the consequences would be twofold. Either the self-destruction of humanity, or something more difficult, the birth of a new morality. End quote. Father Brune made more serious allegations toward the Vatican than Ernetti ever did publicly. Brune asserted that the Holy See had covered up the evidence of the chronovisor and hid away the research notes and blueprints in the Vatican secret archives. Moreover, Brune believed that the Vatican has been actively suppressing information about the chronovisor for several decades, and used subversive techniques to pressure, or perhaps threaten, Father Ernetti to stay silent during his lifetime. Indeed, it's a fact that in his later years, Ernetti hired 2 bodyguards to protect himself. In a 2003 interview between Father Francois Brune and Javier Sierra, Brune revealed his final meeting with Ernetti, and what he knew of the fate of the chronovisor. Quote, I saw Ernetti for the last time a few months before his death in 1994. He told me that they just had a meeting in the Vatican with the last living scientist who had collaborated on its construction. Wasn't the Vatican already well informed about the chronovisor? As far as I know, the chronovisor has been dismantled, but Ernetti didn't have much trust in the Vatican. Already some years before, he told me that he had deposited his plans with a notary in Switzerland and Japan. Ernetti told me that he was urged by his superiors not to speak a word about it, and he suffered a lot due to this. When I interviewed Ernetti in 1993, he told me it had been Pope Pius XII who had prohibited him from speaking about it. Yes, that's right. Do you have any idea why he was prohibited from doing so? Well, Ernetti showed his recordings to the Pope, as well as the President of Italy, also to other scientists and cardinals, and their unanimous conclusion was that it was dangerous for humanity, because there wouldn't be any secrets, whether scientific, political, economic, or any private lives. Everything would be transparent. End quote. Father Brune's final encounter with Father Ernetti occurred on November 1st, 1993, 5 months before the monk died. Ernetti had specially arranged a meeting with Brune to tell him something of vital and timely importance. That a month before, on September 30th, the monk and 2 other surviving scientists of the chronovisor team had been summoned by the Pope to come to Vatican City. When they arrived, they were instructed to give a thorough presentation on the chronovisor to 4 cardinals and an international committee of scientists.
Whew! That was a lot. Alright, we're good to go. We're gonna go inside of Krusty Customs and get us some kills. Alright. Oof. It's like fucking cold, but I'm also hot at the same time too, man. I don't even know. Oh, you know what? We should probably hit stashes. I can probably find my evasion armband while I'm doing this nonsense. I don't necessarily have to push dorms anymore because I found my teapot on factory, so that's kind of a W. Shut your bitch ass up, bird. I would like 1 cheese and a large Diet Pepsi. Honestly, I don't remember where all the stash spawns are over in this map. I know there's a lot back here in Substation, though. Whether they spawn or not, that's a whole separate question. Ooh, if this jabroni over here is AFK, I'm gonna knife the shit out of him. Oh, you know what? There's some stashes over here too that I can hit. The old reliable right over here to the right. Oh. Oh shit, cook. Oh, I hear you guys. Give me 1 sec. Give me 1 sec. Give me 1 sec. We're W keying the fuck out of it. He just murdered one of my scavs, one of my boys, one of my jabronis. I want to say he's at Glass Building. I don't think those cricket lighters are worth it. I think they're hella cheap. I don't remember though. Well, I hope I don't get fucking killed. This is a horrible fuck. We're gonna leave that there. Yeet. Come on out, my sweet precious. I just want to send you to bed. I just got to give your forehead a little kiss goodnight. Come on, Mr. Timmy. Timothy. Timothy, come on out. I don't know if he saw me or not. I'm sorry, Timmy. I'm so sad, Timmy. I'm so sorry. We'll probably toss his kit though. Yeah. Oh, well, he has some fucking loot skis though. Timothy, get your fucking ass out of there. You know, I kind of thought he had seen me, but it was not the case. Sorry, bud. Honestly, I think that was the lover. We'll throw his shit into the corner. Now for the big bastard, I haven't decided what we're going to do with his stuff just yet. But we'll find out here in a sec though. Holy shit. You know what? We'll probably toss fishy stuff too, to be honest. We don't really need anything. These boys are just starting off. They fresh off the fucking boat. Drop, drop, drop. Keep, 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 keep. Keep, keep. Oh god, dude! Are you fishy? Fishy, did you insure your stuff, or Daniel, did you insure your stuff? I don't want to go to waste, dude. But if you guys insured it though, I would oh, fishy. Fishy, you want me to bring this gear back in for you, dude? I could if you'd like. I got you, bam! I got you if you want me to. It's a nice little gun you got built there. Ooh, shit, baby! Fishy, that was solid as fuck, man. Your wiener's gonna grow 3 inches, bro. You don't have any say in this matter. But if you'd like, man, I really don't mind. I could just bring this back in for you. I just need to kill scavs, dude. I'm doing test drive part 6. Uh-oh. This fucking thing has a lot of recoil, dude. Fishy, did you want me to bring it back in for you? Bro, I blacked out your front plate too, dude. That's insane. Hey, I tossed Daniel's stuff in the corner too. Well, it was an honor, Fishy. I'm assuming you guys were teammates, man, because I killed your Timmy and then you came running over thick as fuck, dude. We're probably just gonna take the plates out of it, to be honest, man. We'll utilize this AK probably on factory or something like that. Oh, bro. Nice, dude. Nice, nice. Did you just, was it a dead PMC just laying about or what? Or did you find somebody's like tossed gear? Oh, bro. Oh, dude, check this out, man. Your boy Wealthy Booty just caught Elite Endurance. I'm a running man now. I likes to run. Yeah, I'm dorms, ton of it. Oh, dude, without a doubt, man. Yo, have you found a frickin' evasion armband this way? I don't think I have found a single one, dude. And that's literally all I need for Kappa. Well, streamer items. I still have a couple quests to do. Which, I did just get done with this one. I gotta find the goons, too. Unfortunately. I already killed those assholes, too, a little while back. Oh, bro, you had fucking BP in here, man. Honestly, I think you only got 1 or 2 shots off on my front plate. Because that BP definitely would have destroyed my my bag early, though. Oh, yeah. Oh, fishy, dude. So, like, one thing you could do, and this is something I learned on the subreddit. So if you put the light to the right-hand side of your gun, when your character is ADSing at your opponent, people generally, like myself included, people generally try to shoot the light because it blinds you. If the light is on the right-hand side of the gun, they're gonna shoot past the light, obviously, because it's part of your gun. They're gonna black out your arm. If it's on the bottom side of the gun or the left-hand side of the gun, they're gonna hit you in the chest. And obviously, if your chest is blacked out and you take any damage after that, automatic death. Now, granted, you had the light underneath though, and the laser to the right, which isn't bad either. But you should have set it up like this: laser on the bottom, light on the right-hand side, instead of vice versa. It's a little bit safer. It's saved my ass on a couple occasions, bro. Bro, this count alone, I got 12,142 hours. I've been playing for like 7 or 8 years, dude. It's been a minute, to be honest. Yeah, it's like a love-hate relationship, man. I fucking love Tarkov, but I hate the fact that it's like the only fucking game I play, bro. I always come crawling back to it like an abused housewife or some shit, dude. It's kind of pathetic, to be honest. But I don't give a fuck, dude. You know what we could do? Because I'm kind of fucking heavy right now. Is I could put a front plate. You know what? I'm probably going to do that. We're going to take the non-blacked out front plate and put it right there. And then I'm going to dump my gear over your shit, dude. Yeah, the other Timmy... Sorry, the only Timmy I killed. I tossed his shit over here. I thought you guys were boys for a sec, but... It's not seeming to be the case, to be honest, man. I was 100% certain that you were his teammate, to be honest, dude. Because, like, I kill him, and he was, like, hiding in here for a moment. And then I kill him, and then not even, like, 30 seconds later, you just rolled up on me thick as fuck. I was like, ooh. That's the big boy. Alright, we gotta conserve on our CBJ. Bro, if you're looking for teammates too, man, I'm down to play. Right now I'm just questing though. Nothing too fancy. Well, that made me a little bit lighter. Bought the game back in 2019, didn't touch it until like now really. I was doing decent in the softcore update, dropped, and now I'm getting fried instantly. Bro, I told you, I've been playing 2018 or like 2019, something like that. But I've had this Discord for years, man. We play on it daily. If you want to pop in, we can go do some fucking raids, bro. The softcore updates are. It was nice. It's just unfortunate, man. Is I took a month of leave and then I had to go on like a month TDY. So I'm like 2 months behind on the wipe, right? And I'm getting close to Kappa, but I don't have Kappa. If I had gone Kappa like a week ago, before the softcore updates came, I would have got the hardcore Kappa achievement. But if you want to pop in, man, I play on a daily. Right now I'm just solo playing. Yeah, I play like almost every day. For like 7-8 years, dude. I mean, if I don't have work or errands or school or anything to do and I'm just chilling out at home, I just turn on Tarkov and I start gaming, dude. Killing terrorists, getting killed by terrorists, man. It's not too bad. There's no other game that kind of like itches this game's itch. You know what I mean? Oh, I thought that toolbox was a bad guy, dude. Oh, I put a link over there too, man. If you want to pop in, man. Make sure we give you a roll, dude. Yeah, we've had some hooligans come in here that were not good people, and then we kind of cleared out the server too a couple months ago. Yeah, I'm gonna be live tomorrow. I don't always stream. I'll just pop in and we'll knock out raids together. So I mean, whether I'm live or not, man, you just pop in. We're on there daily, dude. If you need help doing a task or if you just want to run some raids, don't really matter, to be honest. Bro, you had a fuckload of heals on you, man. What's the dealio with all these heals? Now I have a purple bag in my back too. Not the greatest. Bro, this Corona kind of tastes like ass, dude. Oh, you know what? You know how you fix Corona, bro? You make it taste better? You put lemon juice in there. I need to get a mug. I think if I spill this lemon juice on my... Oh, fuck. If I spill it on, like, my little mat, I think it'll stain it. Or bleach it. Or something. I don't even know, dude. Well, hopefully there's some scabby boys down at New Gas. That would be nice. Like, this area right here is a fucking hot spot for scabs, too. Oh, shit. I see my first scab victim. Fucking piece of shit. That might be the fucking boss. Fucking punk. Alright, I'm gonna go kill this fucking scab, dude. Even if I die. Oh, you know what? It might be because I'm using the VC Max or whatever this ammo is. It's kind of trash ammo. Oh my god. I don't know how I died. I don't know where from. That scared the ever-living shit out of me though. I thought I was safe over there, dude. What the fuck? Oh, he's doing Punisher. $769 hours with Killer 7, dude. I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna report his ass. He might have killed me legitimately. I have no idea. I don't know where the fuck I died from. I thought I was safe back there though. That's fine. Alright, let's go back to our chronovirus.
These were the last words Brune ever heard Ernetti say. Quote, "We told them everything." Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this investigation and haven't seen...
Bro, there was literally like fucking 10 seconds of video left on that. Suspicious death of immortal alchemist. We'll watch
This
that.
investigation
We'll
is
see,
sponsored
we'll
by
see
Raycon.
what it's about.
Hey, fellow seekers, I'm Mr. Mythos. In the cobbled streets of medieval Paris in the late 14th century, there lived a man who was to live forever. Nicholas Flamel, a humble scrivener, allegedly obtained forbidden knowledge that had been sought after by kings, scholars, and mystics.
I'll get re-kitted with a... Oh, lordy. I want to know where that fucking dude killed me from. I don't know. I don't know. I thought it was safe back there. The only place I can think of is inside USEC building. But I didn't hear glass break whenever he shot me, though. So, I don't know. I don't know. If he pops in here, I'm going to see if I can try to get him to kind of explain to me where he shot me from. He's probably be a little pissed that I reported him for cheating, but I think he'll get over it, though. Two girls, one Kappa. Bro, it's really not that bad, like, coming in with heals outside of your container. I thought that was gonna be like the worst thing ever, but yeah, it's not that shabby, to be honest. Alright, we need some ammos. Some ammos. 39 CBJ. I could probably make a fuckload of money. Oh man, where's the bullet drop on this, dude? I can't believe I didn't kill. Well, I can't believe it took an entire mag to kill that sniper scav. Like velocity 725 meters per second. I don't understand how that didn't really hit all that well. Oh yeah, fish. So what you can do, fish, is dude, I don't know. I was like checking my or pack my mags, bro. So I want to say Gamma's the 3rd edition, but I want to say Beta is 2nd. Hold on, I think it's under gear storage containers. No. Yeah, right now you're rocking an alpha, man. It's kind of rough. So like I have my main account, this one right here. And then I have a baby account too. I thought it had like 1,300 hours on it, but I played it on a few days ago. There's only like 500 hours on it. But, bro, if you're enjoying the game, I would highly suggest upgrading. It makes life a little bit more simple. I caught Kappa with an alpha container. I did Kappa one wipe on my baby account. and it is a little bit more difficult because you got to build up your like stash size too. But with EOD, or they don't have EOD anymore. I think it's the Blue People edition. Unheard. Yep. You get Gamma. But what you can do though is with Arena, you can actually get the Theta container. It's one cell larger than the Gamma, although it's broken up a little bit differently, obviously. It takes like a day or two. There's like maybe like 8 tasks on Arena that you got to complete. And sorry, probably like 8 tasks on Arena, maybe like 4 on Tarkov. So you got to jump back and forth between both games. And once you complete all the tasks, then you get a Theta container. And they're not they're not like super difficult tasks either. And this is basically just kind of keep you afloat until you have Kappa. Alright, let's go give away my kit again to some frickin' guy hiding inside of a building sniping. Just, what are the fucking odds of that, man? I even looked up at those windows too before I tabbed out and started repacking my my mags too, man. Oh. Oh no, we got nades. You know what? We're gonna come in with 2 nades. Oh, fishy. Yeah, I play a little bit of labs. I don't really play a lot of labs anymore, man. Just because it's kind of sweaty, and then obviously you got like the cheater nonsense on there. But we did some labs a few weeks ago. We did some labyrinths too, but ever since they brought in the prestige system, man, I don't play a lot of labs anymore because normally I'll just like prestige, and then I'm back to the fucking grind again because it deletes everything in your stash. Then you're going after Kappa again. Once you get Kappa, then you prestige. There's like you do Kappa. So the last quest you need to get the Kappa container is called the Collector. Turn in all the Found and Raid streamer items. In order to prestige, though, there's one task after it. It's called I don't remember what the fuck it's called. Not that it really matters, but yeah, you gotta find like certain items, you gotta kill raiders, you gotta kill some PMCs, and then you can prestige. But there's also a requirement too, man. I don't know if you're tracking on this, but oh, I can't click it. It shows with prestige, so you need your hideout almost fully maxed out. You need to have Kappa, you need to do the last quest, you need to have 20 million ruples, and then you can prestige. So I'm gonna wait on prestiging to level 3 or prestige 3 until like a day or 2 before wipe happens. Because I was gone for 2 months, so I just don't have enough time to be able to hit prestige 4. So I think in the meantime though, so after I catch this Kappa, I'll probably have Kappa within the week or so. Or maybe next week, I don't even know. If things go shitty, it could be like next week. But these are the 2 achievements I'm gonna go after though. Killing Partisan, the boss 15 times. I already killed him 4 times this wipe. And then there's a quest called, or an achievement called Make a Notch. You gotta kill 30 PMCs with your melee, dude. And last wipe, a few days before wipe, before we knew the exact day it was gonna happen, I started doing this, and I caught 10 PMC kills in one day. I would just go to factory, talk a little bit of smack to some of the other jabronis there. And yeah, be like, fucking nut up or shut up, put your goddamn gun away, pull out that fucking knife, and let's go toe to toe inside the office on factory. And it was pretty fun, man. A lot of shit talking, and it was a good time. So if I could pull 10 in one day, let's just cut that shit in half. Boom, I'm pulling 5 in one day. It takes me 6 fucking days. Yeah, I know a decent amount about the game from watch streams. I always start late on wipes. I started in like September, but when 1.0 drops, I'm gonna play early. Oh, bro, that's fair enough, man. Yeah, some people take like PTO, vacation, leave whenever wipe happens. I don't think I've ever done that. I've thought about it though. When I first started the game, now I just kind of go with it. Whenever wipe happens, I just start the grind. Basically, I don't really give a shit. It's not too bad, bro. This wipe with the hardcore shit. Like, look at that. I did 525 raids as a PMC, but I've done 623 raids in total. I've done about 100 scav raids, man. I had to lean on my scav to get some shit for my like hideout build up and stuff like that. Wasn't too bad. It's just normally the hideout build up just takes it takes a fucking minute, dude. It's kind of cancer, to be honest.
throughout the ages, the secrets of eternal life and unimaginable wealth. Think of a world where gold can be conjured from lead and life eternal springs from arcane knowledge. This is the world Flamel inhabited, or so the stories tell. Nicholas Flamel's sudden rise from obscurity to wealth has baffled historians for centuries. Was it mere chance, or did the scrivener indeed discover the Philosopher's Stone and the elixir?
What the hell was this? The suspicious death of an immortal alchemist. Alright.
Of life. In an ocean of truth and lore, we'll be fishing up the most fascinating facts.
We've been watching about angels, demons, more angels. Now we're watching about alchemists, dude. It's kind of been a wild ride. I like the stream. We're about to 6 hours, dude. I still got to be up for a few more hours too.
Fraudulent fallacies and fabulous theories that faded Flamel to fame and fandom, and you could try saying that after a few elixirs. Of course, if you happen to already be one of the lucky few who've stumbled across a key to immortality and are looking for a way to fill the endless hours that lie ahead of you, be sure to like and subscribe to get your fill of obscure occult content. And if you haven't yet managed to distill the elixir of life, then all the more reason to subscribe anyway. After all, life is short. For most of us, at least. But before we dive in, let's talk about the perfect pairs in life. Sun and Moon, Sulfur and Mercury, Valentine's Day, and today's sponsor, Raycon. One of my favorite combinations is listening to Spotify's Conspiracy Theories podcast with my Raycon Everyday Earbuds when I'm doing my daily house chores and making plus free shipping. Thanks again to Raycon. It's now time to
I fucking hate commercials, dude.
Investigate the history, mystery, and lore of the alleged immortal alchemist, Nicholas Flamel. Have you ever dreamt of wealth beyond what you could possibly spend? Fantasize about all the things you could see.
Bro, it drives me bananas, dude, but take a look at this, man. Alright, we're going to unenable that. Hold on. I gotta look back into bot tricks, but when it comes to Kick, though, dude, I need some, like notification, basically. So with, like, Twitch, I have this thing in the bottom, or, wait, yeah, you guys can see it right there. My chatty bot. And it basically just dings every time a message happens, so I'm not like replying late as fuck or anything. But yeah. Oh yeah, dude, I got a kick in a YouTube channel, man. I started like multi-streaming a few months ago. I only used to stream on like Twitch, and then I started streaming on Kick though for a couple months. I think I was able to get affiliate on there, or whatever it is. But I've been making YouTube videos for a minute, man. Although I haven't made any in a little while, just because I've been live streaming on YouTube, so... But I have a whole fuckload of clips, bro, so I need to go back to make... It's just I have so many clips that I just... It's such a huge task, like a daunting task. I'm like, fuck, dude. I don't even know if I want to do this. Sounds lame and gay. Okay, so Restream has a chat setting that pushes Kick and Twitch together. So Twitch chat will see Kick and vice versa. Duly noted, Viking. I'm gonna have to look into that, dude. I have never heard of Restream though, bro. Does it also work for YouTube? Because YouTube's kind of driving me fucking insane. Because in order to keep a... Oh, we got a guy to my left. No fucking way, dude! I know there was a guy to my right, too. Dude, I want to say he bounced 2 fucking rounds. Unless I'm taking crazy pills. Oh, dude, Viking, you are clutch as fuck, man. I didn't know anything about this. What is up with these dudes having such high KDs? I don't know. Maybe he's a gamer. We're actually gonna go take a look at that. I hit him 3 frickin' times, dude. CBJ does he definitely wasn't like, what was it, ESP or whatever it is? He wasn't doing that, because those two boneheads over there, they didn't even know it was rolling up. The dude to the left though was the more immediate threat though, so I went after his bitch ass first. All right, let's go take a look at this. Insane. Here's your jabroni wealthy booty going in for the fucking kill. So we could use like Twitch or Kick or YouTube to go back and watch clips, but Metal though is the cleanest out of them all. I think YouTube might be second. I don't know. In order to keep Yep, I stopped talking the moment I started hearing. So there's a dude down this way, but the one to my left was the more immediate, like the closer threat. One, oh, 2, 3. Oh fuck! So based off that, it looks like 2 shots actually hit his right arm, but one of the shots bounced off his helmet, and it honestly looks like he has a the tan helmet with the plate on it, the Class 6 plate or whatever it is. God damn, dude, this thing's got some fucking kick, bro. I feel like I should have got that. Like if I killed him and died to his boyfriend, the one that was to the right, I wouldn't really mind that much. But that fucker was able to turn around and connect on my head and whatnot. I think his fucking helmet had to have bounced it. If he pops in here, he's gonna be talking shit, and then he'd be like, "Nah, bro, my helmet didn't take any damage." I'd be like, "Dude, what in the absolute fuck just happened?" Dear Diary, I fucking hate Tarkov sometimes. I don't understand it sometimes, and it makes me real sad. I'm like burning through my fucking helmets, to be honest. I mean, not that I really mind. They've just been like collecting fucking dust in here, but I might have overdone it with mags, to be honest. We'll do one freaking nade. Bah. Grab some headphones. Maybe this site might help us out a little bit better too. I don't know. Hopefully. The RMR is significantly better than what it used to be, but I don't know, maybe it's still a whack-ass red dot, though. Yo, Viking, how have you been, though, man? It's been a minute. It's been a little bit more than a minute. It's been a long minute.
If you could live indefinitely. For some of us, the dream takes on a life of its own, and for some, it becomes an obsession that leads to exactly the breakthrough they're looking for. It came to be believed that an alchemist named Nicholas Flamel had learned the secret to gold transmutation and immortality. The life of Nicholas Flamel has been described as one of the best documented in the history of medieval alchemy, and for good reason.
I'm gonna go to a mason jar, and I gotta take a piss, so I'll be back here in a second.
Shrouded in whispers and hearsay, as many other mysterious alchemists are, the historical figure of Flamel is actually an easy one to track down and verify. We know, for example, that he was born around 1330 in Pontoise, France, a town north of Paris, that his family was poor but provided him with an adequate education, though with less Latin than he would end up needing. We know that while still only a youngster, Nicolas Flamel moved to Paris and took up work as a scrivener. This was a job that involved hand-copying manuscripts and other important documents, a fairly common trade in the days before the advent of the printing press, with careful hand-copying being the only method of reproducing a text. Flamel is also recorded as having been a manuscript seller. He initially worked at the Cemetery of Holy Innocents, as this was where members of his guild were situated. Later, he moved with the rest of the scribes and scriveners to an area by an early medieval chapel that would later become the Saint-Jacques-la-Boucherie. According to legend, this chapel was thought to have been built by the Holy Roman Emperor Charlemagne to house a sacred relic. After receiving an ethereal visitation from the spirit of St. James, Charlemagne was commanded to liberate the saint's tomb in Spain, and retrieved an artifact from it that he later housed at this chapel. Interestingly, Flamel would later have a similar visitation experience that would lead him on a holy journey to Spain as well. It's been noted that the workshop Flamel occupied would have been little more than a small wooden construction of about 1.5 square meters. That is just enough to accommodate a tiny table and chair, which sounds suspiciously like my first apartment. This confirms how, at this point, scrivening and selling manuscripts was not exactly making Flamel the sort of coin that would allow him to be as immensely generous as he was later in life. In 1368, Flamel married an already twice-widowed woman by the name of Madame Perronel Lita, who was a few years older than him. A document still exists that shows that a few years after their marriage,
That bitch is a cougar, dude, going after that young blood right there.
Perronel and Nicholas agreed that all their properties would be in joint ownership. At some point during their marriage, which is not clear, the couple appeared to have come into immense wealth. They never had any children. However, the childless pair gained a serious reputation later in life for their philanthropy. As devout Catholics, they made numerous large donations to churches, notably paying for statues and commissioning carvings. Records also show that the two acquired a number of properties in Paris.
My
On
left
September
shoe
11th, 1397, Madame Perronel
lace
abruptly
keeps
broke
just
her habit of outliving her
coming loose.
husband's
I don't
by,
know what
well,
the fuck is going
dying.
on.
She is alleged to have been buried in the Cemetery of the Holy Innocents, opposite to where Flamel used to work, and chose to leave her wealth to her husband. However, documents from this time show that this wealth was quickly taken from him. Perronel's sister and brother-in-law brought Flamel to court over the entire sum, 5,300 livres tournois, or around 300,000 modern US dollars, and they won the entire sum, leaving Flamel with none of Perronel's fortune. Preparing for his own death,
Work time, baby. You know what? I didn't actually have to push that fight. I am here for scabs. Well, no, I'm here for targets, dude. I don't know. That dude turned the fuck on me, dude. Maybe that's why he's got a 10 KD or whatever the fuck it was. Ooh, God. I just do not like this gun that much. When they first dropped it, Ketsu was able to find one, dude. He hyped it up so much. He made it sound like it was better than like the Val or VSS. And then I played with it, I'm like, dude, this is fucking dog shit, man. I mean, it's cool that it comes with like its own like little suppressor or whatever, but yeah, outside that, it's kind of whack. Like the vertical's a little too high. If this was lowered to like, we'll just say 70, I'd be a happy camper. Cause you can't modify it, dude. It's just fucking trash. Who am I fucking kidding, man? I'm not gonna hit any goddamn shots all the way down there. I think I hear movement on this side. Bro's gooned out of his fucking head right. Nice. Me likey, me likey. Won't even be fucking noticed, dude. Little scabby boy's gonna be running by. He'll search it, won't even see my helmet in there. I wonder how many more kills I need. 40? Airframe with the chops used to be my favorite fucking helmet. And now whenever you put the chops on, you can't have ears on it, so it's kind of whack. You might as well just wear an alternate Tigilla mask at that point. I'm just living my best life with my little Velociraptor rifle, killing scavs, attempting to kill PMC bad guys that have insanely high KDs for such little hours. The amount of motherfuckers that have Killer 7 or Snowball and they have less than 300 hours. I'm just like, dude, you may have killed me legitimately from what I could see, but those achievements, not for a fucking second. Not with someone who has less than 300 fucking hours in game. So I report their bitch ass. I don't care if you call me a snitch. I've never cared, actually. You know what? That's probably the best thing I'm at doing. Not caring, dude. I just get so tired of caring sometimes. It takes effort to care. I don't think anyone's been in here yet, boys. My grandma used to make us jam and put it in mason jars. So we go out to my grandma and grandpa's. She would be picking berries like a couple weeks prior to us getting there. And then she would make us jam. Quite a few jars, actually. She'd give us like 5 jars. And between my dad and us 3 boys, it would probably last like a month or so, maybe a little bit longer. And yeah, it was always really good. I don't know what she did, but it was tasty, dude. I kind of missed that stuff. We need the scabby boys to start spawning in. Please and thank you. Where are all the white women at? What the fuck? I've hit some shots from here. Obviously not with a nasty ass Velociraptor, but some fucking churros, man. We're gonna find a graphics to go on my keister. Oh my god, I need to find a fucking evasion, bro. It's gonna come down to the fact that I don't have any evasion, and then I'm not gonna be able to get Kappa. If it comes down to it too, I might just run interchange and just do stash runs on there until I find. Well, no, actually, I discussed this with Scrooge. I'll probably end up going to woods and just using Sturman's key, dude. Just have some fun fights, kill the boss, check his little box out. Find us some scabby boys. Where are scab boys at? Oh man. I feel like the reason I'm close-sighted is I sit so fucking close to my monitor. And it's like bright as fuck too. Well, I'm not seeing any scabby boys over there by Ruaf. We'll probably go to Main Bridge, hook across, and hopefully there's some scabs over by Ice Cream. Oh, but very nice of you, game. Bro, I killed a 2-stack. I think this was like a month ago. They were just in that fucking bus, hiding, waiting for somebody to come on by. They had the drop on me too, man. I don't even know how I lived. Yeah, I killed them both. It's just weird. I don't ever see anyone camp inside that bus. Kind of a weird spot, but I don't know. There's like 3 choke points or bottlenecks. You got here. I guess you have kind of Overwatch on both land bridges underneath. And then you got that land bridge over there. I thought I heard walking. Fucking hearing things, dude. Fucking hearing things. Where the fuck bad guys at? Oh god, we have all these fucking windows too you gotta worry about. Well, in case I die, I'm gonna drink some of this water. You know, I found a armor repair kit, but if I remember correctly, they're going for like 1.1, 1.2 mil. They're down to like 750k right now, and I think it's because it's nighttime and not a lot of people are on. So it's like an investment. I'm just gonna wait till daytime basically and then sell it. Hopefully I can find another armor repair kit. That'd be kind of dope. Per day. I really don't want to go fight PMCs to get my target kills. This is not really the greatest gun. You know what? Fuck it. We're gonna go fight PMCs to get some of my target kills. Shit. Get your ass back over here, boy! Sorry! Well, that fucking jabroni was getting shot at from somewhere. I hear movement. It could be a boyfriend. That was a... Wait, what the fuck? I did not kill... Oh, yeah, he's right there. Yo, private property, bro. I need you to leave. You need to leave right now, sir. Fuck you, dude! Yo. We murdered the shit out of him, dude. He got murdered so hard. Alright. There's someone else up here. What the fuck?
Вон он!
Hopefully I don't regret this decision. Now what the fuck was that noise? Oh my god, this better be the goons, bro. For the love of everything holy, please be goons. No! It was another player, dude! Ran out! I was about to go check Dark Stairs too, man. I just... Fuck. The goons may be there. It was definitely the boyfriend, though, dude. That's fine. Enjoy the Velociraptor. We're not going to tell him where my body is, dude. The extra body. The thickum. Alright. Let's go back to our Immortal Alchemist.
Which would come decades later. Flamel designed his own tombstone, which is still on display in the Musée de Cluny, though it recently took a trip to England in order to be included in, of all things, a Harry Potter exhibition. Having made the odd decision not to be buried in the same place as his wife, Nicholas Flamel died in 1418 at the age of 88. Or so they say. The less orthodox version of Nicholas Flamel's biography has its roots in a 1612 alchemical text, the Book of Hieroglyphical Figures. It not only claimed to have been written by Flamel and to contain the secrets of the Philosopher's Stone, but also to explain how the French scrivener came into possession of this knowledge, by including a short autobiography and memoir at the start. Some would point out that this
Go kill yourself, brah. You killed me in a game. Go kill yourself, bro. Too fucking far, man. It's just a fucking video game.
a kind of pseudepigrapha, which is the attributing of a text to another more prestigious and well-known author to increase its reputation. So the idea that someone would choose to attribute a text to Flamel suggests that he must have already had a firm alchemical reputation before the text itself emerged. And of course, there is the alternative explanation, as it wouldn't be difficult for a man to author a book centuries after his death, waiting for the invention of the printing press to aid in its distribution, if that man happened to never have died in the first place. The story this volume presents diverges from the mainstream account at the point in which Flamel had a powerful dream in which he was visited by an angel. This angel delivered a revelation to him concerning a very particular alchemical volume, bound in brass with pages made of bark. Showing it to the scrivener, the angel then addressed him by name and instructed him, quote, "Flamel, take careful note of this book. You will not understand any of it at present, nor will many another. But one day you will discover from it what no one else will be able to do." End quote. That's quite the book review. It's
These
worth
little
noting
shits
that,
took
while
my
some
front
might
plate.
immediately dismiss stories of angelic revelation as nonsense, there is a long and documented history of this kind of angelic dream being a source of inspiration for a whole raft of important figures like that of Charlemagne, and even outside of a purely religious context. We must not forget that such supposedly serious-minded luminaries of Western thought, such as René Descartes and Carl Jung, have attributed their later successes to visions of angels, and in the case of Carl Jung, with details strikingly similar to Flamel's account. Inspired by the vision, Flamel began careful study in the field of alchemy, but was understandably a little...
Oh, Mr. Ice? A gun like this is not a gun you really care to get, to be honest, man. This is not meta. But it's required for a task, young man. And I got a whole bunch of guns, dude. I tend to pull them off people like you, dude. So pretty easily. It's just when people like you have like a bunch of boyfriends surrounding you, then it's a little bit more difficult. But a way I could counteract that is I could surround myself with even more boyfriends. And then we kill you plus your boyfriends, and then we take everything. But I'm just solo playing, so that doesn't really matter.
little disheartened when no such book came his way. That was until one fateful day in 1357, when Flamel came into possession of a large and ancient illuminated tome for the bargain price of 2 florins, a book which almost exactly matched the one shown to him by the angel. In the Book of Hieroglyphic Figures, Flamel describes the tome in his own words, quote, "There fell by chance into my hands a gilded book, very old and large, which cost me only 2 florins. It was not made of paper or parchment, as other books are, but of admirable rinds, as it seemed to me, of young trees. The cover of it was brass. It was well bound, and graven all over with a kind of strange letters. This I know that I could not read them, nor were they either Latin or French letters, of which I understand something. As to the matter that was written within, it was engraven, as I suppose, with an iron pencil or graver upon said bark leaves, done admirably well, and curiously colored." End quote. In addition to its striking appearance, the text also contained, after the dedication, a collection of, quote, "fearful denunciations and curses, directed at anyone who should dare to look upon this unless he were a priest or a scribe." End quote. Luckily, of course, being a scrivener, Flamel presumably avoided these curses. But unluckily, it turned out that the angel wasn't joking when he told Flamel of his inability to comprehend the text within the volume. In terms of specifics, the book itself was said to have 21 leaves, the early pages of which were fairly clear, explaining that the book contained a formula for transmuting base metals into gold, and that this process was revealed within in order to allow Jews living under Roman occupation to pay
Get back here in a sec, I gotta take a piss.
Why worry about the taxman when you can create as much gold as you like? Well,
fuck yeah, dude. Fuck the tax man. Even back then they knew that too, dude. Tax man, bad man.
Unfortunately, in a manner typical of alchemical texts, the book soon after descended into decknomen, that is, the coded words and symbolic, often allegorical illustrations intended to protect the secret arts from use by the unworthy, basically concealing the message of the text in a stylized language and elaborate illustration in order to make it utterly incomprehensible to anyone but the learned and initiated. It's no accident that the term gibberish, meaning incoherent nonsense, is derived from the name Jabir ibn Hayyan, a noted Muslim alchemist whose texts were written in just such a complex and codified manner and were often considered to be completely unintelligible. And while we're on the subject of Jabir ibn Hayyan, well, he didn't achieve the elixir of life, since the Quran teaches that every man must die, meaning the entire concept of achieving immortality was undermined from the start. Jabir did apparently succeed in creating life, rustling up synthetic scorpions, snakes, and other homunculi and bringing them to life through chemical reactions in his laboratory. But that's perhaps a topic for another time, back to Flamel and his sadly unreadable alchemical manuscript. Much of the mystery of the book's contents lay in the fact that every 4th, 5th, and 7th leaf included no text at all, but only illustrations meant to explain, through the use of symbols and images, the process of creating the elixir of life. When it comes to something as dense and occult as alchemy, pictures alone are often not that helpful in extracting information, especially when those illustrations are intentionally complex. Every 7th leaf was described by Flamel as being an illustration involving serpents. The first of them was a serpent swallowing a rod. The second was a crucified serpent, a symbol now known as Flamel's cross, and the third was a desert with many fountains through which the serpents run. If you fancy your own attempt at decoding the images in the book, then you should know that the copies included in later editions of Flamel's own book were not published with the original volume, and are likely later editions produced to match the descriptions given by him in the text. Though he was obviously somewhat frustrated by having acquired this promised volume, only to be confounded by it, Flamel refused to give up and instead spent 21 years trying to decipher it. That's 1 year for every leaf of the book, which you have to admit is some pretty intensive research. During this period of study, Flamel continued his work as a scrivener and bookseller, but consulted with many scholars in an attempt to decipher the meaning, to no avail. As Flamel writes in his book, quote, "I copied as much to the life or original as I could, all the images and figures of the said 4th and 5th...
Time to put in some work, baby. Ooh. Alright, it's... what? I guess the stream ended? Or something? Oh, interesting. What the hell does that mean? Your account is currently suspended. Oh my god. Take a look at this, dude. What the hell is even going on? Somehow my internet kind of like fucked up a little bit, and then it kind of kicked me out. Log into Twitch. I don't know. How in the fuck is my Twitch suspended? How does that even happen? I've never even seen that before. I don't even know what to do. What the fuck does your Twitch account getting suspended even fucking mean? How do you even get suspended? What do you get suspended for? What did I even do? I can't even fucking log in. Oh, I gotta go check out some properties this weekend. No, probably not today, probably tomorrow. Huh. Interesting. Well, we're gonna find out later. Cause I don't know. I've never seen my account get suspended. I don't even know how that's even possible. Twitch, your account is currently suspended. If your Twitch account is suspended, it means you violated Twitch terms of service or community guidelines. To resolve it, you should check for an email from Twitch or details about your violation. So they should tell me about my violation, but what the fuck would it be? I didn't even do anything. I've never once been suspended. Suspension duration. Then visit appeals portal to track violations, submit an appeal if you believe it was a mistake. You cannot reactivate your account through the appeals process. You may need to contact Twitch support directly, according to this FAQ page. You know what? Let's play this video and see what's up.
There are currently 59,934 indefinitely suspended Twitch affiliate accounts. Nearly the amount of partners that exist on Twitch. There are indefinitely suspended affiliate accounts. Now again, DMCA does not distinguish between suspended for 2 days for live DMCA or permanently suspended for significant violation. But there are currently 2,038 affiliate accounts that are suspended for DMCA violation. And there are, and this is a really small number, 1,922 affiliates that have voluntarily deactivated their account. One last thing worth considering here, how many of those 2.5 million Twitch affiliate accounts have streamed in the last 365 days? 1.96 million.
Yo. What up, Steeler Storm? Bro, Viking dude, I don't know what the fuck just happened, but I guess I'm suspended on Twitch, dude. I don't even know how. It happened like 4 minutes ago, bro. Like 5 minutes ago, dude. I've never been suspended. I don't even know what the fuck I could get suspended. I don't even know what I did. I wasn't even talking spicy. Log into Twitch. Your account is currently suspended. To view more information about your enforcement or file an appeal, please visit Appeals Court. So I tried logging in. I tried logging in through OBS, basically. You know what? Fuck that. Let's just go to Twitch to see if I can find myself. Oh, God. Bro, it doesn't even show my fucking channel anymore. What the fuck is going on? My name has been looked up, and it's on there. Click on it, nothing. I have no fucking idea, bro. Now, it says something about go to the appeals portal. So let's look that up. Twitch appeals portal? Give me a sec. I wasn't saying anything spicy, bro. I think I've had my Twitch for like 3 years. I don't know what the fuck I would be banned for, dude. What? Oh my god, dude. I think I know what this was. Look at this fucking shit, dude. Twitch appeals portal. I have a 1-day suspension. Oh my god. A 1-day suspension for... What the fuck does it say? Your account has temporarily been suspended. You'll have access to your account. Twitch-related features for duration of suspension. Advocating trauma towards others, dude. What happened with that was that piece of shit that came in here just talking mad shit. And I told him my kit wasn't worth that much. And then I told him, I was like, the reason you won the fight was because you and your boyfriends, you had me outnumbered, basically. I was like, well, if I had my boyfriends with me, we would win, and we would take your kits. And I got fucking banned for that. Dude, Twitch is so fucking stupid, man. This is why Kick will overtake Twitch. What the hell is the matter with this company, dude? I've had my Twitch account for like 3 years, and I have never once been banned. And I've said way more spicy stuff in the past. I don't say anything super crazy, but I have people coming in here telling me to kill myself, and nothing gets done about that. But, oh my god, dude, this is just fucking stupid. That's fine. We still got the stream up on Kick and YouTube, but I've never been banned before. I'm a certified criminal. So fucking weird, though, dude. And you know what? We're gonna go take a look at the stream through there. I'll literally show you guys what I said. I think I should be able to look myself up on there. Yeah. So fucking weird, though, dude. And you know what? We're gonna go take a look at the stream through there. I'll literally show you guys.
For a man to alter a book.
People like you have like a bunch of boyfriends surrounding you.
Base metals into gold.
Bro, this is literally when I say it. Watch. No, what the fuck was that noise? Oh my god, this better be the goons, bro. I love everything. Holy, please be goons. I'm a certified criminal now. No! It was another player, dude! Ran out! I was about to go check dark stairs too, man. Fuck, the goons may be there. It was definitely the boyfriend though, dude. That's fine. Enjoy the Velociraptor. We're not gonna tell him where my body is, dude. The extra body. Let's pick him. Alright. Let's go back to I kissed myself, dude. I'm pretty gay.
Which is still on display in the Museo Kumi, though he recently booked to England in order to be included in, of all things, a Harry Potter exhibition. Having made the odd decision not to be buried in the same place as his wife, Nicholas Flamel died in 1418 at the age of 88. Or so they say. The less orthodox version of Nicholas Flamel's biography has its roots in it. No one else will be. Flamel began
Doesn't matter.
a little disheartened when no such book came his way. That was until one fateful day in 1357, when Flamel came into possession of a large and ancient illuminated
Oh, yeah, this is when...
And in the case of Carl Jung, with details...
Alright, watch. This is when the goober starts talking to me, dude.
strikingly similar to Flamel's
Bottom left
account.
of the screen says
Inspired
it.
by the vision, Flamel began careful study in the field of alchemy, but was
Thanks for your gun, idiot. Oh, Mr. Ice? A gun like this is not a gun you really care to get, to be honest, man. This is not meta. What's required for a task, young man? And I got a whole bunch of guns, dude. I tend to pull them off people like you, dude. So pretty easily. It's just when people like you have like a bunch of boyfriends surrounding you, then it's a little bit more difficult. But a way I could counteract that is I could surround myself with even more boyfriends. And then we kill you plus your boyfriends, and then we take everything. But I'm just solo playing, so
West
it doesn't
Side.
really matter. Bro, I think this is what I got fucking banned for. This is fucking
no such
pathetic,
book came
dude.
his way. That was until one fateful day in 1357, when Flamel came into possession of a large and ancient illuminated tome for the bargain price of 2 florins.
LOL,
a
you're
book
nothing.
which almost exactly matched the one shown to him by the angel. In the book of hieroglyphic
Or
figures,
suspended,
Flamel
not
describes
banned.
the tome in his own words. Quote, "There fell by chance into my hands a gilded book, very old and large, which cost me only 2 florins. It was not made of paper or parchment, as other books are, but of admirable rinds, as it seemed to me."
I think this is just when I ignored him too. I knew he was just gonna keep talking shit, man, so I was just like watching the video. And then I think this is when I find out I got banned. Or suspended, sorry.
Consulted with many scholars in an attempt to decipher the meaning, to no avail. As Flamel writes in his book, quote, "I copied as much to the life for original as I could, all the images and figures of the said 4th and 5th.
Time to work, baby. Ooh. See, I'm reading it right now.
Alright.
What? I guess the stream ended or something? I thought it was my internet that cut out. It was Twitch cutting out though because I got suspended for talking about boyfriends and taking gear. I'm still in the same fucking spot too, boys. Oh my god, my energy's kinda low. Oh yeah, right now I'm trying to log into Twitch, dude. That's when it says suspended or something. Oh, interesting. What the hell does that mean? Your account is currently suspended. Oh my god, take a look at this, dude. What the hell is even going on? Somehow my internet kind of like fucked up a little bit, and then it kind of kicked me out. Log into Twitch. I don't know. I'm trying to relog back in, basically. Huh. Interesting. Well, we're gonna find out later. I don't know. I've never seen my accounts get suspended. I don't even know how that's even possible. Twitch, your account is currently suspended. If your Twitch account is suspended, it means you violated Twitch terms of service or community guidelines. To resolve that, you should check for an email from Twitch or details about your violation. So they should tell me about my violation, but what the fuck would it be? I didn't even do anything. I've never once been suspended. I was a clean boy with a clean record. Then visit a... And now I'm a criminal. Oh god, dude. Twitch is fucking whack, man. I don't even... Bro... Alright, let's just get the fuck out of there. Alright, well, I have 5 energy. 3. Let's go see if I can do anything, because I have been sitting here for 20 fucking minutes trying to figure out what the hell happened. Oh, you know what? Hopefully these I did not kill these scavs. please have food on you, guy? Oh, thank you. Oh my god. That literally didn't do anything for me. Oh god. Well, we're gonna keep the stream up for kicking YouTube and whatnot. I just not understanding it. That was a clean fucking shot. That was not too shabby. Alright, I am tired of this going down. Oh, you know, hopefully I find some food in here. I heard the fucking walking too, dude. God. Oh lordy. Alright. Well, you know what? We're able to get scav kills, so we don't really have to worry about players, because I had to fucking try to find out why the... I think I just heard another scav. Find out why the fuck I got suspended off Twitch, bro. That is the dumbest fucking thing I think I've... I don't even know. I don't even know. I is so angry right now. Not really. But it's pretty fucking stupid, though. I'm like an internet criminal right now, dude. I have to get gang tattoos, get jumped in or sexed into like a criminal internet gang affiliation thing. I don't even know, dude. This is all so new to me. I didn't choose this life. God chose this life for me. Ooh. Wait, how many more kills do I need? Oh my god, dude. That's fine. I don't even really care, man. Customs is a pretty good map anyways, though. I don't mind lingering on this fucking map. What time is it? 7:30? Oh, some actual food. Nice. Shut your bitch ass up. I'll be over there here in a sec. Oh, dude, there's hella scavs over there. Is that a cigarette? Nope, it is not. These scavs are getting kind of out of line, dude. You gotta put them back in line, basically.
О, вижу их!
Was that a pea scav? There ain't no fucking way, dude. Keep mistaking tires for players, bro. I don't even know why. Just sounds stupid. Oh my god. Actual food. We're at 13 minutes. We're not even really going to do much more looting. We're just going to be running through the map, seeing if I can pick off as many freaking scavs as possible. You know what? Actually, let's go double check over here. Viking, I'm gonna look in the restream stuff though later, man. I did not know that existed, dude. Cause like Twitch is like fine when it comes to like chats and all the other nonsense. Yo, hacks enabled, baby. That's a P-scav. Oh, he's coming in here to tell me to TK myself, maybe. Num 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 num. Maybe it's a player scav. I don't know. Maybe not though. We gotta cross the map and try to kill as many scavs as humanly possible. I got that freaking elite endurance now too. Oh, I got movement. Well, I thought I had movement in here. I've been like hearing shit all night, thinking, oh wait, what if there's bad guys in here? Oh, I wonder if that's new. I don't remember this being a thing. Oh my god. These losers left sniper scav up. Bitch ass motherfucker.
Блять, берцащими!
Holy fucking balls, bro.
Блять, тут нашего забыл! Чё, забыл, кто тебе батон в будку закидывает? На, блядь, жри, сука!
Give me a sec, Scav. I will kill you here in a moment. That's a P-Scab too, boys.
Вон он, упырь! Иди, идиот, трахать тебя и всю семью!
Hey, did he go upstairs? Get over here, boy! Sorry. I'm not really sorry. I hear you, guy. Give me a sec.
Вроде никого.
Oh, he had a big boy armor on. Interesting. I wonder where he got that from. You know what? I'm looting. I need to be going to extract or trying to kill other scavs. We're not going to extract here. We're going to head over to New Gas and go the longer way. We still have 4.5 minutes. I'd like to pull as many kills as possible. I don't remember that sign being there, dude. Maybe it's always been there. I don't know. Freaking sniper scavs. Yo, was that a fucking P scav? That might have been a P scav.
Прямо берцы! Вон он, блядь, ебать его!
Where the fuck is you, scav? Oh, here they are.
Гнида!
Go 5 seconds, baby. Oh, fuck. Kinda close, dude. Kinda fucking close. Those little shits are up there. Well, let's see how many fucking scavs I killed. It's a lot of XP. Oh, you know what? That's probably because it's softcore now. I was like, dude, this is way more XP than I remember getting. Like the last one I saw, because I wasn't really paying attention, like how much XP. I had killed a boss though, so that's where I thought it came from. Alright. I'll go back to our alchemist guy.
Fifth leaves. These I showed to the greatest scholars and most learned men in Paris, who understood thereof no more than myself. I told them that they were found in a book which taught the philosopher's stone, but the great part of them made a mock both of me and that most excellent secret, except one whose name was Anselm, a practicer of psychic and a deep student in this art. He much desired to see my book, which he valued more than anything else in the world, but I always refused him, only making him a large demonstration of the method." End quote. E.A. Waite, in his book Lives of Alchemistical Philosophers, describes how Flamel painted faithful reproductions of the illustrations onto the walls of his home for a true believer and amateur alchemist by the name of Master Anselm, who apparently aided Flamel for many years. Master Anselm proved somewhat unworthy of the title of Master, though, by providing little in the way of useful information, besides insisting that the missing ingredient in Flamel's experiments to find the stone was the pure blood of children. While this is not actually an uncommon alchemical assertion, with a number of alchemists throughout the centuries having demonstrated an obsession with blood, amongst other bodily fluids, it is thankfully one that Flamel chose to reject, having decided that extracting blood from children would be both a sin and misguided. Nicholas Flamel would end up spending decades struggling to decipher the book. Eventually, the scrivener realized that he would again have to seek out help from learned individuals. With many in Paris ridiculing his research, he figured that the best people to seek knowledge from in trying to understand a manuscript would be Kabbalist sages, who were experts in translating ancient and occult languages. Kabbalah is a Jewish occult practice, and during Flamel's time, most Jews residing in France fled due to persecutions to places like Spain, which was still under occupation by the Moors, who were more tolerant of Jews than Christians were. In search of answers, and with the consent of his wife, Perenelle, he set out on a journey to Santiago de Compostela in Spain to demand an interpretation from the Kabbalists. This site, as Jacques Sodel points out in his book Alchemists in Gold, had already been visited exactly 100 years earlier by the famed alchemist Raymond Lull, and later visited by yet another named Basil Valentin. Flamel referred to this as a pilgrimage and made a vow to both God and St. James to complete it. However, it's quite clear that the purpose of the journey was not that of traditional religious growth as a pilgrimage usually is. Some speculate that Flamel did this to avoid suspicion from his neighbors, while others consider it to have been a genuine pilgrimage. However, as we'll see later on, Flamel was often one to use religious allegories to describe alchemical concepts. Without a strong-armed escort at his side, this would be a very dangerous journey to undertake. Therefore, Flamel made a copy of several of the book's pages and illustrations to keep the original safe at home. He put on a hat adorned with shells, wrapped himself in pilgrim's robes, and armed only with a large staff, the scrivener took off to foreign lands. There is no existing account as to what events occurred during Flamel's journey. The only details stated are that the pilgrimage took him to Montjoie, then to Santiago de Compostela, with unfortunately no results. Disappointed that he had wasted so much time, memories flashed of Perenelle and his servants waiting for him at his shop. Evenings of loneliness and homesickness overcame him, and eventually Nicholas Flamel made the tough decision to return to France, and he began his journey back. Upon his arrival in the Spanish city of Lyon, however, fate intervened. Flamel happened to have a meal at an inn with a merchant from Bologna who was traveling for business. This merchant must have made a very good impression on Flamel, as the scrivener decided to divulge to the merchant the scope of his journey and his need for the assistance of a learned Jew. Luckily, the merchant knew just the right person. After dinner, he introduced Flamel to a local physician, a very old man by the name of Master Canches. Canches was a converso, a Jewish convert to Catholicism.
Ooh. Miss Rage 6632. Hey buddy, I'm also a streamer. Want to play together? Something sometime? Hit me up, Miss Rage. Well, that's Miss Rage. That's extremely vague. Do you play Tarkov? I can't ever tell, dude. When it comes to Kick, dude, they're always trying to sell me fucking bots, bro. It drives me insane. But I need 15 more kills, dude. We are making splendid progress. And then I don't even know what I'm going to do with these guns. I might just sell them. Or maybe I go to factory and fuck around to fuck around. I haven't decided yet. I'm going to get a bigger bag too. I'm going to do like a tri-zip. Or similar. Damn, bruh. That's a nice looking bag you got there, Wealthy Booty. Yeah, I know. Alright, we got more ammo this time, dude. I keep coming in with like bare minimum ammo, even though I like set myself up, I stack myself pretty well. I kind of shoot myself in the foot. Alright, let's see what 314's going for, marked room. 8.7 million is not a crazy amount, dude. But I think we're gonna hold off on that though. I need a learned Jew to accompany me on this voyage. I wonder what he even means by that, dude. Like religious? Speaking Hebrew? I don't know. Where did come with some juice this time, dude? A rat cola? I don't know. Like, we were kind of cutting it close last time. Alright. I'll be back. I gotta go to the bathroom.
which gave Flamel hope
Grab another beer, dude! We gotta chug this!
that this man might aid him when no other Jewish scholars on his pilgrimage did. As Christians across Europe were persecuting Jews, they had reason to be cautious when a Catholic such as Flamel tried to learn their secret teachings. Unfortunately, Master Canchez was similarly reluctant. As night fell and the city gates closed, Flamel approached the elderly master and expressed how much he admired the knowledge of the Jews. Master Canchez looked upon him and could tell that Flamel was French, and that the pilgrim's robes he wore were a disguise to appear mediocre and go unnoticed. Fearing trouble, Canchez responded to Flamel politely and briefly, hoping to shoo away this Frenchman from his shop. But Flamel would not let go of this opportunity so easily. He pulled out copies of the book's pages and handed them to Master Canchez, who looked at them casually at first, but quickly his eyes widened. As Flamel recounted, quote, "As soon as I had shown him the figures of my extract, he, being ravished with great astonishment and joy, demanded of me incontinently if I could tell him any news of the book from whence they were drawn. I answered him, if anybody could decipher unto me the enigmas. All at that instant, transported with great ardor and joy, he began to decipher unto me the beginning. But to be short, he well content to learn news where this book should be, and I to hear him speak. And certainly he had heard much discourse of the book, but, as he said, as of a thing which was believed to be utterly lost." End quote. The master, who had been translating Hebrew text dating all the way back to the time of Moses, immediately recognized the source of this text and its illustrations, a legendary Kabbalist manuscript called the Esh Metzerav, or Purifying Fire, a book which had vanished centuries ago, thought by most to have been destroyed. But according to tradition, the book was said to still exist, to only appear to men whose destiny it was to receive it. Master Canchez told Flamel that he had dreamed for all of his life of finding it. Canchez identified the author of the book as Abraham the Jew, priest, half-prince, Levite, astrologer, and philosopher. While nothing is known for certain about this Abraham the Jew, the same man is also identified with Eliezer Abraham, author of another text, the age-old chemical work, which was published in the 17th century, long after a certain Mr. Flamel's supposed demise. However, many sources suggest that the original text dates back hundreds of years earlier than this. It's difficult to establish whether the age-old chemical work perhaps preceded or was contemporary to Flamel, or was inspired by his story and emerged later. As this was a profound moment for Master Canchez, then a very elderly man, close to death, he wasted no time in helping Flamel translate the text scattered across the copies of the pages. By the light of many candles, Canchez hunched over a table, explaining to Flamel symbols that were known to the ancient Chaldeans, and translating what appeared to be ancient Hebrew script. By the dawn of morning, the master had successfully translated the pages Flamel had brought. But this was only a portion of the full book, and not enough to reveal the entirety of its secrets. It was clear that Master Canchez would need to travel back with Flamel to Paris to complete the work. Canchez, who had long been searching for the lost text, easily made up his mind to do so. The journey was long and arduous, and along the way Canchez helped Flamel decipher many of the greater mysteries of the manuscript. They traveled from Lyon to Oviedo, and from Oviedo by sea to France. Unfortunately, the closer Master Canchez came to realizing his dream of reading the full book, his age and weakness became more and more evident. He prayed every day and night for God to grant him more days so that he would die only once knowing the secrets of the great work. But God was not so kind, as tragedy struck when the two men finally reached the shores of Orleans, France. According to Flamel's writings, quote, "When arriving at Orleans, this learned man, Master Canchez, fell extremely sick, being afflicted with excessive vomitings, which remained still with him of those he had suffered at sea, and he was in such a continual fear of my forsaking him, that he could not imagine nothing like unto it. And although I was always by his side, yet would he incessantly call for me. But in sum, he died at the end of the 7th day of his sickness, by reason whereof I was much grieved. God have his soul, for he died a good Christian." End quote. Flamel gave Canchez a proper Christian burial at the Church of St. Croix in Orleans, and made masses for him. Mourning his fallen master, and armed with an understanding of his sacred text, Flamel returned to his shop, and...
Alright, we spawn at old gas. We're pulling a lady right now. Beep burp, hacks on. Somewhere. Oh wait, no, something spawned. The lady's gonna be inside here. I already know it. No ifs, ands, or buts. Ooh. Ooh-wee. Alright, alright. I don't know where we're gonna hide my helmets. We'll find a place, or the master will. Hey. I wonder if I can get my helmet in there. Yo! Alright, alright. Tarkov's physics are pretty alright. They ain't too bad. They ain't too bad. You know what? If I go that way, I'm going to be running into PMC folk. But if I go this way, I'm going to be running into scav folk. We're going to go this way. You know what? I did just hear shots. There may be a PMC in here too. Wait. How many more? What is it? 15? Alright. I just heard a fucking swivel, boys. I don't know where, I don't know when, but it was heard. And we're in attack mode right now. There's no turning off attack mode, I hope you know that. It's literally, once it turns on, it can't go off until I die. So I kind of have to attack whatever's closest to me. Those shots are coming from dorms too. That is fucking tempting, boys. But that's not the best place to pull scaverinos, though.
Быстро! Да вот он!
I hope I can just find this evasion armband. Bro's got the fucking AA-12, dude. That gun instills fear in an individual. Even from this distance, dude. Like, my little old heart over here, made of gold, and silver and diamonds. I know for a fact that if I go over to dorms, I'm gonna get murdered by that shotgun. That's fine. If that's what the Tarkov gods want from me, they're gonna get it. But not yet, at least. Let me go see if I can find some scabby boys over here. Sniper scav is over here to the right. We'll rotate backwards, too, if it comes down to it. Yeah, because I have... Maybe I'm a bit delayed, okay? I don't know why, but that was really fucking quick though, so I don't know. I'm gonna say legit, dude. That was a clean kill on his part. Nagasaki Nuki? Wait. Nagasaki Nuki? That was a clean kill on his part, dude. He earns my kit. Alright, let's go learn more about this alchemist.
His wife Perenelle in Paris, laid down his robes and staff, and began the great work. For the next 3 years, he would use what he learned from Master Canches to translate the remaining pages, and then labor tirelessly to create the Philosopher's Stone. While mainstream rationalists might argue that the search for a mystical treasure able to improve the human condition, such as the Philosopher's Stone, is simply a symbol for the struggle for scientific advancement, it's clear that not everyone agrees. As we'll see, right up until the last century, there were learned men and women who fully accepted alchemy not as allegory, but as a real and tangible discipline and a force for good in the world. People were willing to accept not only the transmutation of metals, but the existence of genuine immortals. The primary goal of the alchemist is the completion of the magnum opus, a Latin term which means great work. The magnum opus begins with the prima materia, or first matter, and through a number of steps, the alchemist brings a substance through 4 phases of transformation until the final form is reached and the great work is completed. This completed and purified material, known as the Philosopher's Stone, has the power to transmute other substances and bestow prolonged life. Another key principle in the magnum opus is that of the rebus. Like most things in alchemy, the rebus can be taken in relation to the physical work of the transmutation of base metals into gold, or conversely, it can be taken in reference to the inner work of the alchemy of the self. The word rebus comes from the Latin term resbina, which means dual or double matter. The rebus holds within itself a perfect balance of opposing qualities, feminine and masculine, spiritual and physical. Achieving this is done by first purifying the individual aspects of the matter, and then recombining them into a substance of perfect harmony. The rebus's dual nature is illustrated in 2 phrases known by all alchemists, those being as above, so below, and solve et coagula. The first phrase, as above, so below, describes the dual nature of all reality and the balance of the material and the spiritual. And the second phrase, solve et coagula, is the practice of breaking down materials into their base forms to purify them for reintegration into a more stable form. These ideas aren't restricted to the physical workings in a laboratory. We aren't all trying to produce gold from lead, of course. However, a lot of us have practiced these things in our personal lives. For example, the psychoanalyst Carl Jung developed the practice of shadow work, where the individual breaks down their undesired qualities, then learns to acknowledge them and accept them. This is known as integrating the shadow. In this case, we put ourselves in a position to break down and purify the imbalances in our own lives, and that's certainly a form of alchemy. That said, Flamel's achievements in his laboratory were said to have been absolutely tangible. As Nicholas Flamel wrote in his book, quote, "I now had the prima materia, the first principles, but not their first preparation, which is the most difficult thing in the world. At last I found what I desired, what I also knew through the strong scent and smell of it. With this I easily attained mastery. The first time I made a transmutation was on mercury, of which I turned about half a pound into pure silver, better than that of the mine, as I did examine himself and had others examined many times. This was at about noon on a Monday, January 17th, at my house, in the year of restoring the mankind, 1382, only Perenelle present." End quote. Then, 3 months later, a tremendous breakthrough occurred. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, on the 25th of April, 1382, Perenelle watched as her husband made a projection of the red stone onto a small quantity of mercury. Quote, "I truly transmuted into almost as much gold, much better indeed than common gold, more soft also, and more pliable. I had indeed enough when I had once done it." End quote. Interestingly, according to K.R. Johnson, author of the Fulcanelli phenomenon, this alleged incident corresponds to the time in which the common scrivener suddenly became a full-scale property developer, charity benefactor, and owner and designer of many impressive buildings in Paris. While Flamel's
Fuck, dude! We didn't make the most progress. I don't even know what I needed before. But we need 13 more kills, so we're gonna go back and get my last 13 kills. And learn more about this immortal alchemist, dude.
Transmutation can't be verified. His philanthropy certainly is. According to Laura Knight Jajic, author of The Secret History of the World and How to Get Out Alive, this is proven in documents that still exist in the public record today. Quote, "What is true and can be verified is that Nicholas and Perenelle Flamel endowed 14 hospitals, 3 chapels, and 7 churches in the city of Paris, all which we had new built from the ground, and enriched with great gifts and revenues, with many reparations in their churchyards. We also have done at Boulogne about as much as we have done at Paris, not to speak of the charitable acts which we both did to particularly poor people, principally widows and orphans." End quote. Among the various works carried out by Flamel was the construction of an archway at the Cemetery of the Holy Innocents, where his wife Perenelle was supposedly buried after her death. This archway has unfortunately been destroyed since, but the original was said to have been decorated with bas-relief portraits of Nicholas and Perenelle, reproductions of images from the famed book, and a color-coded sequence detailing the process for the production of the Philosopher's Stone. Of course, the couple's newfound wealth would not go unnoticed, and soon it came to the attention of King Charles IV. Deciding that a portion of Flamel's wealth should find its way into his pockets, the king sent a tax inspector by the name of M. Cramoisy to investigate. According to Treasury of Gallic and French Discoveries and Antiquities, which is a 1655...
I don't think 1.5 speed is too fast. It's like on my phone, dude. I listen to shit that's at like 3x. Sometimes I go all the way up to 4x, bro. It's too fast for like on stream though, so we gotta keep it at like... I think 1.5 is like the max I normally go to. I think so.
account by Pierre Borel, the counselor and physician in ordinary to the king, this M. Cramoisy did indeed visit Flamel on the king's orders. However, Cramoisy was convinced, or rather bribed, to overlook Flamel's activities with an offer not of gold, but of a vial of Flamel's powder of projection, the elixir of life. Little is known of what Mr. Cramoisy did with his portion of the powder, though...
You know what? Now that I think about it, now I'm kind of curious. Whenever Kit fucking suspended me, I don't think it killed my... ...5 hours? Ah, that was that earlier stream I did. Current stream, nice. Alright. Yeah, it sucks. I caught some followers in the last few days. It's just I can never acknowledge it because I don't fucking see it though. So I gotta look into this restream thing that Viking was talking about. Alright, let's verify with No, it's on the same stream. Yeah, it was literally just freaking just Twitch.
Pierre Borel wrote that, quote, "The powder is said to have been preserved in that family for many years," end quote. What's clear is that Cramoisy was definitely persuaded, as the Scrivener alchemist was then left to continue his studies and charitable donations undisturbed for the rest of his days, or at least until his supposed death. What's particularly interesting about Flamel's wealth, though, is his apparent disinterest in holding on to it. By happily donating the vast majority of his riches to church and charity, Flamel fits perfectly into the stereotypical image of a true alchemist, for whom the transmutation of metals is not the ultimate goal, but merely the means to an end, or, in their case, to not end at all.
Probably gonna dig in a restream tomorrow and figure out more about that. And accept my 24-hour suspension on Twitch, dude. I don't even know what happens, dude. It's like California, 3 strikes and you're out, and then you get sentenced to like death row. It might be that way. They're gonna sentence me to the Twitch gulag or something. I don't know.
It's often said that where history ends, legend begins. However, in the case of Flamel, the two are inescapably intertwined. The details of Flamel's historical existence are so well accounted for that you can literally reach out and touch them. For example, you could find yourself in Paris strolling down the Rue Nicolas Flamel or the intersecting Rue Perronneau, streets named after the Scrivener and his wife. You could visit the oldest stone building in Paris at 51 Rue Montmorency, where you'll find a building Flamel himself had erected to accommodate the homeless of the city, an act of philanthropy, the likes of which he was very well known for. Head to the Musée de Cluny, and you can view Flamel's strikingly likes of which he was very...
That's cool. They got like writing on the building too. And it looks like they have like types of designs right there too. I don't know what the hell that is.
well known for. Head to the Musée de Cluny, and you can view Flamel's strikingly embellished gravestone that he personally designed and commissioned. It went missing from his burial place when it was demolished in 1717, only to be rediscovered in the middle of the 19th century in a...
My parents were in Italy too, just like a month ago. They were like showing me a bunch of like cool ass pictures, like holy shit. I was like, alright, that'd be pretty dope.
grocer shop in the Rue d'Arius, where it was stored face down with its backside used as a chopping board. Seriously. What's striking about these tangible proofs of Flamel's existence, however, is that while they do prove that he definitely existed, they do very little to disprove the many rumors surrounding his alchemical endeavors. In fact, they often create more questions than they answer. Nicholas Flamel's refuge for the homeless might still stand as a testament to his presence, but it also poses the question of how a common scrivener, even after his marriage to a multiple-time widow, was able to afford such an extensive act of philanthropy, and why, in the years following his death, his properties were ransacked, looted, and
Yo, what up, boo? You there, Scourge?
Yes, sir.
Good morning. How long you been up for?
5 hours?
Have you really?
Mm-hmm.
That's fair.
I messaged you when I got on.
Like you texted me or what?
No, Discord message. Your computer.
Oh,
was displaying-
I see.
Yeah, it was displaying you as active, so I was like, you up?
I don't ever like try to hide or anything, to be honest, man. I have used that feature in the past, but I don't really use it a whole lot, to be honest, or ever really, to be honest. It's been a minute. No, man, I've just been grinding Tarkov, dude. Right now I'm on test drive 6, bro. I need like 10 more fucking kills, bro.
Yeah, I was playing Tarkov for a bit too. I had to go to Interchange for the little fucking books.
What books?
The
the cookbooks or whatever?
Yeah. So I did 2 raids. The first raid, I died to a cheater. He was kill hunting.
Ooh.
And ironically enough, he's also a fucking Twitch streamer.
How do you know he's
But
cheating?
he's not live. How do I know he's cheating? Because, so you know how there is no spawn in the actual mall, right?
Oh yeah.
Literally 3 seconds into raid, I was hearing flashbangs go off inside the fucking mall looking for Killa.
Did you? Interesting.
Literally 3 seconds into the raid, and I got the closest spawn. The secret hallway thing where you jump up from Goshen. Yeah, I got the fucking closest spawn to the mall, and I was hearing him 3 seconds in the raid. On top of that, before he killed me, I watched him zoom across my screen. Like, zoom across my screen.
Oh, hold on, babe. Punk ass! Oh, that's a PMC that lit me up, bro. You know what? We're gonna rotate backwards. I got suspended from fucking Twitch, bro.
For what?
For 24 fucking hours for making threats, dude.
What do you mean?
I didn't even make a fucking threat, dude. Fuck you, dude! Hold on, bud. Oh, dude. Oh, good fucking fight, bro. He earned that kit, bro. Fuck. It sucks, dude. It's whatever. Oh, no, dude. I had this pussy coming inside a chat. I kill him. Or, sorry, I killed 1 or 2 bad guys over on, Mantis. I think this dude has killed me before. Or vice versa. Maybe not. I don't know. I feel like I've seen this, though. Left armpit, bro. What the fuck did he kill me with? Oh, G36. Interesting. Bro, the Velociraptor is just... It's such a mid-fucking gun, bro.
Yeah, it's not
fucking
phenomenal,
blows,
that's for
dude.
sure.
Like, after, like, medium distance... Or fucking close to medium, bro, with that 82, 83 vert. It's just like, I'm playing with fire, man. The odds of me fucking being able to actually hit a head tap or whatnot. But no, when it comes to the suspension though, man, I thought my internet cut out, dude. But I was like, oh god damn it, it's restarting the stream. No, this piece of shit came in here. I kill 1 or 2 dudes over on Fortress. He kills me because he was fucking ratting up at Dark Stairs. I was looking around. You can see in the VOD too. I thought the goons were coming out from Skeleton. I got super duper excited. I look over there, and then when I turned around to go clear out Dark Stairs, and I even say it afterwards too. I was like, yo, I was gonna go clear that out. Well, he killed me, which is fine. I took my kit. He starts laughing or whatever. It's like, dude, I don't really care. It's like, you're excited about a Velociraptor. I was like, dude, this is a mid fucking gun. And yeah, he talked about how he won and all this other stuff. I'm like, well, you have whenever I'm a solo and I'm fighting multiple boyfriends, I'm not always gonna fucking win. And I was like, but to counteract that, if I had all my boyfriends with me, we would win and we would take your fucking kit. We would kill you and take your kit. Specifically what I said, right? When I said kill you and take your guys' kit, it was AI, dude. AI is what caught it, and my account got suspended.
Yep.
So I'm gonna make. So obviously I'm multi-streaming on YouTube and Kick. So I'm gonna make a clip out of that. That's gonna be about roughly like 2 minutes, and you'll be able to see exactly what I'm saying. It'll be the initial thing, and then me going back and reviewing it with the stream, and you'll be able to see.
You're gonna have to appeal that because it's gonna be on your fucking account, and if you get 2 more strikes, they'll fucking ban your account permanently.
Oh, so I should do a review on it because it's only a 24-hour suspension.
Yeah, you need to do an appeal because it'll stay on your account, and after 2 more flags against you, they'll ban your account for good.
All right, well then I'll suspend. I'm gonna repeal it with a VOD too, man, because I'm not just streaming on Twitch, man. I have my Kick and YouTube stream, so it's gonna be a 2-minute response, but I'm gonna send that in. Be like, yo, this is exactly what happened, and you can see the chat on the screen of me responding to the dude. I've never been banned, bro. I don't even fucking know, dude. I've never seen that before.
I need to check Twitch really quick because I'm missing the drops that I should have had.
What drops? Holy fucking bejesus.
Dude, I'm actually really fucking salty over this. Why the fuck do I not...
torched to their very foundations by opportunists looking for gold and other valuable secrets. The survival of his tombstone and the fact that he had one in the first place would seem to indicate that he passed away like any other mere mortal. It also begs another question, though. Why would a common scrivener choose to not only spend time morbidly designing his own headstone, but also fill that design with icons linked to alchemical symbolism? As Kathleen Cohen notes in her book Metamorphosis of a Death Symbol, quote, certain iconographic peculiarities of this tombstone can only be explained in light of alchemical illustrations. The double meaning, both religious and alchemical, of the symbols on the tombstone can clearly be seen from Flamel's own writing. End quote. These include the celestial bodies, with the sun representing gold and sulfur, and the moon embodying silver and mercury, which are unusually included alongside Jesus Christ holding a globe. Next, there is the symbol of St. Peter with keys, representing the ability to open and close, bind and shut, and St. Paul with a sword, representing a process of purification. The resurrected Christ represents the finished work, the lapis. And finally, the naked corpse of Flamel himself represents the decomposition before renewal associated with achievement of the stone. As Kathleen Cohen observes, quote, with Flamel's tombstone, the symbolism of the Tronzi image went beyond a mere humbling of the self and became a necessary step in the process of resurrection. The body must decay before it can become immortal and incorruptible. End quote. This process appears to be quite gruesome, with multiple accounts stating that those achieving the elixir of life will first go through a degenerative process, losing all of their hair, teeth, and fingernails before they are rejuvenated. However, others might say that the distillation, as it's referred to by alchemists, is a more spiritual process, where the impurities of the practitioner are removed and their soul reduced to its pure essence. After this, the coagulation solidifies the essence of the self into a whole. It's worth noting that the sun and moon represent the male and female, and the inclusion of both could suggest a unification of contrasting elements that comes with the achievement of the great work to form the rebus. And keep in mind that the rebus means dual or double matter, a perfect balance of opposing qualities. Each of these celestial bodies is positioned on the tablet above either Paul or Peter. Nicholas Flamel, who was a devout Catholic, would have recognized them as the founders of the church, and he also would have known that they were noted for their distinctly opposing personalities. St. Paul and St. Peter held very different roles in the early history of Christianity, and their union ultimately led to what Flamel would have seen as a grand whole in the form of the institution of the church. This ultimate union is likely represented by Jesus Christ in the center, who holds a globe with his other hand in the sign of benediction. While the historical presentation of Nicholas Flamel is of a generous but unremarkable medieval tradesman who came into a bit of money, it's long been a belief that Flamel was far more than simply a common scrivener. Within just a few years of his death, stories began to circulate of his association with alchemy and his discovery of the Philosopher's Stone and supposed immortality as a result of having consumed the elixir of life. Some have suggested that Flamel's reputation as an alchemist may have risen from his selling and copying of manuscripts. Perhaps the fact that he was so often seen poring over these strange volumes was enough for people to think that he was studying them and trying out the experiments they detailed. Others speculate that the myths of his immortality might stem from his incredible and verifiable longevity by the standards of the age. Having lived into his late 80s, and at least one account stating to the age of 116, Flamel would have appeared comparably immortal at a time when the average life expectancy was a mere 35 years. Uncommon longevity in a time of low life expectancy happens to be a common feature amongst alchemists. As Sean Martin points out in his book Alchemy and Alchemists, quote, Jabir lived to around his mid-90s, Albertus Magnus to 87, Roger Bacon to around 80, Lally to 81, Flamel himself to at the very least 87, and later Isaac Newton to 84, and Fulcanelli to well over 100, according to some accounts. It was also a common trend in the 15th century for the fortunes of wealthy citizens to be attributed to their work in alchemy, with other notable examples being Jacques Coeur and Nicolas Valois, but we'll talk more about the money later. For Flamel, the elixir of life was not a liquid, but a solid, that he referred to as his powder of projection. According to a number of sources, this substance seems to have been pretty darn effective in keeping the alchemist alive for hundreds of years after his supposed death. In May of 1818, a couple rumored to be Nicholas and Perenelle Flamel rented an apartment at...
It's murder time, bro!
Drink for me, bitch.
What? No. You know what? Actually, I should be fine. Because I got fucking suspended from Twitch. So that's one less stream I have to worry about. So, should be good on Discord. You can always tell if the bag's here. You see how that protrudes out of there? I just heard running on that side. Give me my money. Heard that? Heard that, cuh? I gotta do you like this, son. I'm sorry. No, dude!
He came back right when you were real fucking close.
If I had just been a half second sooner, bro. I literally saved his ass from a scab so I could knife him to death, dude, and then he fucking KS-23'd me. Damn, bro. What are the fucking odds of that? Jot at 22, man? Enjoyed the kit, dude. Damn, dude. That would have been a melee kill, dude. Would have been nice.
Shouldn't have gone for the. You should have gone for the head, Wealthy.
I know. I think I hit the body, dude. I initially, when he started moving, I thought his character was bugging out. I didn't think he had loaded back in, dude. Bro, my stream has been up for 7 hours and 40 minutes.
Yeah, dude, I did a long-ass stream yesterday.
I'm trying to think of my longest stream, bro. It's... Fuck, I don't know. I think it was like 19 to 21 hours, something like that. But I just remember Redline, his first stream, dude, he did like 35 or 32 hours or some crazy shit. I was like, dude, you're a fucking crackhead, man. I was like, get the fuck out of here with that. Well, you can't do that, Wealthy? I was like, I refuse to fucking stream that long, man. Fuck that. Fucking goobers.
It's pointless to do that for your first stream.
He did do that for his first stream, yeah. I don't know, dude. It is a little pointless, though, but...
You do that when you have a lot of followers and you can run ads, so you can make fucking money off that shit.
I don't know if he's streaming anymore. You're not going to get burnt out, are you? You're going to keep on going strong, right?
Hell no. This is my new job.
Alright, alright. Honest, oh god, I don't even know. You know what? I don't give a fuck. I don't give a lovely motherfuck ass. That may legitimately be the last helmet I have in my stash. Yes, sir, it is. Oh my god, I think my game is breaking. Kinda. Fuck, I was trying to grab ears.
at 22 Rue Cléry in Paris and began offering to amateur well-off alchemists a course in the Hermetic Sciences. This course, for which participants paid 300,000 francs, promised to give these secrets to producing the elixir of life. Further back, though, in the text Journey Through Asia Minor, published in 1714, almost 300 years after Flamel's alleged demise, the traveler and archaeologist Paul Lucas recounted in absolute seriousness an extraordinary story. Lucas had been sent to the east by King Louis XIV to retrieve antiquities, and there he recalled how he met with a dervish, a Sufi Muslim ascetic. Lucas consistently referred to the dervish as being Uzbek, outside the mosque in what is now the city of Bursa in modern-day Turkey. The dervish told Lucas that he was in the area to attend a meeting of 7 alchemical adepts who would meet in a designated place every 21 years. He then spoke about the elixir of life, explaining that, quote, hereditary disease and weakness reduce the life of man, but the sage, by the use of the true medicine, can ward off whatever may hinder or impair the animal functions for 1,000 years, end quote. When Lucas mentioned how unfortunate it was that Flamel, a supposed discoverer of the elixir, was long dead, the dervish protested, quote, no, my friend, Flamel is still living. Neither he nor his wife are dead. 3 years since I left both the one and the other in the Indies. He is one of my best friends, end quote. According to the dervish, Nicholas Flamel realized after the king's investigation into his finances that soon enough his secrets would be discovered, and he decided to leave Paris. His first step in this undertaking was to fake Perenelle's death and send her off to live in Switzerland and bury in place of her body a large log dressed in her clothes.
Freaking
Flamel then faked
vampires,
his own
bro.
death, and following suit, he also had a log placed in a coffin to simulate the presence and weight of a body. After this, he reunited with his wife and spent the years continuing his studies and traveling the world. This would of course fit with the various accounts stating that when Flamel's coffin was opened, there was no body to be found. Decades after the publication of Journey Through Asia Minor, Flamel was rumored to have met with France's ambassador to Turkey, Count de Solier, who was ambassador between 1747 and his death in 1754. Years later, in 1761...
Bro, you can fucking tell that people are waking up and they're hopping on Tarkov because awaiting session start, like getting to this point, it was like 4.5, 5 minutes, like 5 hours ago. And oh my god, are we waiting on players now? Nice. Everyone's getting on. Quicker load-in times. Sweatier people, though. We're going to be playing against sweats, though.
There were reports that both Nicholas and Perenelle were seen at the Paris Opera, along with a son, despite the pair remaining childless in historical accounts of their lives. But it gets much stranger, though. In the 18th century, a clergyman by the name of Sir Mortel claimed to have met Flamel in an underground laboratory in Paris, where he continued his research in secret. This location was apparently separated from the outside world by 7 doors. Oddly enough, this idea of Flamel persisting within some kind of underground laboratory, possibly as part of a wider community of alchemists, is a consistent theme in reports of him still being alive. For example, Alexis Monte, in his 1848 text, Histoire des Français de Diversité, claimed that he'd met with a French intellectual who not only insisted that Flamel was still alive and well, but that he was working in an underground laboratory. At the end of the 20th century, the same idea came up again in Averroes Secundus's book Terra Incognita Perpetua, in which he claimed to have met with Flamel himself.
Time to fucking murder him, dude. Time to murder him real hard. Good, 11 more kills, bro. Playing with fucking fire again up there, boys. Fuck that, dude. That was a little scary. Grab bad guys at old gas. Well, that was kind of a waste of CBJ, dude. What the fuck? Starman's here.
I heard Boobies, that's a good name.
You heard what?
Dude's name in this game is I Heard Boobies. I like it.
Yeah, that's true. Not a bad name, dude.
Not at all.
Прямо берцы!
Fucking guy. I heard something. I know for a motherfucking fact I heard something. What did I hear? Something. That something's over at Old Gas. And I shall oblige. We're going to investigate this noise complaint. Oh fuck, somebody's using a grenade launcher. Oh, Scrooge, I hit my elite endurance.
Nice.
Fucking zooming now. I mean, I was zooming before, but now I'm hella zooming. I hear you. Oh fuck, he's in here, bruh. Sir, are you questing? Good sir? Are you questing? What quest are you doing? Hold on, young lady. Bro, you killed all the scavs in here, dude. Are you questing or what?
Requesting.
What are you guys doing?
Provide viewership.
Is that killing the scavs in here?
It's killing anything in here.
Alright. I'll leave you guys be, man. Take it easy. Good luck.
Take care.
I love you! Man, bro, they killed hella scavs in there, but it's whatever. I can find my scavs elsewhere. Fucking piece of shit. Fuck you, dude! Alright. Oh, somebody's using green flare. Oh, interesting. We got scabby boys in front. Scabby boys in front, dude! Oh, dude, we got hella fucking scabs over here. What? That's what I like to see. Head tap after 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 head tap.
I be head tapping a lot of motherfuckers.
Yo. Alright, well, someone's using a grenade launcher, so I might die to a cheater here momentarily. Fuck you! There's something that's sniping me on the other side. Oh, bro. It might be Rashal and the boys. Oh my god, it is. It fucking is, dude! Oh, fuck. Alright. Yo, chill. We could talk about this, alright? Rashala and boys. Fuck that 50 FOV, dude. I ain't talking about shit. You see how there's a grenade at the bottom of my screen right there? That just shows that I ain't talking at all.
You're talking nonsense.
Fuck. That's PMC. Bro, they're killing fucking scavs, dude. Oh, fuck! They hit my helmet. Oh my god, I'm dead. Even at 50 FOV, dude. That was wild, man. They were extremely spread out. Well, I got 9 kills, so. I was hoping I could finish at that rate, but it don't seem to be the case. Bro, traders are like resetting hella fucking quick too.
Yeah.
Why do you sound so sad, Scrooge?
Oh, it's because I have retarded ass teammates.
Are you on Arena right now or what?
No, Battlefield.
Yeah, alright, alright. You know what? I kind of feel my KD went down because of all the test drive shit I just did. Fuck, dude. I knew I bought too many bandages. My math wasn't mathing.
I can't wait to get better guns in this fucking game.
In Arena? Oh, Battlefield 6. Yeah, dude, that recoil is kind of a bit much, to be honest, man.
At an underground facility in Spain, below the Sierra Morena Plateau. He described this immense maze-like facility as extending over several hundred kilometers with various entrances through abandoned houses, caves, and catacombs. The facility was run by a community of initiates and would only admit one person at a time through concealed doors, and even then, only through a series of signals and procedures. Finally, in 2010, the Russian artist Dmitry Shagin claimed to be working on a series of portraits of Flamel, in which the famed alchemist, who apparently lived in Russia at the time, was actually posing. Of course, not everyone is convinced by the stories of the immortal alchemist, Nicholas Flamel. Over the years, a number of hostile critics have attempted to debunk the idea, but unfortunately their counter-arguments tend to have more holes than Flamel's legend itself. For example, in 1761, Etienne Villai put forward the idea that Flamel had no connection to alchemy, and that his legend was actually the invention of P. Arnauld de la Chevalerie. According to A.E. Waite, however, this argument is undermined by documented evidence located in the Bibliotheca du Roi, also known as the King's Library. There, one can find a handwritten manuscript dated to the end of the 14th century, which deals with alchemical operations and the achievement of the magnum opus. According to Waite, quote, "On the last leaf of the manuscript is the following inscription written by the same hand as the rest of the text. Of and belonging to Nicolas Flamel, of the parish Saint-Jacques-la-Boucherie, who has written and illuminated it with his own hand." End quote. Gabriel Naudé, who, according to the lives of alchemistical philosophers, detested magic and despised alchemy, vilifying the possessors of both of these sciences alike, he took a very different approach. While he acknowledged the reality of Flamel's sudden financial upswing, he suggested that this newfound wealth came not from the art of chrysopoeia, or the artificial production of gold, but through the extortion of Jews and claiming their assets after their banishment from France. Naudé essentially argued that Flamel's familiarity with Jewish business affairs allowed him to receive bribes in exchange for not exposing them. This argument has been challenged on a number of grounds. First off, Flamel couldn't have benefited from 2 of the 3 expulsions, which occurred in 1308 and 1320 respectively, largely on account of him having not yet been born. Meanwhile, the 3rd expulsion didn't involve the claiming of property and assets, but rather a choice to convert or leave. It's also worth mentioning that Flamel's sudden wealth seemed to come in 1382, a decade before the 3rd expulsion took place. Moreover, as the author of the Fulcanelli phenomenon, K.R. Johnson points out, for Flamel to have amassed the wealth that he did, the scrivener would have needed to, quote, "control the wealth of the entire Jewish population of Paris," end quote. All of this shows that Gabriel Naudé's theory withers when exposed to the light of historical fact. Blurring the line between orthodox history, myth, and conjecture, Flamel rests very happily on the borders of plausible. Exemplifying the humility required of a true adept, he shunned the limelight, yet somehow managed to maintain both an elusive sense of mystery and a reputation as solid and long-lasting as the many stone artifacts that may or may not have outlasted him. On the other hand, it might be the case that Flamel's wealth had a much less occult reason behind it than legend would suggest. We're going to get a bit technical here, but stick around as we might actually be able to solve this age-old gilded mystery. Consider the economic landscape of the time, as the period in question was one of the more dramatic changes in the economy of Western Europe. Early in the 14th century, and shortly before the birth of Nicolas Flamel, the King of France, Philip IV, also known as Philip the Fair, began to enact a series of levies and taxes on the French in order to fund his war efforts. Eventually, Philip IV created a system of perpetual taxation, very similar to what we have today. Prior to this, taxes were only collected during times of heavy state burden or extended wartime. This perpetual taxation is important because it led to the possibility of what would take place next. 23 years after the death of King Philip IV, his system of perpetual taxation would give rise to the possibility to wage war on a long-term basis, and thus started the 100 Years' War. In terms of physical devastation, the 100 Years' War was not one of mass casualties and destroyed cityscapes, unlike what we're used to seeing in modern times. In contrary, their armies were considerably smaller, and the technology was rudimentary, so the real cost of the 100 Years' War was an economic one. Waging prolonged war is extremely expensive, and even with King Philip's perpetual taxation in place, inflation was bound to set in, as supplying armies requires resources. And as local resources dwindled, prices went up. This left many people in a state of dire poverty. Foreclosures and seizures of assets occurred when families and businesses failed to pay taxes. This was truly a difficult time for the people of Western Europe, and especially the people of France. But what does all this have to do with Nicolas Flamel? Well, Flamel wasn't bankrupted like others at the time, and this was due to his tax status. This goes back to when Flamel moved to Paris to take up shop and became registered as a bookseller juror. A bookseller juror had to take a clerical oath to operate, and therefore he became a member of the clerical or priestly class, which had no obligation to pay any taxes. With all this in consideration, it becomes more clear as to how Nicolas and Pernelle Flamel amassed so much. With the estates of her past husbands, Pernelle would have come into the marriage with a modest, if not sizable sum, which in the economic landscape could have been used to purchase properties all around Paris for very affordable rates, exempt of taxation. So it would now seem that the wealth of Nicolas Flamel may be much more mundane than the legends purport. You might be a bit bummed out with the revelation of the riches of Flamel, but if you're like me, it's fascinating nonetheless. But wait, there's more. So whatever happened to the book of Abraham the Jew? Well, the truth is, nobody really knows. However, there is one story that may be worth noting. According to the account, Flamel's possessions, including the secret to the powder of projection, were passed to a nephew of Pernelle by the name of Perrier. Next to nothing is known about Perrier, but it is said that the knowledge and writings of Flamel were passed from him to his grandson, a man by the name of Dubois. Dubois must have had access to some amount of leftover projection powder and managed to gain an audience with the king, to whom he showed the properties of the powder, changing lead balls into gold. After this feat, he was questioned extensively by Cardinal Richelieu about the secret process of producing the powder. Though Dubois possessed the book of Abraham the Jew, as well as Nicolas Flamel's other writings, he was completely ignorant to the working of the magnum opus, or even how to decipher the texts themselves. However, Richelieu dug up dirt and found prior criminal offenses with which to charge Dubois. And Dubois was arrested and imprisoned, and the remainder of what was left of the estate of Nicolas Flamel was passed into the hands of Cardinal Richelieu. From there on, it remained with Richelieu until it seemed to vanish from history after his death. The book was at some point copied, yet no copies have been found in modern day. That said, there's a 17th century reference to a copy being in the possession of the Seigneur of Cabrieres of Milan, which was viewed by Pierre Borel, who was a French savant and an alleged alchemist himself. Perhaps someday one of us might be in a dusty old bookshop somewhere and stumble upon a strange-looking book with 21 leaves that we can't read, but looks like it would make for a great conversation piece. Or perhaps it's sitting on somebody's coffee table right now. Let me know your speculations in the comments below. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this investigation into Nicholas Flamel, you're going to love my deep dive into the alleged last immortal alchemist, Fulcanelli. Or if you're looking for a concoction of alchemy, demonology, and magical treasure hunting, definitely check out my video, Treasure Hunting with Demons. Shout out to my patrons, thank you so much for supporting what I do. And if you'd like to join in, I've got links in the description where you can pledge monthly or make a one-time donation, and 100% goes back into these videos. I'm Mr. Mythos, never stop seeking. I'll see you in the next one. Peace. This investigation is sponsored by Wondroom. Hey fellow seekers, I'm Mr. Mythos. In the year 1937, at a gasworks laboratory in Paris, a chemical engineer named Jacques Bergier was working late and alone when he was approached by a shadowy figure who'd come bearing a message as timely as it was terrifying. It was a warning that concerned the physicist Bergier worked under, Dr. André Elberner, and specifically Elberner's experimental work in nuclear physics. 5 years before the start of the Manhattan Project and 8 before the first nuclear weapons test, this mysterious person informed Bergier that it was possible to extract dangerous amounts of energy from tiny pieces of matter, and that these atomic secrets, which modern science was on the brink of unleashing, had long been known to the alchemical masters of the past. And this messenger was one of them. He was the alchemist.
Alright, 2 fucking kills and I'm done with this godforsaken gun. Oh my god, I'm still on 50 FOB. Wild, man. I used to play on that all the fucking time, dude. I had Chad tell me, like, Wealthy, you gotta get used to using 75 FOB. And I remember telling him, I was like, bro, that's fucking crazy. I would never do that. He's like, alright, okay. Shit.
How did you like Battlefield?
Oh, hold on, one second, one second. Hold on, Scrooge. There's 2 of them. Something is suspicious about that individual, dude.
Yeah?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe he's a normal Tarkov player. It's just, fuck, bro. I needed 2 fucking kills and I was done with that godforsaken. Oh, yeah. Take a look at the stream, bro. Tell me.
I can't right now, brother.
20 hours, 17 KD, 64 survival rate,
Yeah.
39 raids.
You ain't even gotta say anymore, bro.
Bro, this fucking guy is a certified pussy, dude. He's over there voiping, talking shit, and he's fucking cheating. I just don't understand it, dude. It makes me think they're fucking teenagers, man. Tiny people, dude. I don't know. I mean, I guess he can enjoy that mid kit right there, dude. But like, he didn't earn it, dude. And I don't know. They get enjoyment from pissing other people off, dude. Well, my 12, 13,500 hours, dude, I've run into more than enough fucking cheaters, man. A little bit of frustration, but it's just pathetic, to be honest, is what it is, dude. He's a cheater. He's a cheater. I don't know. He's a fucking idiot is what he is, dude. He's a coward and an idiot, dude. I don't know. He's a small beans type of dude. But, I don't know. It's insane, bro. It's insane. They actually have the goal to be able to, like, talk shit in raid VoIP. And they're over there just clearly cheating, bro. It's like the dumbest shit ever. Because you know their gameplay, dude, it's not good. What just happened right now, that dude is not good, man. Did you see him overthrow his grenades and not connect on some of those shots? I don't know. Dude, the people that cheat in this game, they can't actually, like, nut up and fucking learn how to play the game, dude. They're certified fucking losers, dude. It's just fucking weird. And the fact that they even speak at all just shows that they're just kind of dumb. But I don't know. When has being dumb ever stopped, you know, a stupid person from, like, speaking? You know what I mean? Never, dude. Dumb people tend to talk a lot more often than the ones that actually get it. Oh my god. Why am I rebuying this? Because I didn't allow the little circle to go through. It's just a waste of fucking time, bro. Now I gotta go back in for another 3 to 5 minute load in. That's where they kind of get off on, dude. It's fucking weird. Like, oh yeah. I can make this guy wait in lobby or on the loading screen for 3 to 5 minutes. That'd be nice, dude. If World War III happens and they start making these fucking chumps sign up, regardless of whether if they want it or not, these cowards will have to actually do something about it, man. I don't know. These people are like certified cowards, man. Not just in game. I think genuinely in real life, if you cheat in a game, I think it reflects your personality, characteristics, your values, basically. If you're that type of guy that cheats in a game, I think you're probably a pussy in real life, to be honest, man. I can't see otherwise, to be honest. Unless someone has like a logical explanation that would make sense saying otherwise. But I don't believe it, though. Do not. Oof. I'm gonna go like this. Yeah, we'll use that one. We're gonna use a 3-nade combo, bro. Dude knows the name. I guarantee he's coming in the chat too. He'll be in here after he cleans up the rest of the lobby, or it'd be kind of funny if he dies.
Fulcanelli, and at the time of this meeting, Fulcanelli would have been almost 100 years old. And for decades after, many other witnesses would claim to have met and interacted with him. The skeptics may argue that's impossible, to which the alchemists say, hold my elixir, because not only did Fulcanelli appear to have achieved immortality, but he changed, elixir, physically. Through careful study, experimentation, and committed esoteric ritual, this modern master, who many call the last alchemist, is said to have broken through the laws of reality, and involved himself in some of the most crucial events of our time. But before we dive in, some of you may remember that today's sponsor, Wonderim, is near and dear to my heart because they were what originally sparked my passion. Immortality is achievable, or so the legends of alchemy tell. It requires a specific liquid known as the elixir of life that forever changes the person who consumes it, and it only takes one drop. With versions of the elixir of life found in the histories, mythologies, and religious beliefs of ancient Mesopotamia, India, Japan, and China, the belief is at least 4,000 years old. And as for who's tasted the elixir in that time, it's widely believed the 20th century French alchemist Fulcanelli was among them. One of the things that often surprise people when they learn of Fulcanelli is his historical recency. Years after modern chemistry had sentenced alchemy, his predecessor, to outdated antiquity, Fulcanelli carried on the tradition through the 20th century and labored toward its supernatural aims. This has led many to refer to him as the last alchemist, and for the last of a dying breed. He did what true masters of the art do. According to Sean Martin, the author of Alchemy and Alchemist, quote, Fulcanelli was thought to have been the only practitioner of the art to succeed in finding the Philosopher's Stone in the 20th century, end quote. The Philosopher's Stone is famous for its alleged ability to transmute base metals such as lead into gold. It's also believed to be the key ingredient in the elixir of life. Despite Fulcanelli's relative immediacy, however, there's very little we know about his life. Records of the last alchemist don't begin with a documented birth date, but rather with the publication of his first book in 1926, by which point he was not only an older man in his 80s, but had already disappeared. So even from the outset, Fulcanelli was an enigma. If you've seen my previous video on the rather infamous immoral alchemist, the Count of Saint Germain, I'll say right off the bat, we've been spoiled. Because in contrast to the Count, whose life we have a great deal of concrete evidence for and verifiable information, the master alchemist Fulcanelli dances through the history books like an apparition. Part history, part legend, and part conspiracy theory. Some revere him as an immoral alchemist, and others believe he was an elaborate hoax perpetrated by a small cast of rather eccentric suspects. But don't let the question of his identity diminish the fact that the few pieces of tangible evidence he left the world confirm that a genuine master was at work, without a doubt. The knowledge of this master was real enough to trigger an official search for him by the Office of Strategic Services, the forerunner of the American CIA. They viewed Fulcanelli's advanced knowledge of nuclear weaponry as a threat to national security, and of course, they'd never find him. Other than alchemy, obscurity seemed to be what he was best at. From what we know, Fulcanelli was the archetype of a humble genius who'd manifest miracles, only to slip woefully away into the shadows without fanfare or fame, vanishing for years and decades at a time. According to the later accounts, the only reasons he'd reappear was to guide his students on their path, as well as save humanity from extinction. So, if Fulcanelli was real, it seems he was a pretty good guy. But who the heck was this guy? The name Fulcanelli and whispers of his extraordinary capabilities first emerged from the cafes and salons of Paris in the early decades of the 20th century, a time when interest in the occult and esoteric was at a fever pitch, and arcane knowledge was considered quite fashionable, especially if you happened to be under the tutelage of a great hidden master. Such a claim would be made by two individuals, Eugène Consolliet and Julien Champagne. They were an odd pair. Consolliet and Champagne lived adjacent to one another in the small dilapidated apartments renovated from the building's attic, located in the Butte-Montmartre district of Paris. Despite the pair being separated in age by over 2 decades, they were an inseparable duo. Locals would often see them together in the libraries of Paris, poring over a host of rare and esoteric texts as if they were searching for something specific. Specifically, the two shared an intense interest in alchemy. In 1915, the year they claimed to have met Fulcanelli, Champagne had 23 years of experience in alchemical work.
But I found a nice little pretty armor though. Oh, this is class 4, bro. Fuck. That was class 5. That's whatever.
Чё, забыл? Просто так позвонили. Левый корот! Вон он, сука!
Fuck, dude. Well, I'm done with my quest, so.
Nice. What you gonna do now?
I don't even know. But that's the end of test drive, though. I knew this dude shot at me from a distance. Oh, he's gonna enjoy my kit. But, fuck. I laid out those scabs quick, fast, and fucking hurry, though. That'll put me at 53. I have to do the Punisher in order to to get the container to turn in or whatever, right?
Yep.
Trying to think. I did Punisher on Lighthouse with a balaclava and all that other stuff, the scav vest. What is the next Punisher?
Back at 6B47 helmet.
Oh, fuck, you're right. Can that be done on factory?
Yep.
I might go do that, actually. I was vibing on factory earlier, dude. Might as well go do it a little bit more. Oh, thank God. Finally fucking done. Oh, I got new dailies. What test drive? 50 trace, baby. I think I can craft smoke grenades, I'm pretty certain, right?
No fucking clue, bro.
I want to say it is a craft, dude. Not one that I've ever done. I don't like it, not even once, but I'm like 80% certain I can. Maybe not. What else you would craft it under?
Bullshit, bro. I shot you in your fucking head.
Keep it, we'll keep it. Pack is 6B47. Bro, I have a daily or survive factory 12 times, bro. That's insane. Alright, we'll do Yeah, we'll do reserve. I have 2 quests saying I need to survive factory 12 times, dude. Is that worth it? Factory's kind of a mother sucker, dude.
Dude, you know what? Let me join you. I have factory quests.
Do you?
Yeah.
Alright.
This Battlefield game's literally almost done, like the next 10 seconds, so.
Hey, you're fine, you're fine.
Yeah, I have a lot of factory quests, so I can just vibe on there while you fucking kill the goddamn everything. If you end up taking out Tagilla, I need his hat.
Oh, do you?
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Alright, I'm switching to the darkie now. Oh, fuck, bro. Yo, so the reason why I disappeared yesterday is I started feeling like really fucking bad. I got like really bad chills and I was profusely sweating, like all of a sudden. And then a couple minutes later, dude, my stomach started hurting. but it's not like the usual hurt. Is like I felt like I had to throw up, but I physically couldn't throw up, so I went and laid down for a little while. Well, about 2 or 3 hours later, I was finally able to fucking throw up, bro. Dude, I was fucking throwing up for almost 2 hours straight.
Were you?
Yeah.
Sounds gross, dude. You be that way sometimes.
I didn't fucking go. I wasn't able to go to sleep till like fucking 10 p.m. my time, and I disappeared around like fucking 7. You know where I was finally able to? You know what happened when I was finally able to fall asleep?
The what?
You know where I was when I was finally able to fall asleep?
Wrapped around the toilet?
No, my head was laying against the fucking side of the bathtub, next to the toilet.
Yeah, I've had to do that before too, man. It's not fucking fun.
All right, I'm on Tarkov, invite me.
Well, no, I'm gonna reset here shortly. This thing's been running, bro. I'm gonna throw some of the kitty poos down in preparation for this bad boy.
Let me look at my factory tasks.
They're always making me use stupid shit, bro. I hate it.
Hey, can we go nighttime factory?
Yeah, that'd be. Wait, what do you want to do nighttime?
I have to fucking do that drop spot up in
yeah.
the offices.
Yeah, that's fine.
Alright, so 3 kites, 3 markers. 3 kites, 3 markers.
Hey, but I'm gonna be around with these bad boys. But have the kits ready to go.
Alright, just give me a minute.
You're good, man. I'm gonna be more than a minute. I'm setting up a few kits so that if I die, I'm quickly in and out, baby. I am not keeping VMAX in here, dude. Ain't no fucking way am I doing that. Hurry, bejesus. Nice. Not too shabby. This dude's an idiot, man. He just sold a Zook with 2 Class 6 plates in it. Front one was burnt out a little bit, but he sold it for 75K. Then it has its side Class 6 plates too, dude. What a fucking idiot.
Bruh.
I don't know what the fuck he was doing. Alright, well hey, just keep in mind, all I have on me is a P.A.C.A. I'm gonna come in juiced, but there is a probability I just get killed through the chest though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're good.
Let me reset, and I'll pick you up, and we shall bounce. Damn it. Ears all fucking itchy. P.A.C.A. and a Ratnik helmet, dude. That's an interesting combo. As long as it doesn't say I can't do it on Factory, man. Factory's kind of ideally where I want to go. I've been chilling on Factory too.
You can do it on Factory.
Yeah, most of the night, man. I've just been on there getting my other kills and whatnot too. It hasn't been that bad.
Alright. So I need 3 markers.
Oh, you know what?
Three kites.
Nighttime, right? Yeah, make sure you have a light on, dude. Don't do nods. Nods is kind of retarded nighttime for a Factory.
Now, let me just buy some Propadols really quick and I'll be ready.
Yeah, you're good, you're good.
I'll need the trailing on me.
Oh, you can buy serves off of Jaeger now. Or maybe that's always been a thing. I don't know. I feel like that's
It's always been a thing, but it's a quest lock. Yeah. Alright, I'm ready.
Dope. Throw these bad boys up. Is that the only quest you have?
No, I'm doing multiple and I'm gonna have to come back after. I have a lot of Factory shit to do that I've been dreading to do.
Alright, that's fair. I've been big chilling on that map. Oh, wait, hold on one sec, sorry. 2, 4, 6, 8. Buying 6. Buying 7.
I'm broke as fuck.
Man of poverty?
Man of poverty. I bought a Giselle worth 4 mil earlier.
Did you? Why?
To do that fucking quest.
Phantom?
Not to plant them, no. The damaged Zabralos that you gotta turn in. Or sorry, not Zabralo, Giselles.
Why did it cost you that much money? How did that happen?
Because that's what they were selling a 50% Giselle at.
Oh, bro. Fuck that, dude.
I died twice doing the fucking explosive tanks with the Giselle.
You could just wait for security, bro.
That is quest locking me hard. Like, ridiculously hard.
Decisions were made, man. Decisions were made.
Oh no, don't take the wrong way. I'm not bitching about it by any means.
Oh God, bro, you're trying to do the good times too?
No, I'm just wearing it for protection while I'm here.
Right.
Plus, I need to damage the Brawlos, so if this thing gets damaged, it's not being repaired.
It's not gonna be the greatest for me. Well, you know what? To be honest, if you die, I kill the bastard, or if I can touch your body, I'll just throw on your gazelle.
Yeah.
Oh wait.
Right.
Hold
No
on.
problem.
Do I have to get PMC? Not gazelle.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you have to.
No, I
PMCs.
won't throw it on. But I can put it in my bag and try to get it out for you.
Yeah, I have a tri-zip on me for that entire purpose. But like I said, I'm not going for PMC kills. I'm just wearing it for extra protection.
Why the fuck is Punisher not on there? Yeah, PMCs. Is this where you went to go get yours or what?
I haven't even done it yet.
Honestly, it'd probably be better for me to just go to fucking ground zero and do this, dude, with all the Timmies there. Whip was just talking about that too, when it comes to like the sniping aspect of it.
But with it being so early in the morning, I doubt there's any Timmies playing.
Oh God. You get the stream up here shortly or what?
Yeah, later in the day, yeah.
I feel it. Get some warm up. I'll be back in a sec. Oh, fuck, we're loading in, bro.
You got 2 minutes. 2 seconds.
Well, hey, don't push just yet. We'll push here in just a sec.
You didn't take us nighttime.
Oh, did I take us daytime? Yo, can we extract? Oh, let's go extract. Sorry, dude.
No, you're good. It sounded like there were some chads in here anyway.
Was it? Were they sound pretty thick or what?
Yeah, whatever was outside that fucking door sounded pretty fucking goddamn heavy.
You know what? To be honest, though, we did load in really quick, and that's a decent indicator
yeah, so
that
was a full fucking lobby.
Fuck that, bro. That's fine. Alright, so you need to plant your 3 blue kites up at office, and then what else do you have? Postman Pat, some shit like that, or what?
No, I have the 3 blue kites, then I gotta go fucking plant some markers at the little fucking goddamn heat exchangers.
Oh, yep. The pipes, baby.
Hmm.
Oh, bro, I've just been throwing random shit in my cultist circle, and just seeing what pops out. I caught a 12-hour.
I keep getting fucking 14 hours.
14 hours for me would probably be ideal, just because they have a possibility of getting an armband.
No, your 6 hours are more likely for that.
Well, 6 hours are more likely for it when I'm on the quest collector. That's why I'm not I'm not too gung-ho, like too worried about it. I did just pick 03 factory, so we will go to the correct one this time. 500-year covenant. I want to know more about this dude's name and why his name is the way he's named. But, oh shit. Did you get out of raid?
Yeah, I'm out. Why?
Oh, alright. Oh yeah, collector. Whenever the quest is actually due, like me catching 6-hour cultist circles is like half and half. It's either a 14 or it's a 6.
Yep.
And dude, I guarantee like the first or second 6 I get, it's gonna give me an evasion. So like even if I don't find it, I'm not gonna get too like hung up on this. Are you in lobby with me?
Yep. No, I don't even have a thing.
Oh, you don't. Interesting.
Just resend it. There you go. It just told me you canceled your ready status.
Did I? All right. Oh, maybe I loaded up before you were out of
Yeah, it's possible.
there.
Yep, there we go.
Work that time. I'll pop the stream up for you.
Thank you.
Keep a gander on yours too. Bro, this
Like
task, man, I always think it's gonna go good for me, but it never does, dude. The P.A.K.A. Oh god, I die all the fucking time when I'm running this shit, bro.
Dude, so
To
I
the
almost
chest.
never do it on factory. I always do it on Lighthouse, but the way the Lighthouse has treated me this wipe, there's not a fucking chance I'm doing it there.
That's fair. That's fair.
Because for that quest, all of my kills come from range. I just take a Balti, regardless of I'm on Shooterborn or not, or Tarkov Shooter, I just take a Balti and I fucking do that.
See, that's what kind of surprises me about like Raz, dude. I've seen Raz on multiple wipes, dude. The moment he catches Shooterborn, he just like full sends it on that. And me personally, I don't do that because I like to get my ammo stacked up for my bolt actions before I start going after it. Because if I'm using some like subpar ammo on like a bolt action, a one-shot type of gun, and I'm using something that is like horrible, that's not gonna one-tap the head, dude. Fuck that, dude. But I don't know. I've seen Raz do that quest for an entire week straight, dude. I'm like, oh god. Dude.
Yeah, I wait until I have M80 because
Yeah,
the
same.
only bulky I use is fucking M700.
Well, with me, I wait till I have APM. So like,
Yep.
I never really went that hard. Like, I got love for M80, right? It's one of my favorite rounds. When it comes to bolt actions, though, man, I can vibe with other calibers, though. So like with me in particular, I used to be all about the Mosin. Then I slid over to the SV98, and I did a little bit with the M700, but I'm more so, that was very short. That's when they dropped APM for the 366, and I just stayed with that ever since, dude. Now, granted, if you're shooting at like 150, 200 plus meters, that inaccuracy nerf that's added to the round, it becomes apparent after that. But for the most part, dude, most of those kills are going to be under 100 meters. And when they made that change, I think like a couple wipes or a year or two after the fact, when they added that ammo, that's whenever they made the change of like, hey, your shooter-born kills don't have to be 100 meters.
Yeah, the only Baltis, bro, I can fuck with are the M700, which is my favorite, and then I fuck with the Lapua, the Balti version of it, the 338. I forget the name in this game.
AXMC, dude. It is a mouthful.
AXMC.
Yeah, it doesn't smoothly go off the tongue, dude. I don't
Yeah, or the TCM or the TGM, whatever the fuck it is.
Oh, the new AXMC,
Yeah.
like the smaller one?
Yeah, I really like the new one. It is so fucking smooth.
I have only ran that gun one time, and it was when you gave it to me last wipe or the wipe before. And I did one raid with it, and then I put it off my stash, and I like, legitimately, I forgot about it. But, it's like damn near identical to like the AXMC. It might be a little bit shorter, I think, but...
It's shorter, it has better ergos, and I believe its fire rate is a little bit more.
I thought its reload speed was slower, though.
No.
Well, there was a streamer, I think it was like Desmond or something, someone that actually like knows little things like that track little shit like that I wouldn't normally be aware of. It was him or someone else like, dude, this is significantly slower reload than like the AX. I was like,
No, not from what I've experienced. Hell no.
no? I mean,
No,
I've
not
usually
a
done it
shot.
one time. You gave it to me. I was like, all right, I'll give it a try. Bro, I
But
don't know.
it also could go down for their fucking mag drills or whatever the hell, or their bolty level. To be honest.
It's possible. But I would assume they had played with the XMC semi recently, and then they tried out the. Is it Saiga? Or Tango?
Yeah, something like that.
Tango?
Hey, I'm going to use
Tango?
the bathroom. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. Let me know when we're loading loot.
Yeah, you're good, you're good.
And it appeared that Champagne was mentoring Consuliette, who was just a teenager. But it was Consuliette who'd first come into contact with their hidden master. In his words, quote, "It was in 1915. I was 16 years old, and it all happened through a servant of his, who said to me, 'I'm going to introduce you to a very interesting person.' And that was Fulcanelli. He was a man of another age, with his strange appearance, his old-fashioned manners, and his unusual occupations. I did not work with him. I only observed." End quote.
Old-fashioned manners at 1915, bro. Like, what's old-fashioned compared to 1915? So, like, 1875, 1860, bro? Jesus. Bunch of pussies nowadays, man. That's how it is. They raise nothing but bunch of pussies, huh?
This alchemist would go on to change the lives of Consuliette and Champagne in ways they never imagined. By 1925, 10 years later, their claims to be in touch with this true hidden master had gained the pair a small reputation and a handful of interested acolytes, including the 5 sons of the French diplomat Ferdinand de Lesseps. Together, they founded an occult secret society called the Brothers of Heliopolis, a reference to an ancient Egyptian city known for its alchemical tradition. Through the Brothers of Heliopolis, Champagne and Consuliette would pass down all the knowledge taught to them by Fulcanelli, who by this point had already disappeared. While they initially held the faith of their new students,
getting out of my
over time,
sneakers,
more than a few
getting
members
into
found
some
the idea of this hidden master a little hard to swallow.
Moccasins.
The sheer secrecy surrounding Fulcanelli raised questions, especially the fact that Consuliette and Champagne were the only ones to have ever met him. In 1926, however, these skeptical voices were silenced with the publication of Fulcanelli's first book, The Mystery of the Cathedral,
Scrooge, we
after
just
which
load
the
in,
question
bro.
was no longer whether or not Fulcanelli existed,
damn, that's
but rather
quick. I
who
literally
exactly this
walked
master
down the
was.
run, bro.
Initially, only 300 copies.
Yo, we literally spawned in the bathroom, dude. What the fuck is this spawn? We spawned in the bathroom, dude.
I've no fucking clue, brother. I'm going upstairs though.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Let me take point. Where we at? Oh, get it.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. You don't need
Yeah, I need that egg.
flashlights.
I need the egg though.
For Kappa?
Yep.
No, you don't. You'll find that.
No,
Oh.
like I
No, what I'm
I
saying,
need
I'm saying you'll
I
find
need the
it.
egg for. No, I need the egg for the living high night of crime. I'm on the quest now.
Oh, is
I
that
have
part
the
of
one
that?
for Kappa. Yes.
Oh, alright, I gotcha.
I got movement near me.
Блять, берца щеми!
You on your second or third?
This is the last one here.
Dodge. I'm gonna put it in the safe, just grab it from there, dude.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Going downstairs for those heat exchangers.
Yep. Why don't you let me hit this safe over here yonder?
Да вот, вот!
And then we go hit your heat exchangers, right? Yo, do you have... No, you have your fucking teapots, bro. You were just bragging about that shit earlier, too.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
We going downstairs, young whore?
Yes, sir.
Copy.
I just heard a shuffle somewhere.
This is one right here, I think.
Yep.
I know there's one back here somewhere.
Yep, running. It's on our right, and then we got movement on the left.
It's probably elevated, to be honest.
Вон, 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 вон он, сука! Блядь, тут нашего завалили!
Bro, these scabs run hella fucking far, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I think I'm hearing you. Did you get your second one or what?
Yeah, I'm marking the second one now.
Happy.
Dude, fucking my prestige 3 when I was doing this. So I marked my second one, then ran away from it to go find the third one, and someone picked up my fucking marker. So I had to come back. I had to come back in another fucking raid to finish that fucking quest. I was mad.
Bro, that's kind of fucking funny, actually.
And it was the only quest I was working too, so it's like, fuck you, dude.
I've done that with folks, not with markers, but with their bags, where they hide their bags and they're over there like looking around for bad guys. And I see their bag because I'm being sneaky. I'm just like, yo, I'm just gonna take their bag and run away, actually.
Сука, ёбнули нашего!
What'd you say, boo?
Молодец, хмель!
Is that you running? No.
No, I'm not moving.
Там проебался-то!
On a fucking roll, bro. I murder hella scavs.
Alright, I think that's all I had to do right now, so I'm going ahead and get
Hey,
him out.
do you still need your cowboy hat?
Negative.
No? Alright, I'll be out in a sec. I have to check scavs.
Сука!
Just because the opportunity to be able to find my evasion on them
Сука!
is an actual opportunity. It's like gambling, bro. Just one last time, I got this. I got this.
Alright, I'm out.
Copy. I'll be out here in a moment.
Pretty baby. I love you, Willow. Thank you for the egg, good sir.
Huh?
Thank you for the egg.
Oh, yeah. Well, that fucking hurt. Someone's up there camping, bro. Little turd.
Now
Fuck you, bitch!
How the fuck are forklifts?
I hope he does. Motherfucker, dude. I should. Ah, fuck, dude! Alright, I'm gonna keep playing, but I'm gonna kill the stream, though, to be honest. We'll be back tomorrow. So, holy fuck, dude. It was 9 hours, 8-minute stream. So, yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Or later on today, I guess. I gotta be up for a couple more hours, but peace. Fuck that suspension from Twitch, dude. Whack as fuck. So, we're gonna repeal that here later on. So, yeah, but peace.